What to do, everyday people, man? It's your boy PJ. Today we back with another lit video. Yep, we back in the confessional. Always, we staying lit. Hey, thanks. Shout out to my everyday people who rock with me every day. We live early, and we got a long one. So I hope y'all go get your popcorn and strap on your boots, cause it's about to get live. We got a good video today. The norm, women, narcissistic men, um, other women being involved. Just the overall crazy situation. And yeah, I think you know y'all gonna be all right. Y'all gonna enjoy this one. I know I'm about to enjoy it. I'm about to enjoy it. So, but without further ado, let's get into the video. Okay, let's get into it.
Okay, so today's the day that I come to TikTok to tell my story. I am not familiar with TikTok, so I don't really know how this works. I'm trying my best. I keep recording, and the video keeps disappearing. I don't think it's posting. I would hope not. But yes, I'm coming to TikTok. I am not one to share my personal business or other people's business online. And I don't really know how TikTok works. I don't have a lot of followers, nor do I think that this is going to be like a thing that blows up. But I just hope that the information reaches the right people. So the whole purpose of me doing this is just sharing my experience with somebody who is just crazy, a deranged individual, and he is still roaming free. Part of my reason for sharing this is because I don't believe that law enforcement takes it seriously, as he is still roaming free. So I wanted to share some things because I do feel like he's a danger to society and a danger to women, particularly women in the Bay Area. So if you are a woman in the Bay Area who is on dating apps quite a bit, unless I know you can like filter who you want. If black man is one of them, that's one. I think he'd be saying on his profile he's 6 feet. That's a lie. Or if you are one who frequent bars, particularly bars in the downtown Oakland area, then you may have already encountered this man in the wild. He has been, in my knowledge, he's been in the Bay Area since the summer of 2023. So like June, July 2023. And is still out here. I know for a fact he's still out here because he's just that crazy. So I'm just going to be sharing my story as I have had enough. I've asked this person to leave me alone in every way possible, and he has not upheld that. And I'm over it. It has been almost 2 years. And unfortunately, I keep receiving like pieces of this person, and it's just like ew. And I want to also put out there, I did not date this person. I was not romantically involved with this person in any way. I was not interested in this person. I would not, even on my worst day. But yeah, that was not somebody that I was into. It's literally just someone who I thought was on hard times, and I decided to help, partially because I seen like a part of my brother, not because he acts like him, but I have a brother who's in the state by himself. He went to North Carolina A&T, and he didn't have any family or friends out there. So in my head, it was just like, oh, like this is kind of like a similar situation. So I would hope somebody would do for my brother if he was in like a sticky situation, basically, or fell on tough times. I wouldn't even say a sticky situation, but more so like just fell on tough times. So that was kind of like my mentality around it. But I was not romantically involved with this person whatsoever. So that is basically where I'm coming from with this. Now, how did I meet the devil? In the devil, I am going to call him Trey. That's not his name, but I'm going to refer to him as Trey. So I'm just going to share how I encountered this crazy person. So basically, I quit my job because the company was going down. It was already bought, and I just knew that they weren't going to stick around and my position was going to be gone. So I was like, let me get ahead of it. So I put in my 2 weeks, and with this job position, they let you go. Like they'll still pay you the 2 weeks, but they let you go because they want to make sure you don't take their like clients or anything like that. So yes, they let me go. So I had 2 weeks, and I was studying to get my real estate license. I was like, let me see if I can push it out 2 more weeks. So I did that to see if I could like just finagle me getting further in my courses, or maybe even completing my license altogether. So I was trying to do that. So because I pushed my orientation date back 2 weeks, I ran into the devil, Trey himself. And in my orientation, it was me, him, and 3 other people. So all 4 of them were temps. I was the only person who was permanent. So I didn't come through a temp agency. I went through a regular interview process, and that is basically how we all ended up in the same room. Now, as we're going through orientation, we're discussing like where we're from, where we live, like different parts of that. If you're familiar with the Bay Area, typically people who are in the Bay Area aren't from the Bay Area. I'm born and raised in the Bay Area, but all of them weren't. So I think one person was, but the rest of them was because they had something open for what I was doing at my previous job. So it's the same industry. So I applied and I got it. And I explained, yeah, I carpool with my mom. You know, we both live in the East Bay, so we carpool over. And he was like, oh, can I carpool with you guys? And usually it's an absolute no, because I like to go home when I'm going home. I like to come into work. You know, I don't like to depend on other people. But it is beneficial in the sense of it would give us 3 people in the car. And if we have 3 people in the car, we can use the carpool lane going across the Bay Bridge. And we also would get that discounted toll. So I'm like, maybe, you know, let me ask my mom. So that's kind of like where I left it. I didn't push it. I was just like, no, I really don't think I want to ride with him. But he came back around my desk and was asking. I was just like, okay, I think at that point we exchanged information so that we could like text and be like, okay, like try and figure it out because we have to see if it makes sense. So we ended up trying it. I think. And he was just like, okay, sure. So we did it. And then after that, he's like, do you guys want to carpool again? Like he was trying to see if we was going to keep it a thing. So we ended up keeping it a thing. And we were carpooling. Now, from our early carpool days, we learned little information about him. He said he was from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He said he went to LSU. And he said that he majored in mathematics. So that's what he told me. He majored in math. And I was just like, okay, we sharing a little information. I really don't care to talk to people in the morning in the car. And I don't want to kiki with them. I go to work. I see y'all like we in the car. I don't want to do all that. But I would be nice because initially I thought he was a little slow. Like, I don't know if slow is the term, but it suits him. Okay. So I thought he was slow. So I'm trying to be nice because I'm just like, maybe he can't help it. If you could help it, I got a lot to say. But I was like, maybe he can't help it. So I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. He is younger than me. So I'm like, I was sensing some like immaturity. I'm like, okay, he's probably just immature. Maybe that's why I'm so annoyed because of the age difference. Like, so I'm just trying to more so check myself than to just be like, oh, he's annoying. So that's just kind of like how I felt about it. He also, so what else did he tell us? He told us that information. Oh, we asked him like, why did you come out here? Like, you know, I think he was saying he was trying to work in tech and he has an apartment. So I was like, how did you, do that? Oh, I had some savings. And I'm just like, okay. So he has some savings. He moved out here with the savings and he was like on the savings for like 3 months before he got a job. Like that's basically what his story was. And I'm just like, okay. And I think he said what his rent was. No, we're gonna get there. He didn't say what his rent was then. But he was like, he lived alone and he said he had 2 friends out here. So he didn't have no family, but he had 2 friends out here. And I can't remember what he said the other friend was. He gave like some little background on him. Don't remember. But then he had one friend who was like a nurse. And I remember when we inquired a little bit further on that, he was like, oh, he a little older. Cause I was like, why don't you kick it with those friends? He's like, oh, he a little older. He a nurse. So he be busy. He got different hours and stuff like that. And then he said that they also had like a significant age difference. So I was curious as to how they became friends. He said he went to his friend's house. So I'm sitting on the couch and they started talking. They became cool. That's basically the story that he gave. So I'm like, okay, whatever. So we exchanged like brief information, and in our early days of like meeting him, I started to notice certain things that would just piss me off. One, he was always late. He would always come down. He would be late. And I would give him like text messages like, hey, on our way. Hey, on the freeway, getting off the freeway, 2 blocks away, 2 minutes away, downstairs. And somehow he still didn't make it down there in time. So I was not feeling that. Because at that point, I feel like you don't respect my time. But I'm just like, you know what? We doing it for the lower toll. We doing it for the lower toll. So we can get up a little bit later. Like, that's myself telling me that there's a benefit to this. So I wouldn't give him too much flack, whatever. But there was times where he wouldn't answer his phone. His phone would be on Do Not Disturb. He wouldn't answer it. He wouldn't respond to the text. So at that point, you're getting left. Like, we came all the way over there. Now we're late because we can't use the carpool lane. So he was just very inconsiderate. And that was something that I did not like. And that was something that I noticed in the beginning. But I'm going to stop here because they keep deleting the video. So I'm going to just see if this works, and then post another one. Okay, so just continuing on. That was something that was just irritating about him, was like he was not respectful of people's time. Another thing that he did a lot was vape. Oh my goodness, he would vape all the time. And fun fact about me, I don't smoke, I don't drink, I don't party, I don't do a lot of things. Like, I'm very boring. I'm very much to myself. And I take pride in that. I feel like I bring balance to the world. I'm very much boring. So I didn't like that he did that. And it was beyond annoying, because you just chilling in the car. Next thing you know, you smelling grape. And it's just like, it's like gross grape too. It's like grape medicine, like grape flavor. Like, it's just, and I would like roll down my window because it seemed like it was only bothering me. So I just didn't want to be like a douche. Like, I didn't want to be a rude person. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to work on myself, because I don't want to say I didn't give him a fair chance, but I did not care for this individual. So, and my mom acted like she didn't notice it. And I feel like if she would have noticed it, she would have said something like, you know, don't do that or whatever. And I feel like she the driver. It seemed like it's her car. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to let her handle it. But she never said anything. And it was so annoying. But one thing about the vaping, it was very much giving crackhead. Like, he was fiending. I was just like, oh my goodness, if it does that, I really don't want it in my body. Like, I take care of myself and I like to be healthy. If it makes you have crackhead energy, I don't want nothing to do with it. I'm not completely familiar with like what the vape does for people, but if it does that, I don't want no part. So when he was doing that, I rolled down my window, like, you know, I'm trying to be level-headed, like, you know, just, it's all right, it's not that deep. But it wasn't working. So that was one thing that he did a lot, and I'm gonna touch back on that vape. But let's get to where he started to low-key try me. So when riding in the car, he would talk about dating a lot, like talk about girls and dating and all these people that he's dating on the apps and just different stuff like that. And we'd be like, you know, listening, giving our little 2 cents. So as we're discussing, he asked some sort of question. I can't remember what it was, but I'm just like, you know, I gave my 2 cents. Now, for the folks who know me personally, I've never dated anybody. I am 30 years old. I haven't dated anybody. And it's not because something's like wrong with me. It's just, it's a lot going out there. Outside is scary. Okay. People scare me. Like, I just don't really want to engage with a lot of people. I would like to be married and have kids and all of that, but I just don't relate or move like the people who are outside. So it may not happen for me, basically. But I guess based off of my response, it just gave, I don't know, I'm not like a casual person or anything like that, like casually dating and stuff. Like, I would give more of a like traditional answer, I guess. So I gave an answer, and he was like, you know, this might be kind of a weird question to ask. And I think I said something like, it takes 2 to tango or something like that. And he was like, have you ever done the dance? Like, in a sense, basically asking if I'm a virgin. And my mom, she loved telling my business. She ain't tell my business, but she kind of like hinted like, what gave it away? And I'm just like, okay. So at that point, he kind of picked up on the fact that I am indeed a virgin. And he seemed somewhat fascinated by that. So he kind of, I don't want to say he obsessed over it, but he was fixated on it. So that same day, like when we parked the car, we kind of got there early, or maybe it wasn't there early, but I went to go get some breakfast from a place nearby. And I think I was like, oh, I think he wants to walk with you. I think she thought this was going to be like, finally, she's going to date somebody. And I was like, girl, you couldn't be more wrong. And she was like, I think he wants to walk with you. I'm like, that's fine. You know, I can show you where the place is. Like, we're not going to be walking together, but if you want to know where it's at, I'll walk you. I got a rabbit. She digging to get her food because she hungry. But yeah, so I'm just like, okay. So as we're walking, he just like kind of brought it back up. Like, that's fascinating. And I'm just like, I don't know what's fascinating about it. I feel like there's a lot of people who may have a similar story. It's just, we don't broadcast it. Like, who shouts from the mountaintops that that's what they got going on? Unless that's just like their journey or their story that they're trying to tell, then by all means. But yeah, he was just like, oh, like, you know, really intrigued. And I was just like, okay, like, I'm not going into more detail than what you already know. And he was just like, yeah, because I lost mine at 12. And my first reaction was like willingly, like, was it consensual? And then I realized that's a terrible question to ask. I said, I apologize. He was like, no, yeah, it was. And he was like, I think he said it was like with an older woman. And I don't know if he was trying to hint because I'm older than him. I was just like, oh, okay. And I just kind of left it at that. So we kept going, and I showed him where the place was. I don't even know if he bought something, but I bought something. And yeah, so we went to work and we was minding our business. Now, after that, I feel like he started to hint at like, I feel like he was trying to temperature check, like to see if I was with it, and I was not. So he would say things in the car like, oh, like I put that on, huh? I look handsome, or a young handsome man like me. And I'm just like, I mean, if you like it, so be it. Like, you don't do it for me. And then he also was saying, oh yeah, I think he asked me something like, would I date somebody younger? And I was just like, no, that's not my cup of tea. That's not what I go for. Now, who knows who I end up with? But I was just like, yeah, no, it's not really given what I'm looking for. And he was just like, oh, well, I've dated somebody older. And the girl, he said, she was like around my age, like slightly older than me, like 30 something. I was like, oh, good for y'all. I was like, what happened? It didn't work out. What was it, the age difference? He was like, no. He said he gave some reason why it didn't work out. But I was just like, it's giving age difference. So he was saying that, and he just kept dropping little stuff like that. And I'm just like, sir, it's not going to happen. Like, I never made any type of move that made it seem like I was into him. Like, even at one point, we had like an all company, let me sit up a little bit. We had like an all company meeting we had to go to. It was kind of like a workshop. And we all went, and there's this guy, he had like a book, and he was signing books, and he sent me a photo of him like in bed with the book on his lap and his legs crossed, like, ooh, just got finished reading it. It was a good read. It was a small book, but knowing him, he didn't read that book. Knowing him, he didn't read that book. So I'm just like, oh, he was like, oh, did you read it? I said, no, I gave mine away. I gave it to a different coworker. And he was just like, oh, I thought you would have threw it away. No, didn't throw it away, but I'm not reading it. Like, it was just very much a dry conversation. And then even when it came to like holidays, he'd be like, Merry Christmas to you and your family. Merry Christmas. And I put like the little tree. Like, it was nothing deep. Other than that, the text message was like, outside, 2 minutes away, getting off the freeway. Like, it was just very straight to the point. Okay, coming downstairs. Like, it was not much of a conversation. He tried, and I was very much dry. I was trying to be nice, but I don't think at that point he knew that he got on my nerves. So yeah, like, that's basically but then there came a time. So this is probably 2 months. No, not even 2 months. It was like a month, 3 weeks. It was 3 weeks in particular, because I remember. So I wake up and I'm just like, hello. And he was like, hey, do you think you can do me a favor? And I'm like, what? He was like, do you think you could come pick me up? He said he got into an argument with another coworker. They went out for drinks. He got into an argument with that coworker, and he ended up, in their argument, he ended up losing his keys, leaving his car key and his work key, not his car key and his house key at the bar, wherever they was. And I'm just like, why was y'all hanging out? One. And then he was like, yeah, so he's at Denny's. And I'm just like, so y'all was at Denny's? He was like, no, he called some girl to come pick him up, and she is not taking him back to her house. And she wanted to leave him at Denny's because Denny was 24 hours, and he said his leasing office opened up at like 6. So she was like, just kick it here for a couple hours and then go home. And at the time I was like, oh, that's kind of messed up. He was like, I know. And I said that, I was like, oh, that's kind of effed up. And he was like, yeah, I know. I said, well, where is she? He was like, sitting right next to me. And I said, I know good and damn well you don't got me on speaker. And he was like, no, I would never do that. I would never do that. That's one of his favorite lines. I would never do that. And I was like, let me see. So then I called my mom. I'm like, why did he just call me at 3 a.m.? He said he got into it with the coworker. And she like, what? She was like, I could ride with you. Because it's 3 a.m. I'm a woman. I ain't out here trying to fight the demons. That's I'm going to get into the next part. Okay, so we get to Denny's. And when I get to Denny's, he get in the car all goofy, laughing, get on my last nerve. But I went to go get him partially because I was nosy, and two, because he don't have no family, no friends. He say he live alone. So I'm just like, being on the street at night, especially in the Bay, it's not a place that you want to be. You know, it's a lot of addicts, a lot of homelessness. Like, it's a lot going on. So I'm just like, he's young. Let me just give him, it's a little cricket. Let me just give him the benefit of the doubt. So that's basically why I went to go get him. Mainly, honestly, because I was nosy. I ain't that much of a saint. I was nosy. So we go there. He laughing, giggling, and doing all this goofy stuff, get in the car because he's drunk. He's drunk. It's 3 a.m. And as I said, I don't drink. And I also don't do drunks. Like, it is just not my thing. So I'm just like, you know what? Woosah, Camila. You got out your bed. You decided to go here. Woosah. So I'm just like, okay. So he was like, hey, guys, how's it going? You know, laughing and kikiing. And I'm just like, okay. And he was like, yeah, you know. So he gets into the story basically saying that he was out with our coworker. I want to give him a name. I'm going to just call him Scott. That ain't his name. But he was out with our coworker, Scott. And Scott was on the phone with our other coworker. Now, these were all temps. Like, they all came in at the same time. And they were all in that group at orientation. Was on the phone with our other coworker, who happens to be a girl. And the girl, he was on the phone. And Trey asked Scott, is that the girl? And he was like, no, that's not her. Like, I'm not talking to her. Now, why you're all up in his phone, I have no idea. Why he allowed you to be all up in his phone, I have no idea. And then the girl, she was being messy, but they kind of like high school, like, energy. So this is what he said, though. He said she texted him and was like, he's lying. He is talking to me on the phone. And I'm just like, that's just weird altogether. But then again, y'all kicking it at the bar after, you know, on the weekend, you know, whatever. So he was like, he confronted Scott about it and was like, hey, why did you lie to me? She just texted me and said, you are on the phone with her. Why would you lie to me? I hate liars. I hate liars. This is what he said. He hate liars. And it's just like, okay. And he was like, well, you know, I actually did lie to you about some other things. So he said he came clean to him about other things that he lied to him about. And then he was like, after hearing all that, he was just like, you know, I just don't know how I could forgive you. You know, I really hate liars. He's like, I feel like I just got to slap you. He was like, okay. And he was like, yeah. So I was like, I had to slap him. So I slapped him. I said, hold on, wait. Me and my mom were both like, what? And he's like, he let you slap him? He's like, yeah, he let me slap him. He let me slap him, all on his little crackhead energy. And I was just like, I don't know. Now, if that grown man let you slap him, he's like, yeah, he let me slap him. And he's like all goofy laughing and stuff. And he's like, yeah, and then I ended up losing my keys, my car key and my apartment key. And we just like, okay. But we sitting there in the parking lot. And I'm like, okay, brother, it's time to roll out. So I'm about to pull out. Actually, I think I was about to pull out first, and then that's when he started talking. But I was about to pull out, and he was like, you got some food at the house? No, not for you. This ain't that. He's like, you got some food? I said, no. So he was like, oh, actually, I think I'm going to get something here. I was like, what? Goes back to him not respecting people's time, because you just sat in this parking lot for about 20 minutes before I came. It took me about 15 minutes to get here. I had to get me some gas. It took me some time to get here. You had about 20 to 25 minutes to order you some food, and now you want some? Sir, you called me out of my bed. So I was just like, oh no. But he drunk, you know, I don't know how drunks work, but I don't know, maybe they need some food in their stomach. So I'm like, well, are you getting something from here or not? And he was like, yeah, actually, I think I'm going to get something. And I was like, oh, Lord help me. So I was like, okay, we didn't actually pull out the driveway. So I was just like, okay, go ahead, order. And that's when he started to tell us the story. But as he telling us the story, I'm like, yeah, you can order online. You could click the button right there. Okay, what you want? Look through the menu. He's like, actually, I think I'm going to go inside. Yeah, you do that. So you go inside, and me and my mom looked at each other like, this is weird. Like, he's weird. They're all weird. Because why is y'all kicking it like that? I do not enjoy nobody's presence at my company to be kicking it with them at any job. I do not enjoy them like that. So, yeah, so he went inside. He got his food. He came back in all goofy, laughing and whatnot. And then we make it back to the house. Now, my mom, we live on the same block. So when I picked her up, it was nothing. I literally didn't even make it to the end of the block before picking her up. So I dropped her off, and then I brought him back to my place. Now, granted, the place that I was staying in is my grandmother's house, and family lives here. So it's multiple of us. It's like 5 people in the house at a time. And I have cameras, and yeah, so I have multiple family members who live here, cameras, all that. I do have a male cousin who stayed in the house and whatnot. So it was just a lot. It wasn't too crazy for me. And I have other reasons why I wasn't like scared to have him here. So he came in still drunk, goofy, and annoying. And I showed him the spare bedroom. I'm like, hey, you can lay here. If you want to rest your eyes, you can rest your eyes right here. You know what I'm saying? I'll wash the sheets when you gone. but you can rest your eyes. I'm like, here's the bathroom and here's like the kitchen. If you want to like throw stuff away, because he had his food. And in my head, I'm just like, well, I'm gonna rest my eyes. He got a couple hours, you know what I'm saying? One thing I love is my sleep, and I don't play about it. So I'm saying it to him, and I showed him where the room was. And as I'm like kind of straightening up, because it's a spare bedroom, so I had some stuff lying around. So I was just like moving some things, and as I was doing that, he was like, can I ask you a question? I'm just like, sure. He was like, would it be weird if a guy friend and a girlfriend slept in the same bed together? And I'm just like, I mean, I think it depends on the circumstances, but, you know, it depends on your relationship and the circumstances, basically. It's kind of like my answer that I gave, just to summarize it. And he was like, would it be weird? Oh, I gotta fix myself. My knees hurting. He was like, sorry, gotta fix myself. He was like, would it be weird if I asked you to sleep in the same, if I asked you to sleep with me, like nothing sexual, but like if you just sleep with me? And I was just like, absolutely. And he was like, why? I was like, because there's an empty bed there. I prefer to sleep in my own bed, and there is no need for that. Like, what I look like sleeping with you? He's like, well, nothing sexual. I was like, sexual or not? No. And then he was like, well, you know, I'm just not used to sleeping by myself. I said, well, don't you live alone? He was like, yeah, but you know, sometimes I call people over to like sleep with me. I was like, well, I don't know what to tell you, but this ain't that, basically. And he was like, oh, okay. Okay. And at that point, I ain't going to sleep. I don't care how many cameras I got. I don't care how many bodies is in this house. I'm not going to sleep. So I went on to start doing some chores, because I'm like, okay, well, we got like 2.5 hours before I'm drop him off to his apartment. So I'm just like, okay. So I decided to go into the living room, because at this point, my grandfather had died literally the day before. And it wasn't like an unexpected death. That man, he used to terrorize us, call us all out our names, yelling, screaming, hollering. He was crazy. But he was sick already, so it wasn't unexpected. But I had some family photos in the living room. So I'm like, let me go look through the photos, because I feel like they're going to request it for his obituary, or if they want to do like a funeral or anything like that. So I was like, let me see if I can find any, because I felt the request coming. So I went in there and I started flipping through the photos, and he caught himself coming in there, and he was like, can I sit next to you? And I'm just like, look, it's only awkward if you make it awkward. That's my motto. And I was just like, yeah, like he didn't sit next to me, but he sat on the cushion next to me on the couch. And then he just started talking. So one of the things he was saying, he was like, oh, you know, oh, I wish I had, you know, some of this. Because you see all the family photos and different things like that. And I'm just like, yeah, you know, okay. We hang up photos. We got a lot of photos, plenty of photos. I have my great-grandmother's photos, my grandmother's. My mother was like practically a photographer back in the day. So we have so many photos. And then he just starts to go into his like weird line of questioning. So first he was like, yeah, you remind me of my sister. And I only mention this because, one, I think he mentioned he had a sister, and it's his older sister. And I'm just like, oh, okay, like, okay. So he offered that information. But then 2 seconds later, he was like, you know, I really don't know anything about you. Like, if somebody was to ask me about you, I just wouldn't know what to say. Like, I don't really know anything about you. And in my head and out loud, I said, well, what do you need to know about me? You know me for 3 weeks. Like, there's nothing that you need to know about me. I said, I've offered up information through our conversation. And maybe it's just not information that you find to be important or interesting, but there are things that you know about me. You know, I like to travel, you know things about me, basically. Very general things. But I think maybe he was looking for a deep, dark secret. He was trying to get on like very intimate levels of knowledge about me. And that's a no-go. I don't have any deep, dark secrets. I'm a very bland person, and I'm not really ashamed about anything that I do or how I've lived my life. So I don't have anything to offer. But also, that is none of your business. So that's where he was trying to go with it. Okay, so like I was saying, he was like, yeah, there's not really anything that I know about you. And I'm just like, you don't need to know anything about me. It's been 3 weeks. You know what you need to know. And then he was like, well, why don't you ask me anything about me? Like, is there anything you want to know about me? I said, no. I said, by now, you should know if I have a question, I don't mind asking it. And if I wanted to know more information, I would. I wasn't interested in knowing more about him for what? Like, there was no need for me to inquire further. Like, this was not somebody that I was interested in getting to know. So I basically told him that. I was just like, no, if I wanted to know more, I would. Then he goes into asking me if it was weird that he slapped Scott. Like, do I think he was wrong for slapping Scott? I said, well, if he lets you slap him, then that's your business. Do I think it's weird? Yeah. Is that how I would have did it? No. But if that's what he let happen, then hey, it is what it is. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That's not, how I move. He was like, yeah. He was like, yeah, because, I just really hate liars. I hate liars. And he was like, yeah, I just don't like liars. And, if you was my girlfriend and you lied to me, and in my head, I'm like, hold on, time out. Let me stop you there. We do not have to speak in hypotheticals because that is not a thing. But he was like, yeah, if you were my girlfriend and you lied to me, like, I wouldn't slap you. I would just walk away. And I was just like, one, you couldn't slap me. Let's start there. You could not put your hands on me and think that I'm going to just sit up there and let you put your hands on me. You done lost your mind. Two, we do not have to speak in hypotheticals. It's not going to happen. Say that for your actual girlfriend or whatever else you got going on. But I was just like, yeah, like you wouldn't be putting your hands on me no way, basically. And he was like, yeah, I wouldn't have done that. He was just like, I really just hate liars. Now, mind you, the girl that he said picked him up, he was mad at her because she Muslim and she lived with her family, and he wanted her to sneak him into their house that she shares with her family. And I was like, but I thought you hate liars. Isn't that lying? He was like, well, she could have snuck me in. And I'm like, she not about to ruin what she got going on in her household for you. Like, no, that's weird. And he like 25. And I'm assuming she in her 20s. What y'all look like sneaking people out? Come on now. But anywho, so that was basically something like, I hate liars. I hate liars. Now, when he was sitting on the couch, he was blowing somebody's phone up. Just blowing, calling and calling and calling. At first, I thought it was his mom. And apparently his mom lived in Louisiana. And I don't know what the time difference is. And I'm not about to look it up because I'm using my phone to record. But I don't know what the time difference is. But I feel like it was still disrespectful hours during that time that he was blowing up her phone. And I'm just like, he's clearly inconsiderate. No home training. But I'm like, hey, if she raised him, she know about it. So that's who I thought he was calling, like just blowing up the phone. So then eventually he was like, yeah, you know what? Actually, I think I am going to go take a nap. I said, okay, you do that. And then he was like, do you want to come with me? And when I say I could have jumped off that couch and socked him in his throat. No, I don't want to go with you. I established that the first time when I said, no, thank you. So he's like, oh, okay. Like a little sad puppy, and went to the room and fell asleep. So I continued to do chores because I had an appointment at like 8 or something like that. So I continued to do chores, walking around, washing clothes, folding clothes, putting things away, looking through the photos like I was doing my own thing, just cleaning up. He then went to sleep, and time come. The time came where your leasing office is open. It's time for you to leave. So I walk in the room and I see him there laying with his mouth open. I almost wanted to just go over there and slap him. Just because when I walk in, it's like, ew, I can't believe he had the audacity to ask me to lay with him. I feel like you can see people in that light when you like them or something. I am tolerating you for carpool. That's it. So then I went in there and I nudged him like, hey, time to wake up. And he's like, oh, 5 more minutes, 10 more minutes. I was like, you know what? I'm just fold my little clothes. That way he can be like, oh, they still not open, whatever. We gonna get him a little time to make sure they open up, everything open. So I put away my towels, and he had till then. It wasn't no damn 10 minutes, but I put everything away. Now it's time to go. So I went in there, woke him up. He's still dragging his feet like, brother, I'm gonna need you to wrap this up. I got places to be. So he finally get in the car, and then we head to his apartment. And when we get to his apartment, he ain't called no leasing office. He ain't going through the front door. He went in through the garage. And just went upstairs. And I was just like, oh, interesting. Okay. Maybe he had his neighbor help him up or something, because he was speaking about a neighbor, and I'll mention her shortly. But yeah, so he went inside. And then I was just like, okay, whatever. I made sure he got inside, and I drove off. I went to my appointment. And then the next day we went to work as usual. He rode or whatever in the car. But then on the way back from work, we drove straight to the veterinarian because my dog, she had like, not a procedure, but I think they did like a deep ear cleaning because she has issues with her ears. So we took her to the vet, but we had to go pick her up. But we wanted to get there before they closed, because they closed at like 6, and it takes us time to get across the bridge. So we wanted to go straight there instead of dropping him off. Now, she's a German Shepherd, and she was sedated, so she wasn't like all the way there, but I didn't know how she would react to him. So I sat in the back seat and he sat in the front. Now, my mom went in to go get her, and we were sitting in the parking lot, and then he was just like, don't make this weird. Don't make this weird. I'm like, what? And because I'm like, you get on my nerves. But he was just like, just don't make this weird. He was like, but did you tell your mom about what I asked you last night? Now, mind you, in my head, I'm thinking he just young, immature, and was drunk. Like, I didn't think he thought much of what was going on. So I'm just like, okay, whatever. Like, I didn't think there would be an additional discussion after it. And I was just like, no. Mind you, I did. I don't care. He don't like liars, but I don't give a damn. He lied to me. So, I was like, no, I didn't, it's whatever. And then he was like, did you tell HR? I was like, no. And then he was like, looking at me. And I was like, you looking at me like you don't believe me. He was like, well, I guess I'll find out. I guess you will. So then my mom brought in the dog, and then we drove him home. And then that was just like the first time that he like kind of tried to test me. And that was about a month into knowing him. Not even a month. It was really 3 weeks into saying any of those things. I think he picked up on the fact that I do not want him. And it will never be. So he stopped making like those comments and like doing those little advances or whatever. But he still continued to ride in the car, and he continued to talk about the different women that he was dating or was seeing or who was into him and just all these weird things. I feel like this people are getting on my nerves. So yeah, he continued to do that. And then as for like his relationship with the coworkers, it was still weird because I guess he went back to talking to Scott. Him and Scott got cool again. And I always thought their relationship was weird. But even the girl, they would still talk. But when it came to him, the girl, and Scott, I ain't gonna give her name because she here briefly. When it came between him, the girl, and Scott, there was moments where I feel like they would pick on him and bully him, like videotape him and like just do like little teenage stuff. And I thought it was weird and immature. And I was just like, y'all just annoying. So I distanced myself. I don't really know what they whole get down was, but it was strange. Now, I do think at some point something happened between him and the girl because they was cool. And then the next minute, she kind of was giving him the cold shoulder, like they would be cool and not cool. So he kind of made passes at everybody. So I wouldn't be shocked if something just went left with them. Like something at some point must have went left. Now, mind you, she stopped working. She was one of the first people to stop working there. She ended up leaving, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But it was something weird that happened between them. I'm almost certain because something weird happens between all of them. But him and Scott got cool again. So after that, yeah, we just continued to ride, and I started to notice more things and to pick up on more things. So I'm gonna just leave this part here so I can pick up on the next one. All right, so one thing I did forget to mention about his encounter being at my house, he asked me a question when we were sitting on the couch, and I feel like he was foreshadowing. He was like, yeah, how do you know I'm not crazy? And I'm just like, well, you work at the job, and the kind of industry that we're in, background checks are very important. I'm like, I'm sure they did a background check on you, so you can't be that damn crazy. I'm like, you wouldn't be working there. So that was kind of like my logic. Little did I know. So I was just like, you can't be that crazy. And he was just like, oh, like, but I'm like, why would you ask that? But then again, I'm just thinking he's stupid. So I left it at that. Then another thing he mentioned to me, I'm just trying to show to y'all, like, the boy is slow. I had a sweater on. It wasn't super long, but it had like just like a little bit of skin showing. And I had my sweats on. So I had on a sweater that was kind of cropped, but it wasn't severely cropped. And then I had on my sweats, and you can see like a little slither of my stomach. And this man goes, did you have a C-section? Mind you, I don't have children. I don't have any children whatsoever. I have not been with child. And I'm just like, and he knows that I have no kids, and I don't have kids. I said, I don't have any kids. He was like, I know. It just, I guess he saw a piece of my stomach, and I have the line that goes up my stomach, only on like underneath my belly button. And I was just like, but that's not a C-section. Like, I was just like, no. Like, I just left it at that because I'm just like, I don't want to make somebody feel like they dumb, but that was not a wise question. So that was just like two things that I forgot to mention. But yeah, so basically moving forward, things that I noticed when carpooling, or just things that I feel like is relevant when we were carpooling that I'm going to mention. I had at one point taken notes. So I'll just go back to some of the things that he mentioned to us. So I already said he was from Baton Rouge. He already told us about the two friends. He said that he had his own place here. He also said that he had a car. So he would always say that he had a car. He showed us a photo of the car, and he was talking about he was going to get like a new car. He was always just giving us all this information that we did not ask for. Now, mind you, where we worked at, I was back office, and he was like front house, like he was client facing. So we had different hours when we come in and out of work, which was also annoying because his hours was different from ours. So we would actually be waiting for him to get off of work. We would stay a little bit later waiting for him so we can just not ditch him. We were just trying to be nice. But yeah, so he was client facing. But I say that to say there was some times where he had to work Saturdays. my mom's position and my position, we don't have to work Saturdays, so that just wasn't a thing. But he was saying like, oh, he'll drive in, like what route should he take, like he's having a whole conversation about this. And when his car, we've never seen his car, he never drove anywhere, but this is just what he was telling us. Something else he said that he does YouTube. But he said that he does YouTube, and it came about because my mom, she loved telling my business. Everybody think that I'm just gonna be this YouTuber. I am not. I'm too stuck in my ways to really be successful on anything with social media. But and also I don't really like a lot of people. Like, not like people in general, just I don't like a lot of attention. But yeah, so he said he had a YouTube, and then my mom mentioned my YouTube. He's like, oh, what's your YouTube? And I was just like, whatever, I guess I'll share. I'm not as stingy with that information. Back in the day, what? You would have to pry that out of me. So I gave him my YouTube channel, and he was like, yeah, I got one too. And I was like, oh, what's yours? He's like, oh, I'll send it to you. Never sent it to me. But he said he had a YouTube. He'd be like gaming on there with his friends, and he'd be making money on there. Like, this is what he said. I'm just like, okay, the gaming has nothing to do with me. I wasn't that interested. But I was just curious, because I'm like, you say you got it, you got mine, but you don't want to give yours. Weird. He said he did music, like he'd be producing music, and one of his songs kind of blew up on Instagram and blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, okay, one thing about me, I'm not into the up and coming artists. I do not want to hear your music. I don't want to give you an opinion because, you know, it's not even that whether it's good or bad. I ain't no music critic, but I can tell you whether I like it or I don't, but I don't want to discourage nobody from their dreams. So I'm just like, don't share it. Also, what else did he say? Yeah, music, and on Instagram, the song took off. So he was saying he got like a lot of followers. He had like 20-something thousand followers. And I'm just like, okay, whatever. We would drop him off. Every time we dropped him off, he always came out the garage, or he always went into the garage. And there was times where we didn't drop him off at his house. We would drop him off at a bar nearby, a bar a lot, honestly. And that's when we was like, you got a drinking problem, brother. You hear it too often. Oh, I just get one beer. Lying. And we just like, okay, whatever, we drop him off. He would also go to the barbershop a lot. The barbershop, it was an interesting encounter there one time. We dropped him off, and he was upset that the barber wasn't there. Like, he tend to become like possessive over people. Usually just some of the males that he would speak about, because he would talk to us about females, but he wouldn't have like repeat females that he would talk about, or women, I should say, because I know some people don't like the term females. But yeah, so he was talking about like women that a lot, but it wasn't like repeated women. It wasn't the same woman, but males, it was like repeats. And he would seem somewhat possessive over them. So one was his barber. Like, he was just like, I don't know why he's not here. I asked him if he's going to be here, like just getting so upset. And I made a slick comment, because I'm like, you got your nerve to be upset about somebody not being there when you stay playing with my time. And I was just saying something like, now you know how it feels. And then he just went like, what? Because my mom heard me, so she laughed. And he was like, what? I'm not gay. I was like, what? Like, where did that come from? He was like, I'm not gay. Yeah, what? And I was just like, nobody said that. Like, where did you hear that from? So that was a weird encounter, because I never called the boy gay. I don't care if you are. I don't care if you aren't. Like, that ain't got nothing to do with me. You ain't, I don't care. Do what you do. But I thought that was really strange. And then he would also ask us to take him to the smoke shop, because as I told y'all, he was a bit of a crackhead when it came to the vape. So that was one of the other habits that I saw. Let me see. And one thing I also noticed, because when he asked me that night to pick him up, I was like, why didn't you ask your friends? The two friends that you said you knew before you came out here. And that's when he's like, oh, well, the nurse, I think he said he had a girlfriend, or the other one had a girlfriend, and he'd just be working. So, he didn't really have time, and he lived in the city, and we was in Oakland. So that was like his excuse. And I'm just like, okay, I guess, whatever. And then, yeah, also he was kind of possessive of that coworker, Scott, because when Scott wouldn't invite him or tell him certain things, he would get so upset. And I remember one time, like, he don't have to tell you nothing. And some of the stuff that you want him to tell you is not for him to tell you. Like, that was somebody else's business. They invited him. They clearly didn't invite you. So you know when you're not wanted somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So I was just like, he don't have to tell you anything. Oh, something else he was doing a lot. Like, we would, like I said, we had different times. As in, like, when we had to leave and be out of work, because he was like client facing, he had to wait until that part of the business was closed. We were back office, so we could leave like an hour before him. He wouldn't let us know when he was staying in the city. Like, he had a bad habit of not letting us know when he would stay in the city. So he'd be like, oh, actually, I'm going to stay. But we just waited 45 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes for you to get off work. Like, he would piss me off. So that was something that was interesting. But I say that because after that, like sometimes I would like send him a message on Teams like, hey, are you riding with us? Like if we would have more of a communication because of that. And I say that because that becomes important. And he would always talk about dating. So I will probably get more in detail in the next clip. But he would talk about dating a lot. He would be in the car talking about dating, all these different girls he was going on dates with. And he would just offer up this information and try and ask for advice. I don't know if he was doing it just to let us know, like, oh, I could pool, like I could get women. Either way it go, neither one of us cared, but he would offer that. So I'm going to divulge into some other things in the next clip. Okay, so now I'm going to get into some of the weird stories. Like this was a long time period, so I just want to make that clear. We started carpooling like end of September, beginning of October, all the way until May. So this is just different things that occurred during that time. So I do want to just discuss some things. Now, there was a time because I was like, maybe he just needs friends. Like, I am a nice person. I'm not super naive, but I try to be nice and give people the benefit of the doubt and just try to give people some grace. So that's just kind of like what I was doing early on. Because I honestly thought he was love. So I was giving him some grace. So at some point I was like, well, maybe he just needs to find friends who kind of fall within his age range or, similar people who are doing decent, doing good. So at one point I invited him to go to the pumpkin patch with me, my friend. And she has a family, a beautiful little family. And she has a great husband. They just have a cute family, children and all that. Now, he did not go. I invited him like kind of last minute. I'm just like, maybe this will be a decent idea. Help him get some normal friends or something like that. Not necessarily my friends, but because my friend's husband is slightly younger than us, I'm like, maybe the people he work with, or he can introduce him to somebody, not him in particular. But he ended up like not responding to my text when I invited him. And I ended up going without him. So I thank God that he did not come because, like I said, my friend and her husband, they have a beautiful family. They're nice people. Like, I'm so glad that he was not introduced to this person in any way, as I know that he would have caused them so much grief. So I thank God that I was able to, to protect people that I care about, basically. That was one time that I did like invite him out somewhere. So other weird things that happened. We picked him up one time, and this is just things like you could question it, but who had the time? Like, I really didn't care. So we picked him up one time and we didn't even drive a block. He was like, oh, I need to go back and leave my keys. I was like, what, your house keys? He was like, yeah, I need to go put them on the table. I was like, why? I was like, you can't put them in your backpack? This whole time I'm thinking he carrying keys with him every day. So I'm like, you can't put it in your backpack? He was like, oh, I just don't want to lose them. And I was like, I mean, if you know yourself. So we turned around and we let him take it in the house. Because before I was like, are you leaving them for somebody? Like, is there somebody who's looking for them? He was like, no. So you want to go leave your house keys on the coffee table in an empty house? Like, I'm confused. So we took him back and then he came back down. I was just like, okay. And I thought that was weird, but I didn't question it more because I did not give a damn. And then there was another time where we picked him up and he was late. And he comes down and he giving Tyrone Bigham energy. Like he's giving crackhead. He was like, you think we could stop by the smoke shop? And we said no, because he was already late. So I was like, no. So we get in the car, we drive, and we going across the bridge. And he was like, he was telling us how he lost his vape. And I'm just like, good, you don't need that. So he's telling us how he lost his vape. And he was like, he was at a party and he was smoking on his vape, but he had to go to the bathroom. He was sharing his vape with somebody, complete stranger that he does not know. And he asked the dude to hold it while he went into the bathroom. He came back, the dude was gone. So he ain't had his vape since like last night. So he like when I say literally like just freaking out, I'm just like, this is scary and you be doing that up in the car. That's a problem. I don't want none of that up in my system. So he was like, oh, do you think you can Google smoke shops in the city? And I'm just, well, he didn't say the city. I feel like that's more if you're from the Bay, like you say the city to town, like you use different lingo. But yeah, he was like in the city and I was just like, why you can't do it? Like, where your phone? He was like, it's dead. I'm just like, ain't nothing about you put together. So I Googled something, but I texted it to him. What was I supposed to do? Let him hold my phone? I wish I would. So I sent it to him. And then we get to the job, and later on that day, he was like, yeah, I had somebody, I did an Uber, and I just texted the Uber like, hey, do you think you could just stop by the smoke shop? I'm not there, but if you could just do it, I'll give you some good money. And he was like, okay, so that's how he got his vape. So that was another weird story. crackhead energy. And then there was another time where he said that his cousin was out here living with him, and he just received an email from the leasing office saying that he needs to add his cousin onto the lease or he needs to have him leave because he has been there for more than 5 days. And I was just like, okay, what's the problem? Are you going to add him to the lease or not? And he was like, well, I don't want to add him to the lease because they're probably going to do a background check and he got a criminal history. And I'm like, well, what did he go to jail for? And I'm just like trying to explain to him, like, it is the property's responsibility to do their due diligence to make sure that they are aware of who is living in that building. If your cousin has a serious charge, such as things that have to do with women or children or violence, like, this is something that they need to know, because if something goes down in that building, they may be held liable. He was like, no, I mean, he got something going on, but it's nothing like that. And he was just like, yeah, because, you know, he like a criminal. And he was trying to make it seem like he painted his cousin in a bad light so we could just look so down on him. I'm like, he ain't the first criminal I'd admit. Like, it's not that deep, but I'm just like, they're just doing their due diligence. So you either need to have him sign the lease or, you know, have him leave. And he was like, well, what happened if I just let him stay there and don't sign the lease? I said, then y'all both gonna be homeless. You know what I'm saying? You can do that if you want to, but you risk your ability to stay there at that point. And he was like, well, what if the background check or his credit score come back bad? I said, well, you were able to get the apartment on your own, right? They're just adding him on there as it's the process. And this is just me speaking. Like, I've never rented apartments. I live with family homes, or, you know, kind of rented from family. So he was just like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna figure it out. But yeah, he was trying to make it seem like his cousin was in a bad light. Like, oh, it was his older cousin. He just trying to help him out. You know, he fell on rough times. He, the only one, you know, trying to really help him out and get his life together. So he flew him out from Baton Rouge and he been staying with him for a little while. And I'm just like, oh, okay. So then we left it at that. He was like, okay, I'll figure it out. Like, that was a Friday. So come Monday, my mom asked, like, what happened? She was like, oh, let me tell you about it. Let me tell you what happened. So at this point, I be tuning them out. So I'm turning down my headphones, like, what's going on? I want to know what happened. Nosy. That's my problem. I was nosy. And so he was like, yeah, let me tell you about it. Like, he got hype. So I'm listening, like, what happened? He was like, yeah, so I was at home. I'm making a pork chop. I'm cooking my pork chop. And my cousin said behind me. He was like, yeah. So I went down to the leasing office to express my concerns. And he was like, Ninja, what concerns you got? Like, this is what he's saying. So at this point, you know, story kind of getting good. So I'm listening. They don't know I'm listening, but yeah. So he was like, yeah, I asked him, well, you know, what concerns you got? So he said he walked down to the leasing office, told the leasing office what his concerns was and that he wasn't signing the lease. And he's like, what? Like, he was like, you know, because he was trying to figure it out. He was trying to solve it. And we was just like, okay, you know, like, what happened next? So he was like, yeah, he told him his concerns. I said, so what was the concerns? He said, I don't know. I was just so flustered. Like, I wasn't even really listening. I'm just looking at him because I'm like, you know, I thought he was kidding, but he don't look like, he not the type to joke. So I'm like, I don't really know what to take from it. So I'm just like, oh, okay. So, you know, what happened next? And which is basically what we're trying to figure out. Like, he telling us what happened next. He was like, yeah, so at this point, I'm just like frustrated. I say, you know, we need some time apart. And so I ended up getting him a hotel and I made sure they saw him leave on the camera. Like, make sure you leave. Because one of his things, like, how did they see you? How did they see you? You know, I told you, you just stay in the room. Don't leave. You know, what was you doing? I said, well, they probably see him coming in and out of the place. Like, what are you talking about? He ain't got to be walking around and doing nothing crazy. It's just, you're not a tenant here. So that's basically what I was telling him. So he was like, yeah, he had to get some space. He put him in a hotel room. We just need some time apart. So that's kind of where that story had ended. And we were just like, okay, it was kind of a funny story, what have you, whatever. Next, he said he took time off where he didn't come to work. So he went to go visit his family in Baton Rouge because his grandma had died. So he went down there for her funeral. That's what he told us. So those were some of, like, just the weird stories that he told us that become relevant later on. And I just thought the man was weird. And he was still doing that damn vaping thing. So at this point, I think he's starting to catch on. I don't really like him. I don't care for his present because he was vaping and I would roll down the window because I don't want that stuff up in my lungs. And my mom clearly never smelled it, but I always did. And I just didn't want to be that person to be mean. So I'm just trying to be nice, trying to work on myself. And I'm not a mean person, but when I don't like you, I don't like you. So at one point he was like, oh, why do you keep rolling your window down? Is that because of me? And I was like, yeah. And then he was like, "Oh, I never noticed that." I was like, "Well, you caught on eventually." And I was just like, "I don't like the vape. Like, I don't care to have it in my system." So he continued to vape. He would just roll down the window now when he would vape. I'm like, and my mom asked him to stop eventually, but he was just so inconsiderate. Overall, inconsiderate. But those are just some of the weird stories that came about while we were writing together. Okay, so now I'm going to get into some of like the dating apps and whatnot. So he would meet a lot of girls on apps and would date them. At least that's what he told us. But I kind of believe it because I do think that somehow, some way, there are some people who find him to be charming, somewhat attractive. I never found him to be attractive or charming. But based off of like what people would say, like when they found out some of the weird stuff, they would be like, "Oh wow, he's kind of attractive. Like I can see." I don't know what y'all see, but yeah, that is one of the things that he kind of like wrote on. Now, mind you, he would date a lot of these, like it was always a new girl. And I'm just like, okay, like, you may want to slow your roll. You got a lot going on. So he was on dating apps and doing different things like that. Now, mind you, one of the times while we were driving him, he ended up losing his phone. So he said his phone broke or he lost it or something like that. So he had to get a new one. I'm going to come back to the phone. But that was something that he said. So I'm like, okay, whatever. So he would date around. One of the dating stories that he told us that was very weird and became extremely relevant later on in my investigation was that he was on a date with a girl. Now, mind you, I don't think he likes black women. I think he actually fears us. Thank God. But he don't like black women like that. And the ones that he do encounter give him little to no time. So he was on a date with a girl, and I think she was black. And I think how we even got into this because we was asking, because like he was talking about like all the different girls that he would date. But she was black, and I guess they went on a little date, and he was taking her back to her apartment. When they got to her apartment, he said that she wanted him to stay over, but he couldn't stay over because he had work the next day. So she got upset, and when she got upset, she like shut the door and called him a name. I believe it was loser, and the reason why I feel like it was loser because apparently that name triggers something for him. So she said that, and then I guess he got upset and got out the car like, "Why would you call me that?" So he kind of tried to confront her about it, and she was just like, they was kind of going back and forth. And at this point, he was like, "Where's your phone?" And she was like, "Oh no, like I must have left it in the lift." So he didn't expect her to be able to catch the car, but she like chased the car, went down to the car. The guy was like, "Your phone is not in here." So then he proceeds to take her phone out of his pocket. And at that point, now she calling him a thief. We went from loser to thief. So she calling him a thief. And he was like, "Well, why did you call me that?" Because she was like, "You stole my phone. Like you literally just took my phone." She's like, "You're crazy. Like you're a thief." He's like, "But I don't understand why you call me that," or whatever. So they going back and forth. And he said eventually, he told her he'll go back to his place, change, and then come back. So I guess she left the door unlocked. And this doesn't make sense because I believe she lived in an apartment complex. So how did you get in the building? Especially in the Bay Area, people love being Karens. They ain't about to let you in any and every building. But he said that she asked him to come back, I guess after he changed, so he agreed. So he went to change, and then he came back. He said he went to her apartment, walked in, saw that she was asleep, and left out. And then she got upset and was texting him saying, like, "Why would you leave my door unlocked all night?" Like, basically just cussing him out. And I'm like, y'all both weird because, girl, what? You found him to be a loser. He just stole your phone. He went back up. But then again, he be lying, so I don't know if that was true. But that was the story that he told. So the stealing of the phone was weird. So that was one of the stories that he told. He also mentioned like a week before the story takes a bit of a turn, that he met the love of his life. He was walking in downtown Oakland and met the love of his life. She was walking her dog, and he was just talking about how this was the one. So we was just like, okay, he giving us information, but he said something about her being Hispanic, which is why I think we kind of touched base on the black girl, but what was that? He said something about her being Hispanic, and like I guess he's had bad experience with this Hispanic women and them being crazy or cussing them out or something like that. I don't know. But that was something that he was talking about. And he said she was a butcher. She was on a cooking show and all this other type of stuff, just giving us all this information. And he sent me a link when I was at work, like of an article about her being a butcher or being on a cooking show. So I guess he was scared because his experience with them, I guess they've been a little extra in the fact that she good with knives. I guess he was a little nervous. We're gonna get to that too. So I'm like, okay, whatever. I mean, this girlfriend can of paint. I mean, if you're going to date her, then date her. Don't judge her based off of her race. Like, that's not really fair. You wouldn't want nobody to do that to you. So he did end up going on a date with her. And he was like kind of getting at like what she wore on a date, saying, oh, she wore this like pink top and this green shoes. Like he was just saying like she was wearing all these crazy colors. And he was like, and then she said she wasn't hungry, but then when we went to go get some, she was tearing that cheese plate up and all this. I'm like, okay. He showed me like a sneak video of him trying to show like she was tearing the cheese plate up. It didn't look like she was tearing that up. And her clothes was not weird. She had on like a maroon skirt and like a gray shirt or something like that. Like he was making it way bigger than what it had to be. So I was just like, okay, like what? So then after the date, he like, well, she ain't text me back. And I'm like, well, when did you guys go on a date? It was like yesterday. I mean, it was the day before, but like at night, like they parted ways at like 9:00 or something like that. And this is like 7 a.m. talking about she hasn't responded to me. And I'm like, well, give her some time. Like, she not about to just be responding to you like that. And I'm like, maybe today wasn't good. Give her some time. At least give her, longer. Let her get into her day before she responds. And then I guess he ended up texting her like, he said, if you don't go on another date with me, I'm going to jump in the lake. I said, did she block you? Because she should have blocked you. Did she block you? He was like, no, read it. Like, no, I said it because we were at the Lake Merritt. There was some guy who came up to us and I was like, God, like, leave us alone or something. So he gave some weird story. I said, I would have blocked you. So he was like in his head after he said that, I would have blocked you. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So that's basically like what was going on. So he said that. And then that was like when they had their date. And I think it was like that weekend. So then come Tuesday. So let's say we was talking on Monday. Come Tuesday, we come to pick him up. And this is where stuff started to take a bit of a turn. So come Tuesday, we go and pick him up. And we go to pick him up. And then he decides that, or he comes down and he looks sick. He looked toe to hell up. And I'm just like, I don't even know if I want you in the car. Like, what you got going on? So he looks sick as hell. He get in the car and we like, you good? He's like, he not feeling well. So we like, okay, whatever. Or this might have been like a Wednesday. No, it was a Tuesday, I think. He get in the car sick as hell. And I'm just like, okay, this is different. We get to the job. We go our separate ways, have a good day. And then we go through our work day. I'm like, what's going on outside? We go through our work day. At the end of the work shift, I'm texting him. Well, I was going to send him a Teams message like, hey, is you riding back with us? I saw that his was like yellow, like, so he must not be here, or he must already clocked out or something. So then I go to text him like, hey, is you riding with us? Is you riding with us? Like, I'm asking, no response. Mind you, I never went downstairs to see if he was there, but actually I did, but I didn't see him there. So I'm just like, oh, maybe he's like on a break or something. So I'm texting him like, are you riding with us? He didn't say nothing. I was like, all right, bet, we about to leave. So we left. And then the next morning, I'm like, hey, are you riding with us? Are you going to be rolling with us? No response. So I'm just like, okay, I don't think he's riding with us. So this was probably a Wednesday, Tuesday. I don't know what day this was. I can't even remember, but basically it was the next day. So we went into work. I had to leave early that day because I had an appointment. So I'm just like, my mom was going to catch Bart and I was going to pick her up. So I ended up going to my appointment. And while I was at my appointment, my mom was like, oh, he went home sick. They said he went home sick yesterday. So in my head, I'm like, oh, he went home sick. I'm like, well, we ain't heard from him. And he said he lived alone. He has no family. So I'm like, he looked really bad that day. So I'm like, maybe he passed out in his apartment. Like, he don't have nobody to check on him from what he's told us. So I'm like, ooh, what should we do? Like, should we do a welfare check? So this is what I asked my mom. I was like, should we do a welfare check? And she was like, yeah, do a welfare check. Now, mind you, I don't think she know what a welfare check is. I'm like, it doesn't tell me calling the police. So I called the cops and I was like, hey, just trying to do a welfare check on my coworker. I saw him yesterday morning, heard he went home sick in the afternoon, and I haven't heard from him since. To my knowledge, he doesn't have any friends or family, and he lives alone, and he was really sick that day. I was wondering if anybody can go and basically check on him. I said, I don't know what apartment he lives in. I just know where his apartment building is. And they was like, okay, go ahead and send us the address and we'll send an officer out there. I was like, okay. Okay, so I basically did a welfare check. I called the police, and they said they would send somebody over. But after I hung up with the police, I'm like, you know what? I could just call the leasing office. I was like, I don't know why I didn't think of that. I wonder what time they close. So I was like, let me see if I can find a number. So I found the number. I gave them a call, and basically I gave them a call, and I was like, hey, I'm calling because my coworker lives in your building. I haven't heard from him in a while. He went home sick and he was pretty sick. And I was just wondering if you guys could just go upstairs and knock on his apartment to see if he's okay. The guy was like, yeah, what's his name? So I gave him his name and he was like, He's like, oh, yeah, I know who you talking about. He don't live here. I said, huh? He's like, yeah, he don't live here. He not a tenant here. I said, sir, I pick him up every day out of the week to go to work except for like the weekends. During the week, I'm there picking him up. He's like, yeah, I know who you're talking about, because we kept receiving a lot of mail for him here. And we didn't know who it belonged to. So we finally went up to the apartment. He was like, there was a girl there. And we told her, yeah, he needs to be added to a lease, but he ain't been added to a lease yet. So he don't live here. I was like, you know what? Maybe he's living a double life. I said, I've done my part. I checked in on him. I would hope, if somebody I cared about was in the same situation, people would at least see if they got a pulse. So I was like, I did my part and I hung up. So then when I went to work the next day, I was telling my coworkers, because they're all asking us because he rode in with us. So I don't know if it's because we all black. Maybe they thought we was all family, but we not. But people would like stay asking us. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. I said, I called around, see if somebody could check on him. I ain't heard nothing. And then word got around that he was let go. And I was like, dang, that's messed up. They let him go. He could just be sick in a hospital somewhere. Like, what's going on? So my coworker was like, ooh, we could check to see if he's like in the hospital or in jail. Like, I know how to check to see if somebody has been arrested because I was checking for my family member. I thought that they had got arrested. I was like, okay. So we happened to know his birthday because we had a Cinco de Mayo party and he was like, oh yeah, my birthday's coming up. So his birthday's in May. So we knew exactly what day and I knew what year because I knew what our age difference was. I think we're like 5 years apart. So we were able to have his birthday and his name. So I type it in. She told me what the website was. I type it in. Nothing came up because, the little I am not an alien thing was at the bottom and I did it wrong. So we're doing it at the same time. And she just goes, I'm like, what happened? So we found out the boy was in jail. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, what was he arrested for? So we find out that he's in jail and that the charges was crazy. I don't know how to work TikTok, but if I could put like a comment, I don't know if they pin comments or nothing or something like that, but I will put it in maybe the comments or the description. I really don't know how I'm gonna do it. But I'm like pre-recording these because I feel like it just will be hard for me to do this. And God forbid some people get interested. I don't want the pressure of trying to keep up. So yeah, I found out he was in jail and the felonies was like real. But if you are like triggered by like DV or anything like that, then you may not want to listen to this portion or continue on for the rest of the story because it gets quite serious. So we looking at it and one of the charges was like battery or violence against a domestic partner or spouse or something like that, or living partner. I'm just like, what? Because I was like, I thought he lived alone. And then there was another one where it says something about like him having a weapon and using it. So I'm like, interesting. And then there was more for like violence, like physical violence. Like I can't remember each one, but I'm gonna try and list it because I did take a screenshot of the inmate locator screen. So I was just like, oh, okay, so this is interesting. But we had to go into like a meeting when we found out the information. So we both like, oh my goodness, like basically at this point, my other coworkers kind of picked up on it. So he was already gone from the company at that point. And I had realized, I was like, oh, okay. I was like, dang, well, how did they know? I'm like, well, he probably could have kept his job. Like, how did they just like cut him loose? No call, no show. So I was just curious. And then nothing happened from that. Now, what I did forget to say was when I did the welfare check and there was no response or anything like that, I did send him like a slight text, like, I don't know what you got going on. Hope you good. Basically very simple. Like, because I wouldn't want my family member to be out somewhere and, in a ditch somewhere and nobody bothered to check up on him. But I did my due diligence. I ain't hunting this person down. I ain't looking for him like that. But because my coworker was also as nosy as I was in some instances, we were able to figure out that he was in jail. So I'm like, oh, he in jail. He in jail. And then somebody else shared information with me that, yeah, he's been arrested before. I think he was arrested out here for public intoxication, and he had DUIs back where he was from. So back in Baton Rouge. And I was just like, oh, or back in Louisiana, I should say. I don't know if it was Baton Rouge specifically. But I was like, oh, okay. So I'm like, I don't do background checks around here. But he came through a temp agency. So I don't think a DUI would have been enough for us to stop him anyway. But also, I think the temp agency was the one who ran the background check. And maybe the background checks that they run is different from what we do. So I don't know if what he currently had on his record was enough to keep him from having the job. So I'm like, ooh, what? Like, I'm like, okay, this is crazy. So then I went back home, and I think it was either that day or the next day. I'm asleep, like I'm going to sleep, and I get a call. And mind you, it's during the week. So if it's during the week, my phone is typically on Do Not Disturb unless it was a Friday. I get a call, and it said Trey. Now, mind you, it said Trey too, because he had two phones because the first phone broke, like I said. It said Trey, and I was just like, oh, he must have got a booty phone. But I was like, no, this is his phone. So I'm like, okay, he must be free. So then I pick up the phone. I'm like, hello? And he's like, hey, friend, you know what? I shouldn't have sent that damn text. I'm just too nice. So I sent that text, and that's probably why he called me. So he's like, hey, friend. And I was like, hello? He was like, do you think you can do me a favor and come pick me up? And I said, and take you where? He was like, that's the thing. I'm going to keep doing this. It's a force of habit. But he was like, that's the thing. I can't go back to my apartment for a couple days. And I was just like, okay, give me a moment. So I hung up the phone. I called my mom. I said, oh, guess who just called me? Trey just called me. And she was like, what? What'd he say? I said, he asked me to pick him up. And he can't go back to his apartment. I was like, he can't stay here. He can't stay here. So the first time he didn't even have my address. Like, he didn't remember where I took him. Like, so I'm just like, I really don't want him knowing my information. But when I went back on the inmate locator page, it was gone. Like, his information was gone. So I'm like, oh, he must really be free. So I ended up, and you know, it's crazy. I knew it was because I think at one point he shared his location with me. Why? I don't know. But it did say Dublin, and it was Santa Rita jail. That's where it was, I guess, when I looked at the thing. But I also wasn't really looking. It just said Dublin. It didn't say the jail, I guess. I don't know. It was something weird. But yeah, so I'm just like, okay, you know what? I'm going to just tell him, you know, I got somebody staying here. So he could stay here for a couple days, but then he has to go. So then I called him back. I was like, all right, I'll pick you up. You can stay for a couple days, but I have company coming in a few days, so you're going to have to leave. And he's like, okay, that's fine. He was like, a couple days, you know, that's cool with me. And I was like, where you need me to pick you up from, Dublin? And he was like, no. It was like a weird pause. He's like, no, Oakland. I was like, okay. So I hung up. I was like, send me your location. So he sent me his location, so I went to go pick him up. Now, mind you, I just wanted to know what happened. I wanted to know what happened because there was some crazy charges. Why are you free? Like, you know, and at one point I did ask about bail. I had asked my dad because I don't want to call him a career criminal on the internet, but he got a record himself. And my brother now, he's a career criminal. So I'm like, he probably familiar with. So I'm just asking, just doing my research. But he thinking that I love this boy and all this. And I'm just like, yeah, you about to be blocked, brother. Connect me to this man one more time. I'm just doing my investigation. I feel like I got somebody on the inside. So that's why I'm asking you. But then eventually he turned out to be useless. So I hung up. Don't you bail that man out? I wish I would. I wouldn't bail. I don't do bail. That's not a thing. So yeah, you know, I work too hard for my money to be sent to the penitentiary. I already get it from the taxes. So yeah, so that's basically how we got to the point. So I was like, okay, I'll come pick you up. So I got in my car and I headed his way. Okay, so I go to pick him up, and after he sent the location, so I go to pick him up. He in like some weird bar. Bars is something that he loved to be in. So he had this bar, and he hopped in the car in his little jailhouse shoes, and I hit him with the free man. You a free man now. And he was just like, how did you know? And I was just like, it's public record. Like, it's not hard to look it up. We just need your name and your date of birth. And I was like, and we knew when your birthday was because you told us. So he was just like, oh. And I was like, well, what happened? Like, I'm curious. And he was just like, oh, I got into it with my girlfriend. I said, you got a girlfriend? He was like, yeah, we've been dating for like a year. And I was just like, oh, okay, interesting. So he was like, so again, little trigger warning. If you have things when it comes to DV, you may not want to continue to watch. But basically, he was saying that he found out she was cheating on him. So he was so upset. They arguing. While they was arguing, he was like, let me see your phone. He was like, she willingly gave him his phone or her phone. So as he looking through the phone, he minded his business, like looking for more stuff, I guess. I guess she got upset, and he said she grabbed I don't know which can't be said on here. Grabbed something that was pointy and decided to come at him. So he fighting her off, and then he said he pushed her and like basically got it out of her hand. And once he pushed her, she hit her head and her nose started bleeding. So he said because her nose started bleeding, he wanted to make sure that she was okay. So he ended up getting an Uber and taking her to the hospital. They live near 2 hospitals. It's like downtown Oakland. It's not, hospitals ain't far. So he was able to take her to the hospital. When he got to the hospital, he forgot that he took what she had in her hand away from her and put it in his pocket. So he said he put it in his pocket. He went through the metal detector at the hospital, and they found it. And they basically was like, with that and the fact that her nose was bleeding, she holding her head, they ended up calling the police. The police showed up, and they ended up taking him to jail because they had to take somebody or whatever. But he was like, he didn't bail out, that they dropped the charges. And I was just like, oh, okay, interesting. So I'm like, whatever, people get into it. I don't know what people got going on. It's kind of hard in those situations to kind of really navigate what's going on. Especially, I didn't even know the girl existed. So I'm just like, okay. So that's interesting because remember how I told you, remember how I said I would drop him off, and he would always go through the garage. There was one time he went through the garage and there was this big old security guard there, and this girl, she looked like a white girl. So I was just like, okay, I'm thinking that's the neighbor, because he said he had this neighbor that lived across from him that would give him food and would always give him stuff when he was on his way to work, and he would kick it with her. And I'm just like, oh, okay. So that's basically something that occurred, but that neighbor ended up moving out. But that must have been the girlfriend. So at that point, I'm starting to connect it out. Like, oh, that must have been the girlfriend. And I was like, why you can't go back to your place? He was like, I think she took me off my lease. How could she take me off my lease? I said, well, how did she get on your lease? Well, he was like, I should have never added her to my lease. I should have never added her to my lease. And I'm just like, okay. He was like, but how could she remove me from my lease? I said, I don't know. I said, I'm assuming maybe because of the situation, she had a protective order of some sort, so she was able to remove you without a problem. I really don't know how that works, but I'm assuming that's all I can go off of what the information provided. And he was like, yeah, and I got fired. And he was like, he received an email from the temp agency saying that he was fired. And I said, why was he fired? He said, because they said it was unprofessional for him to ask his supervisor to bail him out. I said, what? He was like, yeah. So basically what happened was he called Scott when he was first in jail, and he kicked it with multiple people at work. It was Scott, the girl, and a supervisor that worked there. And I think the supervisor was like a floater, like he wasn't at that particular location, but he would float. So he basically called Scott, and Scott was like, do you see your charges? Like, why are you calling me? Basically, he said, like, good luck, buddy, and hung up on him, which I thought was kind of funny, but hung up on him. And then I guess he called Scott back and was able to get the supervisor's number. I'll give the supervisor a name. I'll call it. So we got Scott already. I'm going to call the supervisor Ben. I'm just call him Ben. That ain't his name. Scott ain't Scott's name. You know what I'm saying? None of these people name. So Trey ended up calling Scott and got the supervisor's number. So he called Ben and was like, hey, can you bail me out? Can you do me a favor? Like, can you just, do me this solid and bail me out? So I'm like, why would you do that? Like, your coworkers are not your friends. And he was just like, yeah, I just had to get bailed out. So I guess Ben ended up going to his boss, and his boss said, cut him loose. So they cut him loose, and he was fired. So now he jobless and sound like homeless. So I shouldn't have let his black behind come here. But I was like, okay, whatever. You could stay here for a couple days. So he get here, and he started doing all this weird stuff. I don't know him like that, but I'm just like, you can't be that. I just gave him too much grace in the sense of, I was like, well, you can't be crazy because you got hired at the job. They do background checks. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe this was a misunderstanding because those were some pretty serious charges and they just dropped them. So I'm like, okay, maybe it wasn't as deep as it was. Sometimes when people get arrested, they throw a lot of charges at you and they just try and see what can stick. And then even when it comes to interactions with partners, when it comes to arguments or putting hands on each other, things are just like strange. So I'm just like, I was giving him the benefit of the doubt. So I'm just like, whatever. So he got here and he just started doing all his little weird stuff. Is my life over? I'm like, well, no, I mean, you free. You said they dropped the charges, right? So this is your second chance at life. Like, get it together. Well, you think they'll hire me back at the job? No. I said, you know, I could temperature check for you. Yeah, yeah. You want to go? I said, temperature check. I ain't asking nothing. I'm just trying to, you know, fill it out, do a little gossip and see what they say. Which is what I'm thinking. So, but I think he thinking I'm in there like, hire Trey back. Like I'm gonna hold up a picking sign or something. I do not care. So yeah, that's basically what was happening. And then I had told him, because like I told you, I had a man on the inside kind of. So when I had asked my dad about the bail, he was like, oh, he in Santa Rita, he'd be all right. He'd be all right. You know, they don't do all that, you know. He was like, they just, you know, try and punk you for the phone or like simple stuff like that. Like it ain't that bad compared to other jails right now, basically. Because Santa Rita had a reputation. But he was like, it's not as bad right now, basically. And I was just like, okay. I mean, he the one in there that got to handle that. So, but my mom was like, he too skinny to be in there. So I had said that to him. I was like, my mom said you was too skinny to be in there. And I said, my dad just was like, they'd be the type to punk you over the phone. He's like, man. So he was saying that when he was in there, some guy did basically try while he was on the phone, he talking, and I guess somebody tried to come over there and fight him. He was like, the guy tried to punk him on the phone, was like, oh yeah, I heard you was from so-and-so. I don't like people down there, so we gonna have to handle this. He was like, so we can either head to the showers, or he said something else, and I got lost in showers. So I said, what? Why y'all heading to the showers? You know what I'm saying? Jail got a reputation. So I'm like, what y'all heading to the showers for? And I really want to know. But he was just like, to fight. He was like, because there's no cameras. And I was like, oh, okay. You might want to lead with that when you tell this story to somebody. Lead with that. He wanted to fight in the showers with clothes on. You know what I'm saying? Lead with that. Because you lost me in showers. So he was like, I guess he went in there, he fought dude, and he was like, he didn't really lose. He wouldn't say that he won either. Like there was times where he got the better of him and the other dude had the better of him. Like, you know, so I'm just like, okay. A lot of jail talk that I really don't care about. So that was something. So then I had told my cousin that he was staying here. So my cousin is so funny. We terrible because we over here singing Akon. We fighting for our life not to be singing Locked Up. So I told her he was here. I told her, like, you know what happened? Like, he got into it with his girlfriend. He was released. So, you know, I don't think nothing really crazy happened as they dropped the charges. So I just gave her, you know, update. He'd just be here for a couple of days as he can't go back to his place. So she was like, okay, like, we on the same page. I have other family members who were staying here, but she was just more frequent in the area that I was in, as well as my other cousins. So I told them. So, because although we all live in the same house, it's like separate living spaces. So I'm just like informing them. And yeah, that's basically what happened from that night. So he's like, did I ruin my life? Why did I put her on my lease? Why would she do this to me? Da, 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 da. I'm like, one thing about it, I didn't know the girl existed. But after we found out the girl existed, he would not stop talking about her. He didn't speak about her for 7-8 months, or maybe more like 6-7 months. And then all of a sudden, he just wouldn't stop talking about her. So this was the beginning of just irritation. So like I said, he was here and we were at the house. So I was just like, the next day, I do like to go to shopping centers. So I did take him to Walnut Creek because I think he only been in like Oakland area in San Francisco. So I'm like, I don't know how far he's been out. So I was just like, oh, we could go to Walnut Creek. They got some shopping over there. So we could go and get some stuff. Like, do you have funds? And I'm not asking so that I can buy it for him, but I'm just saying if it was even necessary for him to come. Because he didn't have his stuff. Apparently, Ben, the one he has to bail him out of jail, had gathered his belongings from the ex-girlfriend. So I'm going to call the ex-girlfriend Jessica. That's not her name, but I'm just going to call her Jessica. So he gathered the items from her and he was like, oh yeah, I have to get my stuff from him. Like, is it okay if I let him bring it here? And I'm just like, well, what stuff? Because you said you had a whole apartment that she kicked you out of. Like, are we talking furniture? Like, what you talking about? And he was like, nah, it's just a couple bags. I'm like, okay, whatever. But he was trying to figure out like how to do that. So I'm just like, in the meantime, I guess he was like, he'll buy something. So he ended up coming with us. I had to go to my eye doctor. So he ended up getting some food next to my eye doctor. And that was fine. He got it. It was like some crunchy chicken or something like that. And then we went to Walnut Creek so he could buy some items. So one of the first things he bought was sandals, slides, because he was in the jailhouse slides and he didn't want to wear those. And he didn't want people thinking he was a prisoner and whatever. I'm like, okay. But while we there, we shopping, we minding our business. Me and my cousin, we going in and out of stores. He's sitting outside with my mom and just like venting. So he talking about this girl. He would not stop talking about Jessica, like just saying her name all the time. So freaking annoying. So he's talking to my mom. I'm in Victoria's Secret. I'm out of my business. I'm shopping. I got some coupons, and me and my cousin, we just looking for different things. And she trying on stuff because she'll go out shopping, but she don't really buy stuff for herself. So this was like one of the times where she actually like bought something. So she was like taking her time. So as I'm there, I'm like going in and out. Because she's taking a little minute to buy something. And I come out, he talking to my mom about Jessica, and he was just talking about some of the things that occurred with them when they were intimate. I'm not going to share that portion of it at this point, but he was just like sharing like some things. I'll share like one or two things, but and he was talking about that. He was like, yeah, how could you do this to me? Like, you know, I don't want to get too intimate or to give too much information. Like, this is TMI, but you know, I was told like my stuff is curved, and I'm just like, yeah, it's time for me to go. So I ended up going back in the store when it came to that portion because I don't want to hear that. And then when I came back out again, then he was talking about like his time in jail, and he was talking about how he was in like the maximum security like jumpsuit, like I don't know what to call it, but there was different color jumpsuits, and he was in one where it was like you got more serious charges basically. And he was a bunkmate with somebody who caught an M. And me, I am very much not educated on all this. Like I know some people who got some charges, some priors, some currents, and some futures, but I don't know everything about the jail system. So he was just saying like, yeah, the guy said he caught an M, and I'm like, what is it? What's an M? $1 million? He was like, you know, he got an M. It starts with an M, end with an R. So I was just like, oh. And he was like, yeah, I was uncomfortable. Like, I didn't want to be in there with him. Like, I'm over here. Like, I'm tweaking out. Like, yo, yeah, we know. So that's basically what he was saying. And he's trying to explain to my mom. My mom dying laughing. One thing he could do is tell a story. So she out there laughing. They kikiing or whatever. But he's still in his little depressive state. So he did end up buying something from the Macy's, which was the slides, and then we went to Zara eventually, and he bought like a couple of outfits. Like he was buying outfits, and we just like, okay. And then we ended up going to the outlets, and he ended up getting like a hat. Now, mind you, this is when Ben met us. He met us at the outlets. So it's the San Francisco Premium Outlets, but it's actually in Livermore. And Livermore is not in San Francisco. It's actually a ways away from San Francisco. And this man lived in San Francisco. So he drove all the way from San Francisco to give that boy his stuff. Like, quick, fast, and in a hurry. Like, he didn't want it. And I probably should have noted that, but I was just like, maybe he just don't want, everybody not cool with jailbirds. I'm not either, but they don't bother me in the same way. I just know people who've been in the system, basically. So he dropped them bags off. Didn't even make eye contact with us. You would think that we at that point, we all still worked at the same place. So he dropped off the bags, and we just like, okay, it was like a suitcase and a bag or a duffel bag or something like that. So I'm just like, okay, that's not a whole bunch of stuff. That's not a big deal. So he's like, I'm about to go into a different part, but basically we took him back to the house, and we at the house. He was like, do you want me to like leave this here? I was like, no, you don't have to leave it in the living room. You can bring it into the bedroom that you're in. So he did. And then he started falling into this little depressive state. Now, in the beginning, I still wasn't talking to him like that. Like, I'm just trying to do you a solid for a couple days, whatever. So we sitting in the living room. When I say we, it's me, my cousin, and Trey. We sit in the living room, and I think at this point we offered to do like a movie night. So he was like, yeah, I'll watch a movie with you guys. So me and my cousin, because we was going to watch, it was either Castle in the Sky or Spirited Away. I think we attempted to watch both at some point of him being here. So we was watching it. He was like, do you think we could pause it for a second? I'm just like, okay. So then he goes into this rant about Jessica. Like, oh my goodness, I just don't understand how she do this to me. I'm like, okay. Like, we said our 2 cents, and then we played it again. And when I say he was a broken record, he would repeat the same thing over and over and over again. So annoying. So this is just kind of like his early stage of being at this house. So he did that. And then we were also talking, I think before we even started the movie, we were just talking in the living room. And he was showing my cousin his Instagram and his music. And he was like, this is where he starts to just lie about weird stuff. So he's like, yeah, a really popular song or whatever. And she was like, oh, like, let me see. So she looking at it, and she was like, oh, you paid for this? He's like, no, I didn't. She was like, yes, you did. It say boost again. Like, she was like, I know about this. Like, you paid for this. He's like, oh, I mean, well, so he did pay for his stuff to be promoted. I'm pretty sure a lot of his followers were paid for as well. I don't believe that they were genuine followers. So it was very interesting. Like, mind you, that's not something I care about. That's not something she cared about. So I don't know why he lied to us about it. There was another thing that he lied about. I guess he stumped into his shoes, and it made the back like stick together. And she had asked him if it was like a shoe brand, like a luxury shoe brand. He was like, yeah, it is. But then when the shoe got stuck, he asked for our help to fix it. So as he asked for our help to fix it, I went to help him, and we noticed it was Steve Madden. So it wasn't the shoe that he said, but it was kind of like a imitation of it, like a bootleg version of it. And she was like, why would you lie? Like, you said it was this and it's not. And he was like, I mean, I was just saying. So he lied about the shoe brand. He lied about him being as popular as he was on Instagram. And this is just things that he was lying about. So we was just like, okay, whatever. We took a grain of salt. But then we was like watching a movie or whatever, and that's when he kept stopping. And I was like, yeah, watching movies with him is not going to be a thing. So that was one thing that he did. But he wouldn't stop talking about this girl. Like, how could she take me off my lease? I just don't understand. Like, and he just kept bringing up the same things. Now, mind you, at one point when he was out with us, he said that she told his car. Oh, my goodness, she told my car. Why would she tell my car? The car that we never saw, but he said that his neighbor sent a video of his car being towed. And we just like, okay. So that was just some of the things that happened in the couple of days that he was here. So after this, my cousin and my mom like, oh, where's he going to go? Like, what is he going to do? I'm like, I don't know. Like, I never asked him. But at that point, the way that they was asking, I felt like they was low-key like guilt tripping me. Like, oh, maybe you should let him stay longer. Because the whole point of my friend saying my friend was coming, she was coming, but she was coming like weeks later. I had just told him that so he wouldn't feel comfortable and understand like this is a short-term thing, you need to go. So at that point they kind of like guilt tripped me. So I was like, I mean, I guess he could stay longer. So far he hasn't been a problem. And I guess he really doesn't have anywhere else to go. So I'm just like, I'm being nice. So I'm like, okay, you can stay a little bit longer. So I told him after like day 2, like, okay, you can stay a little bit longer. My friend, she pushed her date back. She's not gonna come until this date. So that's what I told him. So he's like, oh, thank you. Like, he seemed appreciative of it. So he ended up staying longer. Now, mind you, while he was here, he was out of my way. He wasn't bothering me or anything like that. Like, he stayed in the room. He typically would be out all night and then just be in the room all day. And he also kind of kept my cousin occupied. Not like she's a child or anything, but I feel like sometimes when I come home, it's like I don't have energy to like speak or do certain things. So they would kind of tire each other out. It's kind of how I viewed it. And so they would just engage, like, and I didn't have any issue. And like some of their encounters was funny. Like, that's when he actually became funny to me, not him per se, but like her reaction to him was just funny. Like, their encounters and like the stories she would tell me about like what they would discuss and stuff was funny to me. So he was cool in the beginning in the sense of he didn't bother me because he was out of my way. Okay, so part 11, I'm going to try and talk a little bit faster as I realize some of the previous videos seemed a little long-winded. I'm mentioning, everything that I'm mentioning is important. Like, it's important to the story, which is why I'm mentioning it, because I touch back on it and it's giving me like aha moments later on in the story. So I'm saying it for a reason. I'm not just trying to just give a whole bunch of unnecessary information. Everything, it comes back. It comes back around. So that is why I'm mentioning it. So part 11, I'm at the part where he basically came to the house and we caught him on like random lies. Like, he's just telling us stuff just to tell us stuff. Why? I don't know. But yeah, so we just caught him in like random lies. Now, in the early stages, me and my cousin, we are like doers. So we try to get things done for like ourselves or just different things. Like, we'll take care of business when it comes to handling things. So we trying to guide him low key through what he got going on. So my biggest thing was, you need to get your ID taken care of. You need to get your car out of the tow company. And then what are you going to do when it comes to your belongings at the apartment? So first, I'm like, the ID. You need an ID because he kept applying for jobs, but he didn't have any identification. And I'm like, part of it is you have to tell them that you're like authorized to work. You have to provide the proper documentation and whatnot. You can't do that if you don't have it. Not only that, it takes time for that to come. And one thing you don't have here is time. Like, you don't have a lot of time. So you might as well, handle things while you have somewhat of a roof over your head for the next week. But he was kind of like dragging his feet. And then also the apartment, I had asked about the apartment. Now, one thing about the apartment that I didn't mention, my coworker had asked him like what his rent was. And he was like $2,900 or $3,900 or something like that. And we both looked like, that's how much you're paying? I'm like, you could find something a lot cheaper. Not a lot cheaper because it is the Bay Area, but you could definitely find something cheaper because the position that he did at the job, they don't make that much money. So I'm just like, there's no way that you can afford that. And if you can, you're using all of your money basically each month to pay for that. And you say you got a car note, like, it just wasn't adding up. And my coworker was like, yeah, you definitely need to get a different place. And I had mentioned this place again one time because I was curious if his apartment was a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom. And this is when he was still kind of low-key trying me. But I was asking because my cousin, I was like, is your apartment is a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom? And he was like, why, are you trying to move in? I said no. I said my little cousin is trying to move apartments and you're kind of like local in the area, so I'm just curious as to like what kind of apartments your building offers. He was like, oh yeah, it's a 1-bedroom or something like that. Yeah, it was 1-bedroom. So I was just like, okay, that was like the weird thing about the apartment. So when we was asking like, are you going to get your stuff? Like, what's going to happen? He was like, oh yeah, her mom is going to bring me my stuff, the rest of my stuff. And I'm like, the rest of your stuff? Like, what do you mean? Because you said you had a fully like furnished apartment. So when the mom came, she brought him a box with like a journal in it and a box of open grits. I said, okay. And he was like, yeah, she must really still care about me because for her to get all these belongings, she really had to like look for it and get it from me. I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. And then the tow truck. So, I mean, the car. So when he was here, my cousin was like, oh, like, is you going to get your car? Like, we both was asking about it. And at one point when he was here, he got on the phone and called the tow truck company. Important. He got on the phone, had a conversation with the tow truck people, and whatnot. And she overheard him talking to them on the phone when he was talking to the tow truck company. So then eventually, like when I asked again, he was like, oh, I'm just gonna let my parents deal with that. They pay the car note anyway, so I'm not gonna deal with that. I'm gonna just leave it to them. Like it's gonna be their problem. I was just like, well, that's inconsiderate. But speaking of parents, he needed his birth certificate in order to get him an ID. I don't know why I'm stuttering like that. In order to get his ID. So he was like bugging his mom to send it and was being kind of like real irritating about it. Like at one point his birthday came and she sent him an edibles arrangement and he was like, well, she should just send me like my birth certificate. Like I don't understand why she didn't send this. And my cousin was like, you need to be grateful. Like you're so inconsiderate and ungrateful. And then I was just like, well, this didn't come from Louisiana. Like she ordered it and they probably sent it from a place nearby. Like this didn't come from there. It's a different process. So she didn't send this from the house. Like I don't understand why you're so upset, but okay. Because she sent him like some balloons and the fruit or whatever. But then it took her a minute to send a birth certificate. And even I was like, oh, you could just get it offline. So I'm asking for his information. I'm putting it in. When it came time to pay, he was like, oh, well, I'm going to just try my mom one more time. I'm going to try my mom one more time. He like expected her to just stop her life and just, hop into gear to give him his stuff. And I'm like, she a grown woman. You grown too. You put yourself in this position. She don't have to stop her life to help you get yours back on track. That's my mindset. Whatever. I feel like, don't nobody owe you nothing. Not even your mama, but whatever. So that's one thing that I was saying. Now I was like, well, why don't you get your passport? So I'm like, and getting the passport, you can get it like quickly. Like my cousin, she got robbed when she was out here. They just went into her car while she was at the gas station and took her passport. So I knew how to kind of get like a passport with a quick turnaround time because they got it like 2 days before she was supposed to go back to London. So I was trying to like put him on game with that and he was just like not hearing it. So he was so unserious when it came to all of this. But when I mentioned the passport, he said he already had a passport and his dad had it. But his dad is a hoarder. He's a narcissist. He wasn't going to give him his passport. Like this is the things that he's saying. He also mentioned that his dad had brain cancer at one point and then he didn't have it. And then he also mentioned that his dad liked to put hands on his mother. So that was something that he remembered and he would never do that. He would never be like that. Like he just act like he didn't like his dad. And I'm just like, okay, I don't know what the story is, but I ain't here to tell you your trauma ain't your trauma. But also he mentioned another thing about his mother was that at one point she did try to take her life and he walked in on that. And I guess he was the one who found her. So that's another thing that was a part of his trauma that he mentioned. Now, I don't know what's true, what's not true at this point, but this is stuff that was mentioned. So I'm like, okay, whatever. But we was just basically trying to help him get everything together. Now, when it came to him being here, anytime anything went wrong, he was just drinking. Like he would drink almost every night. He would go to bars every night. And me personally, I didn't care because that ain't got nothing to do with me. In a sense of like, I wouldn't see him drunk, but I would see like him constantly ordering bottles. I would see him drunk, but when he got drunk, to me, it was annoying. He turned like goofy. Like he didn't get like completely wasted in front of me per se for sometimes, but he would drink a lot and get really drunk. And it was just like always when things wasn't going his way. Even when things was going his way, he would still drink. But I felt like it got worse when like things wasn't going his way. He would just take it overboard. So that's something that I noticed. Now, when things would go wrong, initially early on, like my cousin, she'd be like, oh, text him, tell him come back. Like, tell him don't be out all night. And me personally, I wasn't doing it. I don't care. Like, you can stay out all night if you want to. Like, you don't have to be here. But she would do that a lot. And I think initially from my point of view, she's like afraid of a lot of things. I swear she feel like everybody outside bite, like it's zombies walking around. So she was like, he shouldn't be out there at this time of night, like downtown Oakland, like that's bad. So I think it's coming from a caring place. Like she didn't care about him enough because she didn't know him like that. But I think when she would say that, it wasn't because she was like into him or anything like that. But it was just like, outside is scary. Like, why is he outside at this time of night, especially in that state of mind? Is more so where I feel like those comments came from. But I wouldn't ask him anything. Like, anytime I did mention it, was because she was like, you should tell him to come back. So I did. But eventually they exchanged numbers, so I didn't have to say nothing. But during the time he was here, Jessica did file for a restraining order. And she also called his mom. So he said she called his mom and said that he put his hands on her. A little demean warning. He put his hands on her. She broke her arm and all these different things. She had bruises. He did all these different things. And his mom called and was very disappointed and was having a discussion with him. He was like, Mom, I would never do that. You know me. I would never do that. You know me. And he even said that sometimes to me, like, I don't know you, brother. But he was saying that to her. And, I think he was like, because of what she's been through, she know I would never do nothing like that. And so that was like what he was saying. And he was depressed and went out drinking again. And I'm just like, that ain't got nothing to do with me. So his stay extended a little bit more because my friend canceled and he wasn't a huge bother. He still kind of kept himself because I work during the week. I don't engage with him like that. The most I would engage is probably on the weekend. And it was like group settings. So it'd be him and my cousin arguing. And I thought it was kind of funny whenever they bicker back and forth because they had like a different kind of relationship. I don't even want to say relationship because I know she don't want to be associated with that man like that. But their encounters was a little bit different because I believe how he viewed us was very different. Like when it came to how we would speak to him, she was bad cop, I was good cop, bad cop, because she was not filtered and I was more passive with the way that I would handle things, and she was very blunt and in your face. Like she called him a wino, a crackhead, like she called him everything but a child of God, and he would come back for more. Like I think he loved it. I think he loved her energy when she would do those things. But I'm going to get more into their interactions in a minute because it is relevant. Okay, so my cousin and his relationship, I say relationship loosely because I know she doesn't want to be associated with him and they weren't like in a relationship, but they interacted with each other more than I did with him. I think in her head, she thought we were like friends, but I kept trying to explain to her, I carpooled with him and I assisted him one time when he was locked out of his house. I'm like, other than that, I'm like, he a little young-minded, he a little immature, but I was like, I mean, for the most part, I don't think he's too crazy. He was able to work at the job. I'm sure they did a background check. Like these are things that I'm giving the same. That's literally how I was thinking. I know some people may find that hard to believe, but that's just literally what it was for me. I felt bad for him, so I'm helping him out. I don't really like him like that, but I don't dislike anybody at the time enough to just like be so cold and so mean. So I was decent, and because he also knew my mom, like she'd be like, oh, it's okay. Like, she'll say stuff like that, but she didn't know he's crazy either. And so they interacted a little bit more. They would watch movies together. One of their movies that they would watch a lot was Norbit. And they would like quote it a lot. And he was Norbit. And he would sometimes call her Rasputia. She don't look like Rasputia or anything like that. It was just the way that they would just talk about the movie. Food. He would ask her to make him food a lot. And in the beginning, I think she would like, okay, like, I'll try. I think she felt sorry for him too about his situation. He's kicked out of his apartment, just got out of jail, lost his job. Like, car gone. Like I think it was just more of a pity party. So she would do it, but she don't even cook for herself like that. So it was like simple stuff. But she would just like do it every now and then. It wasn't all the time. But I think he was like expecting like every morning he wanted her to cook something, and she would go back and forth like, I am not your girl. Like I'm not doing that. Like so she would basically cuss him out. Washing his clothes, he would ask her to help him wash his clothes, and basically she was low key doing it. But I feel like he always acted like he didn't know how to do any of these things. He would like pretend like he didn't know how to do any of these things. But it was kind of like, when I say that, he one time came and knocked on my door and was like, hey, what you doing? And I'm like, why? And he was like, can you come here for a second? And then he was like, can you like, so he has some spaghetti noodles and some some marinara sauce, like sitting on this counter. Talking about, can you, I said, absolutely not. I said, if you would like for me to like walk you through it, I could tell you. I mean, I'm like, everybody makes spaghetti different. I'm not a chef, but I can walk you through, some of the basics if you like. So he was like, yeah. So my cousin in there, she kind of like hear me talk to him. I was like, yeah, you go ahead and get you a pot. You put some water up in there. You go ahead and start boiling them noodles. And he was like, I was like, you could break them if you want to. Some people do, some people don't. It's up to you. And then I was like, with the meat, like he didn't have no meat, but I think it was like some hot dogs or something there. I was like, yeah, you can go ahead, cut that up. You're going to get your chopping board. And she's like, yeah, you're going to learn today. And I said, go ahead. And she was like, yeah, go get you a knife. She was like, we know you familiar. So we're laughing. It's dark humor because he said the girl came at him with one. So we like laughing. He laughing too. We had some dark humor going on. So I walked him through it because I was like, I'm not making you no food, brother. Whenever I cooked in the house, it was like for my family. So if he wanted some of it, he could have some of it, but I wasn't cooking for him specifically. And my mom even made a comment like, oh yeah, she cooked you some food? No, I cooked some food and he could have some of it, but it was not for him specifically. I don't even know what he likes or anything like that. But when he said that, when I was helping him with the food, I'm like, are you pretending like you don't know how to cook? Because he mentioned that his ex-girlfriend was vegan. And that one time he was cooking him some food and it was some meat. It was like some steak and she was scrubbing the hell out of the pan because she didn't like that he used it. And I was just like, so do you not know? I was like, how do you know how to cook steak, but you can't cook anything else? Like, are you pretending? And he was just like, no, I know how to make some stuff here and there. But like the stuff he named, I'm like, I feel like you kind of have to be a bit of a cook to know how to do that. So I'm like, I feel like you're pretending. But that was some of the stuff. Now, she would do stuff for him, like not consistently, but every now and then, because early on she got over it. And she would make him do stuff like, oh, can you take the trash out? Can you grab this? Can you do that? Like she would make him get up and do some stuff that, other people probably like my other cousin, he wouldn't do it. So that was something that was interesting. And then with them, they went to certain things. So like they went to the zoo, they went to a comedy club, they went to like, I think there was an Alameda at one point. They were going to go to a concert. So like they had more activities like one-on-one. I didn't have any activities with him one-on-one. Whenever I did anything with him, it was the three of us or the three of us and my mom. So it wasn't just one-on-one. So in my head, I think that he felt like they had a closer relationship because he would tell her things that he wouldn't tell me. And I feel like his views on us was different. I feel like he saw her more as an equal. And then he saw me as somebody like an authority figure. So I think that's why we engaged differently. Like there was things he wouldn't tell me, but she would tell me. And he would sometimes be upset if he caught wind of something that she told me. So I think that just kind of helps me when it comes to like the way that they would talk to each other. When he was applying for jobs, she was helping him with something. And like she grabbed his computer a certain way. He's like, don't grab my computer like that. I don't even grab my computer like that. Nobody does. And she's like, I don't know who the you think you talking to. He's like, but I ain't your mom and I ain't Jessica. Like, don't talk to me like that. She's like, I ain't got to help you. So she going in on him and he just kind of like laughed it off. But she was like, don't, like icon, like his profile was, I'm so sorry, Jessica, I love you. Or like, sorry, Jessica, I love you. It was something like along the lines of that. I know it's only so many characters, but he put that there. And she was just like, that's a little weird. And at one point she was like, you should just log out of that. He was like, no, I can't do that. He's so dramatic. But that was like one thing that he was like kind of confiding in her about, or like things that he noticed. Like he felt more comfortable with her knowing things than he did with me knowing things. So there was things that I didn't know that she knew until after the fact. But that was just kind of like how their day-to-day relationship went. So I'm trying to figure out, is there anything else that I need to mention? Oh yeah, she did send like text messages and they were funny. Like there was one where eventually she got tired of him asking for food. Like I have a video where she came in the house and he was like, oh, what you got? I'm hungry. She said, you need to get your own food. And she was like, EBT, you qualify, you need to apply. And he was just like, no, but I want some of your food. And one thing about her, I don't want to call her stingy, but she is very much Mr. Krabs. Like she's not spending money on different things. Like she is not about to buy him nothing or anything like that. When he was interviewing for his jobs, he didn't have any toothpaste. I buy in bulk, so I had toothpaste, but I didn't know that he needed it. But when I leave, like doors are locked. Like I lock my door and different things like that. So she was talking through like, oh yeah, you need to brush your teeth. Okay, yeah. So what you should do is just like when you go to your interview place, just get there early, go get you some toothpaste and then brush your teeth in the bathroom. And he was like, I got a follow-up question. She's like, yeah. He was like, how do you brush your teeth? And she was like, with toothpaste. She was like, yeah, but my toothpaste is in like a little container that I be using. Like she just went into this whole rampage in the sense of you're not using my toothpaste. So he also had this not this dynamic, but she wouldn't give like up a lot of stuff. Like every now and then she would buy him something, but she would bill him like, oh, well, you need a case of water, okay, I'm gonna bill you. But he always would say he got money, he got money, he got money. So in the beginning, he was offering to buy me some stuff, I guess, because he was like thankful for it. And that's when he had bought her some DoorDash. She was like, oh, do you guys want anything? Like, I can buy it for you. And I was just like, no, I'm cool. She was like, I'll take some. So she ordered from a sushi place called Kansai out here. And it's important. There's a reason why I'm mentioning it. And I didn't order anything. But then after that, like, he always would be like, oh, yeah, because I got money. When my grandma died, she left me a lot of money. She left me like $15,000. And I'm like, I'm not saying $15,000 is not a lot of money, but depending on what money you've had access to or how you view money, that's not really a lot of money, especially not in the Bay Area. Like, that can go quick. So he would say stuff like that. So he was always like bragging like he had it. So like my cousin would be like, oh, well, why don't you go ahead and get me some food or something? And then eventually he was like, you always asking for food. It's like, well, you was always bragging about your money and made it seem like it was nothing. So you can't really blame her. He never bought anything beyond that Kansai. And I think he only bought it initially because I was sitting there and he was trying to kind of like make a good impression, I guess. So yeah, that's just kind of like how their dynamic was. I'm not going to do any further video about their dynamic. And then I'm going to do a video about like our interactions while he was here. Because it's painting a picture. It's to paint a picture. Okay, so when it comes to my relationship with him while he was here, we didn't have a relationship. We didn't interact much. When we did interact, it was usually like in a group setting. It was never like one-on-one. When I say group, it was like me, him, and my cousin, or me, him, my cousin, and my mom. So he would ask me to watch movies with him or with them, and I would say no. After our experience with Spirited Away, I was not interested. We did watch Castle in the Sky like next, but that was me and my cousin. He eventually just came in there and sat and still tried to do the same thing. When he asked me to cook that spaghetti, I was like, no, brother. I walked him through it, like, you know, and I was like, I'm not eating it. So you tell me if it's good. You know what your taste buds like. So if you don't like it, you blame yourself. Tried to help him get his birth certificate. And I was online trying to find it. He was like, oh, I'll just wait for my mom to send it to me. So he was weird. But he did try to use my address. He asked me, he was like, oh, can I use your address? I never said yes, that he could use my address. I basically was just telling him like things that you need to do in order to get it. Like you need to update. You need to have a California address. You don't have your ID. I was trying to see if he needed a birth certificate. Like I called and whatnot. And it was like, yeah, he needs these documents. I was like, okay. So I told him the things that he needed. Asked for, you had to provide mail to show where you live, like something with the address on it. But he never received any mail here. I never gave him a piece of mail. Like I was in control of the mailbox. The mailbox was locked and I never gave him a piece of mail. And the reason why I'm in control of it or why I have a lock on it is because there are other people who try and use the address. And I didn't want them to have access to it. It's just an open mailbox. So when I receive mail for people who do not live at the house, I would send it back to the post office. But he never received anything. So that was something that's interesting. And then he did end up getting the license, but he showed me a copy of it, like, oh, got my license because he was so happy. And he showed me a copy of it and it had like to mail, like to send it there. It didn't say like residential, and it was the address to the house, but I didn't realize like that's what he was putting on the ID. Also, he went to the library to print stuff, but I thought it was the documents that you needed to sign for DMV. So that's just a learning lesson. There was a night when I was sleeping that he jiggled my doorknob. Now my doors are always locked. I keep my doors locked. That's just the thing. I lock almost every door. And he jiggled the doorknob. And I was just like, why did he do that? Now, mind you, the rooms are right next to each other. And maybe he'd be drunk or something, but I don't understand where that was going. So I just chucked it up to, oh, maybe he drunk. It was dark. Maybe he didn't turn on the hallway light. So he thought this door was that door. I really don't see how that could happen as the door is way closer to the door than my door, but whatever. So that is something that he did. And then something else that he did that I think was like specific to me was he tried to tell me stories to change my perspective on our coworkers. Well, it wasn't his coworker anymore, but at the time I was still working there. So he was trying to tell me stories to change my perspective on them. So he told me how he lost his phone in his wallet was because he was out and about with the two coworkers, Scott and Ben, and Scott started talking to these dudes on the street, and then the dudes was like, oh, like he was like, come on, like let's keep going. And then he said he noticed the dudes was following them, so he tried to like not check the dudes, but be like, oh, like y'all good, like y'all need anything? And they was like, yeah, we gonna need that, like basically give me what you got. And he was like, oh, you not gonna get what I got. So then he said that they jumped him and that Scott and Ben ran off. I'm gonna spoil it right now. Later found out that was not true, but he said that so I could like change my perspective on them. Also, he said he broke and like lost his phone. But at this point, one of my coworkers told me that he said he got a new phone because he was kicked off the dating apps. And I was like, how could you be kicked off all the dating apps? Like, I'm confused. He was kicked off the dating apps and he got the phone so he could have a new phone number to create a new profile with a different name. Interesting. So he told me that. And then also, I think he did that specifically about Scott and Ben because he was jealous of Scott. When he was at work, he would be so jealous about how he thought everybody else perceived him as like the good one and didn't want, perceived Scott as a good one and didn't want Trey to be like around basically. So he would try and change my perspective. He also showed me a video of someone, I won't say who it is or what the relation is, but we both knew this person. And it was of them doing that booger sugar. And I'm like, he was like, when he first showed it to me, he was just like, look at this. Like, this is crazy. Like, how did he, this is just crazy. This is what they be doing. And my mom was like, oh, is that something that you do? And he was like, no, like, I would never do that. Like, I was just there. I said, so you were just there watching him do that? And he was like, yeah. So, interesting. And then when he was here, because he was doing job hunting, and he wasn't so successful in it. So like I said, he needed his ID. So he applied for a job, and he was trying to do tech, and the people gave it to him. Like he said, he impressed the interviewers. And I was like, oh, does he need his ID? Because his ID was supposed to be coming in the mail. And she was like, no, he said he don't need it. My cousin, she was updating me basically. She's like, oh, no, he don't need it. But he got the job and he just has to do like something. And then later on, it came out that the job found out that he had DUIs. And they wanted him to explain the DUI. So he needed to give a reasonable explanation of that because they did a background check. And they pulled the fact that he had DUIs and they did not want to hire him with the DUI. So he needed to give an explanation. He couldn't give an explanation. And basically, he didn't end up getting that job. But I was like, how do you get the job before you get the IDs? Stupid. So that was something that occurred. He also, like, when he was here, he didn't hug me. He didn't do any of those things. I only say that because I think he felt comfortable enough to, like, put his arm around my cousin and, like, be playful in that way. He did not try me in that way. So that was not something that occurred. But also, I want to mention, he was not involved with either of us romantically. We're both older than him, and we both looked at him like, ew, you're a child. But he mentioned to my cousin, he's like, yeah, this is the first time that I lived in the house with women that I didn't do anything sexually with. Like, he said some comment like that, and she was just like, okay. And to be honest, me and her, we're both prudes. Like, I'm a bit of a prude. She's a bit of a prude in our own way. So this is the wrong house to think that you're going to have that kind of energy. Like, we just don't move that way. And I know some people may think it's impossible, but that's my truth. I don't know what to tell nobody. Okay, so like I was saying, I just put like another note here. I said, from our interactions, I came to the conclusion that he kind of looked at me as like an authority figure and kind of like respected me in a sense and didn't look at her like that. He looked at her as more of like an equal because of the things that he would mention. Like he would mention her like, oh, do you think they'll let me stay here? If I like pay them money? Like he would always ask her for like advice, but he wouldn't come to me with that. I mean, if he did, he would be like in a different tone. So that was something that he would do. And I said it was like a good cop, bad cop thing because she was very blunt and I was a little passive in the sense of I was trying to filter and not be so blunt because, you know, if somebody going through a hard time, I don't want to kick them while they down, whether I'm a fan or not. I'm just not malicious in that way. So that was kind of my mindset. But I will say while he was here, I was always giving him updates. So I was like, you know, my friend, she's coming this time. Okay, well, she canceled. And she did cancel. She got a kid. She got a life. Like, you know, she can't just, she things go on. And that's okay. That doesn't bother me if people cancel. But she did. And unfortunately, they messed with me a little bit in this way. So I would always give him an update like, okay. And eventually I did give him a move out day. I was like, yeah, you're going to have to be gone by this day. You have to be gone by this day. And I let him know. I sent him text messages. I gave him updates. I was telling him, like, you know, sending him, like, this is a cool place. That's a cool place. And he agreed. Like, he understood that he must go, and that this was not a place to stay. Like, this is not a room to move into. It was just more so for a temporary thing. For a temporary thing, that's one thing, but it's not a permanent solution, so you have to find something else. He understood, we agreed, and that's how we move forward. So that was just my interactions with them. The next thing I'm gonna talk about is just some of the ways or some of the places that we went with him as a group, because I feel like those group encounters were important, especially one in particular. It was very important. And then I'll go into what he said about his ex while he was here, just the things that he said. And then I'll go into how ish got real. When everything hit the fan, I'm going to go into that. So it's about 2 more videos before I get into that. But everything that I'm saying is relevant. There's a reason for me saying it. Okay, so I'm going to try and stay on task. I have on shorts, so I know I look like I ain't got no, but I got on shorts. But basically, we tried to take him to certain places to get his mood up, because he would bring down a mood. He was just always in his funk, and it was like, okay, I know you're here for a short time, but you get on our nerves. So we took him to the park. It's like this park with a trail, and we took him there to like clear his mind, because she was like, he walked to the liquor store to clear his mind. He crazy. So I'm like, go get in touch with nature, fresh air. You do a little trail, see some beautiful sights, and he brought down the mood when we was there. So that was annoying. Then we was going to the gym. My cousin and I was going to the gym. I have an Equinox membership, so I had invited her to go take a class with me. She was like, oh, you should invite him, see if he want to go. And I was just like, okay. I invited him. When I invited him, we was like, work it out, get exercise. It's supposed to help relieve stress and stuff. And he was there just down in the dumps. He did try to like help us with machines, or help me with machines, because I didn't really know how to do any of the machines. And I'm like, y'all, I'm weak. So he helped us with like 2 machines, and then he went to go be depressed somewhere in the corner. And mind you, he was funky. He didn't shower. He didn't shower like his whole time being here. Water probably hit him like 2 times. He wasn't here for super long, but 2 times is not enough interaction with water. So that's basically what he did. Was here. So after that, I was like, y'all want to go get some oysters, because I was really craving some oysters. So I'm looking at places, and there was a place in San Francisco at the Ferry Building. So that's where we went. I ended up parking. I don't know where I parked now I think about it. Oh, I think I parked closer. I don't know where I parked, but we ended up going to the pier. It was at the Ferry Building basically, and we got some oysters, and we ate, and then we ended up leaving. And then the next day I was like, let's go to Santa Cruz. Like, I want to go to Santa Cruz. I want to go to Santa Cruz. And then she was like, yeah, like my cousin was like, I ain't been in so long. So we went, like, I think she went and got like some bathing suits and just like little pieces or whatever. So we did that, and then we went home. So I was like, okay, well, we gonna wake up at this time to go to Santa Cruz. I want to get there early. So I'm saying this, and he was like, yeah, okay, he want to go, she want to go. So he stayed out all night. He came back in at like 6:30, and I just happened to look at the cameras, because nobody was really responding to me when I woke up to like, y'all ready to go? So she got up to get ready, and I'm texting like, you going with us? So she was asking when she gave me like, is he going? I said, I don't know, he ain't responded. Mind you, the rooms is right next to each other, but I didn't go over there or go in or knock or anything like that. I don't know if he's sleeping nude or I ain't got time to be seeing none of that. I really don't want to see none of that. So she ended up like going in. He was clothed. I think he was under the covers, and she was just like, you going with us? And then he was like, yeah, I'm gonna go. So he ended up getting up and going. We drive up there. The drive was peaceful because he was asleep. We was playing music and whatnot, and we just chill. It was a chill little drive up there. We was late. It was a lot of traffic, and it was hard to find a park. We ended up finding a park in like this like parking lot kind of to the side. Is the all day $5 parking if you're familiar. So we found that one, and it was cool. We went to the boardwalk. We having a cool time, but he's going in and out of like this depressing state. Like, he's cool one minute, next minute he not. And then she like complained about that. Like, you bring it down the mood. Like, this is a beautiful place. This is a nice place to be, and you over here sulking and all up in your feelings. Like, this is just so annoying. She was like, you do this everywhere you go. And he kept bringing up Jessica. She was like, you stay bringing up her name. You keep bringing up her name. She's like, every time you mention her name, you're gonna have to give us $1, because I'm tired of it. We're tired of hearing her name. Like, this is basically what she's saying. And we'd be like, yeah, like, and one of my conversations with him during that time, I was like, yeah, I don't get why you are so stuck on her. Like, you said she did you so bad. Like, if somebody did you that bad, you should be able to move on. Just move on. Like, I really don't understand. And he was like, yeah, I know, I'm trying to get better. And as I'm having this conversation with him in the line, because I would be blunt at times, but I wasn't as blunt as my cousin. So as I'm in the line, he's like, oh, like, what's your relationship? I guess because I was talking to him like a little boy, she thought that was like my brother. And I was like, no, we're ex-coworkers. I didn't say friends. We're not friends. So that's basically what was going on. And he was doing that all day. Now, he told her during this time, like, oh, his friend is in a psych ward and he just reached out to him and he ain't talked to him in years and he don't know why he reached out to him. He's like really messed up and he trying to get his life together, but his life is all over the place and, you know, he feels bad for him, but he just doesn't understand why he reached out to him. So now he back to being depressed. Like, it was just an emotional roller coaster. And my cousin, she was right for the way that she felt, because it was annoying. We spent $80 on the wristbands and here you is moaning and groaning about what's going on. About everything. Like, enjoy the time that's here. You got all day, any other day, to sit there and complain. So that's what was going on with that. So at one point we was done with everything basically, and he started drinking. Oh my God, he started drinking. So he started drinking. I think we had walked to the car to change into our swimsuits. So he had already had like a drink or two, and he was buying one when we was walking back. Like I said, he was buying one when we was walking back from the liquor store. And then we went to the beach to like sit down, but it was cold at that point. So I had bought a blanket and a sweater and we sitting there and he's still talking about this girl. And I'm just like, okay, yeah, this is too much. And my cousin was like, you have main character syndrome. You think everything is about you. She was like, you don't ask nobody else about their day, what they going through. You think everything is about you. And he was just like, okay, you're right. So he asked me like 1 or 2 questions about my life. And then he went on back to his life and just talking about how it was so bad. And he was talking about like his parents and stuff. And one of the things I said, I was like, you talking about parents. I'm like, nobody's perfect. I'm not trying to excuse your parents or invalidate your feelings, but I feel like at the end of the day, parents are human. People try to hold them to such a high standard. Parents are human, and they're able to make mistakes as well. And not only that, there's not a pamphlet for like how you should and shouldn't do things. Every child is different. Every situation is different. So I'm like, at this point, you're grown. You're in control of your own life. Yes, those things happen to you, but now at this point, it's up to you to turn that around. Like, I don't understand like what you're talking about. Then you mentioned my dad, like my dad said something to him. My dad don't talk to him. My dad walked into the business that we work at and had engaged with him because he needed some help with something. And while he was standing there, I think he said something like, oh yeah, we be acting bougie, but we used to live in the hood and all of this. And I'm just like, okay, that ain't nothing. When he said it at first, I was like, what my dad tell you? He didn't say nothing to that boy. He felt like it was something, but that was nothing. He just talking. My dad just talking. So yeah, so he was saying that, and then after that, we was just like, okay, we so sick of hearing this girl name. So he was like, you know what? I'm just gonna sit here for a minute. I'm just gonna leave everything at the beach. I'm just gonna leave her here. I'm just gonna leave Jessica. I called her Jessica. I'm just gonna leave Jessica here. And then I'm never gonna speak about her again. He's like, you're right. And so he went and was sitting there drinking his liquor, looking out into the ocean, watching the waves, and like just trying to have a moment. I'm like, he's like, just give me 10 minutes. So we sitting there, it's starting to get cold. The wind blowing, and we like, yeah, the sun gone, it's cold. You need to wrap this up. So he was like, 5 more minutes. We was like, oh no. He playing like music off his phone. I said, yeah, it's time to go. So eventually we get up, we leave, and we just get like our last little bit of food, go into the bathroom and whatnot before we leave. So we got our food, we ate our food. Before we left, it was like some fried zucchini and just like different stuff like that. It's just like carnival fair food. So as we're doing that, we ended up walking, and he was like, had his arm around my cousin, was like, yeah, you know, I really do appreciate the things that you guys do for me. Like, you know, I'm sorry. Like, I know it can be a lot, but, you know, I'm going through a lot with my heartbreak or whatever. He's like, but I really do appreciate the things that you do. And then as he's walking, he has his arm around her, but he notices some girls like looking at him. I guess they thought he was cute or something. So he noticed and he peeped. And as he's doing that, he was just like, yeah, she not my girlfriend, like loud in her ear. So she realized he talking to somebody. She turned around and was like, he's homeless. And then he just was like, why would you say that? He was like, I am. He was like, but why would you say that? So mind you, I'm walking ahead. I didn't hear none of this. I didn't see none of this. So as we kept walking, I walked into the bathroom and he walked in behind her like, why would you say that? Just so loud. And he's laughing, but it's like a goofy, drunk, annoying laugh. And he was just like shouting that. And then she was like, I'm sorry. I said I was sorry. So then she walked into the bathroom and basically met with me and told me what happened. So yeah, he was like, why would you say that? So she was like, I'm sorry. She's like, I was just saying anything. Like I would have said that about anybody. She's like, I just happened to realize after the fact that it was true. She didn't look at him as homeless, but when he was like, yeah, I am. She's like, oh, I guess the shoe kind of fit. So she's like, I'm sorry. And he kept bringing it up. I said, look, she said she was sorry. Okay. She rarely do that. She said she was sorry. So let it go. But as we're like walking back, he's still like fixated on like he would go in and out just on that one point. And I was like, okay, he he kind of obsesses over things. And I said that to him when we were sitting there. I was like, you seem obsessed, like, about the girl. He was like, well, yeah, I kind of am. And she did tell me, like, I had issues with, like, smothering, and I was, like, smothering her. So after I had said that on the beach, and then he was obsessing over what my cousin had said, I'm like, this is too much. This is way too much. And then we're walking back, and he's still drinking. He bought another drink. Like it was his last one or whatever. And we're walking back to the car. As we're walking back to the car, he just decides that he wants to stop and pee in the middle of nowhere. I said, oh no, like, you are out and about. Like, you need to at least tuck into a damn bush. And he was just like, oh yeah, my dad wouldn't let me do that either when I was younger. Sounds like a reasonable man. Now, I don't know if I understand everything that you just said about him, because that's reasonable. You know, it sounds about right. It sounds like he's the one who tried to keep you in check and you didn't like that. So he was like, yeah, so he ended up like tucking in and going to the bathroom, and I'm just like, yeah, you need some hand sanitizer and all that. Like, you touching your stuff, you think you about to get up in this car touching up on everything. So we gave him some hand sanny, and then we made it to the car, and then he had to throw away that liquor. You ain't get in the car with an open container. You need to do what you need to do, finish it. So then we driving back to the house, and as we driving back to the house, we in a car, we jamming, we listening to Joe, we listening to some Maxwell, like we cool, we on our grown woman stuff, we minding our business, because there's a significant age difference. I'm 5 years older than him, and I think she's like 6-7 years older than him. So we jamming, we cruising or whatever, and then he's like, can you play Ayo by Chris Brown? And we was like, no. And then he asked again. I was like, okay, whatever. We played it. We played one. And he's like, can you play that again? Absolutely not. What happened to your headphones? Put them back on. Why are we not doing this? So then he ended up putting on his headphones, and we continued to cruise to the house. We make it to the house, and he sleep, knocked out in the back. It's giving drunk sleep. Okay. So I tried to wake him up, like, hey, get up, Trey, we here, wake up. He didn't wake up. Then my cousin had, Trey, wake up. Like, he didn't wake up. But my guy cousin, who also lived in the same household, he was like, he shook him like, and then he popped up like, what's going on? So we laughed, and I was like, oh, I guess to take a man touch, because it didn't work with me and my cousin. And then he was just like, oh, what happened? I said nothing. He just shook you. We couldn't wake you up. So we still giggling, because we making little jokes back and forth amongst each other, but he just all bug-eyed and weird. So then I get in the house, and I'm minding my business. I went to take me a shower. We was sitting on that beach. Like, one thing about me coming back from Santa Cruz, a shower has to be had, even if I be tired, because I came back 2 days ago from it, no, yesterday, and I was so tired I had to take a shower. But yeah, so I'm in the shower, I'm minding my business, and everyday shower is every day I take like an everything shower. Like, I just be doing too much in the shower, and I enjoy it. That's my peace. That's the one place I could be alone and mind my business without nobody bothering me. So I'm in there, and then my cousin, she calls me, and she was like, yeah, I think you might want to check on him. Like, he's having a hard time. I don't know if he called her or what, but she was like, yeah, I guess he felt some type of way about our cousin, like, shaking him. And she was like, yeah, the comment you made, like, oh, it takes a man's touch. I guess he had something happened to him as a child, so he just felt like he did something to him, like, inappropriate. And I'm just like, oh, I don't have time for this. I'm not equipped for this. Like, I am not, oh, wait, I don't want to make it, I got shorts on, but yeah, I'm just like, I'm not equipped for this. Like, this is too much. Like, I just can't do it. Like, I don't understand. He's too damn needy for me. Like, and I get that's a serious topic, but at the end of the day, I'm not equipped or skilled in that department, and I can't facilitate those kind of conversations, especially with somebody who I really don't have much like compassion or like empathy for. Like, I pity him to an extent, but it's like, I don't believe that's a conversation that should be had with me, period. I'm not gonna make fun of you. I'm not gonna say, oh, you know, that something happened or something didn't happen. That's not for me to say, but I do not have the energy for this. So I was just like, oh my God. So then I hung up, and then I went to the room, and he in there in the dark. I knock on the door. I don't even think I put on clothes. I'm like, I'm getting this out the way. Open the door, brother. So he opened the door, and he was just like all depressed. He had the phone, and somebody talking. And I'm not even tripping off who talking. Somebody talking on the phone. I'm like, you good? And he was like, yeah, you know, it's just, I got a lot going on. I was like, yeah, she mentioned there's something going on. You felt uncomfortable with what he did or what I said. And he was like, yeah. I was like, look, I just said it took a man's touch because you wasn't waking up when me and my other cousin was doing it, but you woke up when he did it. And then also I was like, and we laughed, but I told you what it was, but clearly you must didn't hear me. I said, but yeah, we are, you know, all related. We ain't about to sit up there and watch him do nothing weird to you. Like, that's weird. One, we don't want to see that. But two, yeah, it just don't make sense. But I'm just like, you know, and he's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm on the phone with Scott. and Scott was doing a full-blown prayer. Okay, it almost sounded like a sermon when I was listening to it. I think he listening to a sermon or something. It's Scott on the phone praying for him. I'm like, okay, I don't know what kind of relationship y'all got going on, but whatever, you know. Hope you good. Went on by my day. And at this point, you done ruined my little routine. I be lighting a little candle, shower be on, steam be on, be lotion and layering. And it's ruined. The whole ritual, routine, whatever is ruined. But yeah, so that's what happened with that trip. Now, there was another instance where I had took him to go see my, not to go see, we went as a family. My family's very welcoming, so we went to my little cousin's birthday party. This was just not even a fraction of my family. Like, I have a lot of family, and this was just like a small little birthday party for my little cousin. We went, and he got into it with my friend, my cousin's friend's boyfriend. And I guess the boyfriend thought he was trying to make a pass at his girlfriend. He was like, she not even my type. Like, oh, boy was trying to fight him right then and there. And they was like, oh, everybody needs to calm down. But I guess he was fighting the case too. So I don't know. There was a lot going on in the household. But yeah, so he was like trying to come for him, basically trying to beat him up. And I was like, in my head, I was like, oh, that's not that deep. He was like, she's not even my type. Like, I don't even go for girls who look like her. And he wasn't lying. And thank God he don't, because she's sweet as can be. And I think she's just one of the sweetest people. And even her boyfriend seemed like they probably wasn't equally matched when it comes to personalities, because she's very sweet and not short-tempered, like just a very bubbly personality. So for her to even experience that, I felt bad. And it was because I brought him. He didn't seem like he did anything wrong at that time or in that moment. I don't know if he did later on, but that was basically what occurred. So those was our interactions, trying to uplift him and make him feel better. And it clearly didn't work. And it just was weird interactions in general. But all that I said is relevant. It's important. Now, the next video I'm going to do is I'm just going to talk about like some of the things that he mentioned about Jessica while he was here. And these are things that are also important. So I know it's long-winded, but I have to say these things because if I just hop into it later on and try and come back to it, it's not gonna make as much sense. So that's basically what I'm doing. Next, I'm just gonna talk about the stuff that he did with Jessica, and then it gets real. So yeah. So our good friend Jessica, that's what I've named her. That is not her name. I really wouldn't give her name. But yeah, so basically for our good friend Jessica, we was sitting in the kitchen. I think this all happened kind of like around the same time. So we was sitting in the kitchen and no, I'm gonna take that back. While he was here, she was trying to get a restraining order on him. So she was saying that he was saying like, oh yeah, she tried to get a restraining order on me. I didn't even know. So he had to have his first like court appearance virtually. Because even though he was supposed to be in there in person, he did it virtually. And I guess he asked for more time. So as he asked for more time, he said he got a lawyer. So when his second time came around, he went there and he was like, oh, she was so shocked. She's sitting there with her friends and her family. And she was shocked to see that I had a lawyer and that I had somebody there to defend me. Like, this is what he's saying. And she just looked shook because she didn't expect me to have that support, basically. And I was just like, oh, okay. So that was one thing that was happening. And then eventually she did get the restraining order granted, but I'm going to go back to that. So we was in the kitchen. We just having a conversation with him, a little powwow, because we would do that sometimes, just discuss stuff like he'll catch us in the kitchen. We all start talking. So we started to like, I'm like, and you know, I called him a liar. He was like, yeah, I just hate liars. I was like, but you're a liar too. I'm like, you lie about a lot of unnecessary things. And he was like what? Like, what have I lied about? So mind you, at this point, I didn't know he lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I just knew he would lie about simple stuff, like the thing with his shoes or the thing about him on Instagram. But I was like, you lied and said that you didn't have a girlfriend. And he was like, oh, well, I mean, I was like, 'cause my mom asked you. My mom asked you when we was asking about the butcher girl. You said you didn't have one, but you had her for like a year. And then I was just like, also, you put her on your lease. She was like, yeah. So he said that, well, I kind of lied about that too. So he told me that she had moved in because her lease was up. And that's why he added her. She was giving him pressure. He was like, but that wasn't really true. She was living with her mom. So, you know, she was 30-something living with her mom. And, she like pressured me, so I was like, yeah, you can move in. So that's how she got on the lease, because they had been dating for so long. Basically, she pressured him to put him on the lease. So he said he offered up that he lied about something. I didn't even know that part was lied. Mind you, we'll get there. So that was something that he said. He also said while he was here, when he was going through the whole thing with the restraining order, that he had wrote her a letter, like just pouring out his heart. So my cousin, she wants to see the letter. She couldn't see it. She couldn't find it. Like he emailed it to her because, mind you, she has blocked him. She has a protective order against him. Like she has no contact with him, but he had her email. So he emailed her the letter or the love letter, whatever it was. So when we was having these conversations and the thing, in the kitchen, I told him, like I said, also when we was at the beach, I said, you're obsessed. Like you obsess over her. And I really just don't understand what the obsession is. You said she's done you so dirty, but you act like you just can't lose her. He's like, I love her. I was like, but you didn't really love her like that because you stayed cheating on her. You stayed talking about all these different women that you had. And you never mentioned her not once. So I'm like, I'm having a hard time believing that you loved her. He was like, yeah, but, she cheated on me too. And it was just like get backs and stuff like that. This is what he's saying. So also he mentioned that she was vegan, and he was act like that was just the thing. She's vegan and she just didn't eat meat, and that was so weird. And we go to all these vegan restaurants and she would order all this food, and I was always spending money on her. And that was like a thing. Like he spent all this money on her. It was another date. Oh, yeah, that he's always spending money on her. I didn't even think about this. So when we was in the car, this is how my mom asked him if he had a girlfriend. So he was talking about how he went on a date and he was seeing someone and she would order all this food and would expect him to pay for it, and she would order like everything off the menu and would be upset if he would pay she felt like he always had to pay for it. And then it was like for one of them, he did ask for her to send some money, and he was trying to ask for advice. And I'm like, okay, well, is this somebody that you're taking seriously? Like, is this somebody that you want to see? My mom was like, is this like your girlfriend? Is this going to be your girlfriend? He was like, no, it's just somebody that I'm seeing. But she would always order stuff, and it'd be like vegan food because she don't eat meat. I'm like, vegan? And I'm just like, I mean, that's cool. I ain't against the vegan mentality, but I'm like, you're not vegan. So I'm just like, if that's not something that you want to eat or something, then you don't have to do that. But he was like, would it be wrong if I ask for the money back? Because I feel like every time we do stuff, she always wants me to pay. And I'm just like, well, you always say you got money. Like, if you don't want to pay, then don't pay. But if you're going to hold it over her head every time you pay, then you don't need to be paying. And he was like, no, I don't. And he was just like, I just feel like, she takes advantage, basically. So that was something that he said, and he was saying vegan. So he was talking about her when he was saying that. I didn't know that at the time, but he was talking about her. So he was in a relationship with her at the time that my mom had asked, but he didn't say anything. So that's a part of him lying. When it came to rent, he said that he paid the rent. She didn't pay no rent, basically. It was him paying the rent. And it was interesting because when he first said that he was paying rent, he had told my coworker, he offered up the information to me, my coworker, while he was sitting there, he walking around the office when he's not supposed to be up there anyway. But he told us like he paid like $3,900 or $2,900 worth of rent. And my coworker, I don't know if I already said this, but my coworker was like, that's too high. You need to move. And that was something that he said. Now, he said also that he had gave her some money recently because she was depressed and he wanted her to go out and buy some stuff to make herself feel better. He gave her like $1,000 for her to go buy stuff. And I'm like, I feel like she should give that money back. Like, this is just like the conversation that he had. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. Stop giving people stuff if you're going to try and renege and take it back. But back to the restraining order. So around this time, I had told him, like, you have to go, like, my friend is coming. She's going to be here this day. I need enough time to basically clean the room. He was like, okay, cool. And I'm sending him stuff. Like, I'm sending him places because I know he's, like, unserious. Like, he's not going to look for stuff. And he's not about to hit me with the last minute, oh, I can't do this or I can't do that. So I'm sending him stuff. And he's, like, liking him. And I'm just like, oh, okay. So I told my cousin, like, hey, I'm just sending him stuff. So just to let you know, if you don't want to talk to him, maybe avoid him because he's probably going to try and talk to you about it. And she was like, oh, that's so kind of you. But yeah, I'm done with him. So, you have such a good heart. I said, girl, that's not what this is. I'm just telling you to warn you. So if he wants to come and talk to you, you don't have to be bothered. And she's like, oh, okay. But yeah, she was like, so I told him, but I guess around the time that I told him, she must have spoke with him on the phone. And she was like, oh yeah, you should call him and check on him. I think he might do something to himself. He's near the lake. I feel really bad. I think he's really depressed. Mind you, I don't care. Not to be that person, but I do not care. I did not ask him. I did not call him, but that was something that she would do sometimes, like, oh, he seems really depressed. I don't care. I have my own problems. I have my own things going on. I'm not here to baby and coddle this boy. I don't care. Stop telling me. So that was just something that she would do. But I never said, like, stop telling me. I'm just like, whatever. Like, I just ignored it. So around that time, I had told him, like, yeah, you got to go. So it's about time to wrap up. It's about time to wrap it up, to get it together, sending him things. And this is around the time that he also had, she had also successfully got the restraining order. So she was able to actually get the restraining order. She had a protective order, and then she went to court a couple times and got the restraining order. Now, when she got the restraining order, he was like, yeah, I just let her have it. I just let her have it because, you know, she's really emotional right now. She's just really in her head. So I'm just going to let her have it. And in a couple years, we could just touch base and, you know, figure everything out. But I just let her get it. And I was just like, interesting. But yeah, so he said that. So the night that she got the restraining order, this is also like a week after I told him he had to leave, and I was touching base with him, like sending him places to go to. And I had even asked him, like, if it's too much, let me know. He's like, no, I keep sending them. So after all of that, this is where things got real. This is the day that things got real. Actually, one more thing I'm gonna mention, he made a song about her and he played it for us. And he was like, yeah, it's not finished, but yeah, this is a song that I wrote about her. And me and my cousin just sitting there like, please turn this off. But he wrote it and it was just so weird. And I was like, oh, it's unfinished, right? Like, you still, yeah, he said he's still working on it. It was terrible. He should have never showed us. But back to the restraining order. The night that the restraining order was granted was probably like a week after I told him, like, you have to be out by this day. So this day that the restraining order was granted, I think was like the 28th. And he had to be out by the 1st. So things was just getting a little rocky for him. So that was when things took a turn. The night of the 28th is when things took a turn. Okay, so this is the part where shit get real. So basically, she got the restraining order, and that night he went out drinking. So I'm thinking he depressed, probably because he know he got to leave, and he still ain't got no job, and he didn't get his ID just yet. So he's depressed. He know he got to leave, and she got the restraining order. So he went out all night drinking. He do that all the time. I don't care. So I went to sleep. And as I'm sleeping, I hear this big old thud. Like, it sounded like something big fell in the room. And the room that I was in and the room that he was in shared a wall. So when that happened, my heart dropped because I didn't mention this, but at one point he went to Juneteenth with my mom in the city, and it was like in Fillmore. I think that's like where it was. And they had some little thing going on. So he went with my cousin and my mom. And when they was out there, he almost got into it with somebody because he let somebody that he seen from the job like cut, and they was standing in a long line. It was a whole thing. But when he was gone, I noticed my curtains had fell off the wall. Like the whole curtain. It's like it's a 2-panel curtain, but it had 3 because it's so long. The window is so long. It fell off. And the only way that I knew is because I'm walking in the hallway and I see light coming through the door, like a lot of light. I'm like, why is it so bright in there? But it's not bright in the other room. Open the door, curtains off the wall. So I was pissed. I had to hang those back up. So when I heard that noise, I'm thinking something else has broken in the room. Like I thought the TV fell off the damn wall. So I texted him. I was like, hey, did something fall in there? And he was like, oh, that was me. And I was just like, okay. But you know, when you're suddenly woken up out of your sleep, you don't just fall right back to sleep. So as I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay. I started to hear stuff. And I'm just like, he talking, but he talking to somebody. I heard 2 voices. I said, I know good and damn well he didn't bring nobody in this house. I know good and damn well he did not bring nobody in this house. This man is homeless. We have been so nice to him, so kind to him, tried to help him out. I know he didn't bring nobody in this house. So I'm pissed. So I'm texting my mom. I said, oh, I think he brought somebody in this house. He got to go. And I'm texting like the same thing to my cousin. So as I like call my mom right quick, because I'm low-key heated, but I'm still half asleep. So I called him like, yeah, I think he brought somebody in the house. I said, oh, yeah, this ain't gonna work. I said, hold on, because I didn't even check the cameras yet, because I have cameras. So I hung up with him and I called my cousin. And I was like, oh, yeah, he got to go. He brought somebody in his house. And as I'm like talking to her, I peeped the cameras. I was like, oh, yeah, he brought somebody. He got to go. He got to go. And she was like, oh, he got to get his shit. He got to go. Like, she was like, him and her. He was like, he got to get his shit. He need to pack his stuff. So I'm talking to her on the phone. And as I'm talking to her, I'm texting him. I said, hey, is somebody here? And he was like, no. And I said, I hear 2 voices. He was like, that's weird. I said, Trey, you know I have cameras, right? And I said, hold on, girl, she going off basically. I said, hold on, girl, I gotta call you back. Mind you, I don't know why I'm calling, because I know why I'm calling. I'm in bed, I'm half asleep, and I'm in bed in my like pajamas. Like I sleep how I sleep, comfortable. So I ain't walking out in front of him or anybody else like that. So I'm still trying to process it too, because I'm still waking up. So So I hung up with her. I was like, oh, I have cameras, right? And he was like, well, the thing you got to understand about it is, I said, oh no, like this ain't gonna work. And as I'm doing that, my cousin's like, turn on the side light. Cause she has to come into the house. She's like, turn on the side light. Cause he turned it off. They use the side door to get into the house. So I'm like, hold on, wait. Like, I'm on the phone with him now. So as I'm doing that, she come flying through that side door. And she go to the door. She start banging. She was like, Trey, open up the effing door. She like, open up the effing door. Get whoever you got up in there and get out. Y'all need to get y'all stuff. Y'all need to go. Mind you, I'm on the phone with him still. And the girl was like, is that your girlfriend? He's like, no, that's not my girlfriend. So the phone hung up. And I called my mom and said, oh, it's about to go down. And then I hung up with her. And then my cousin, she banging on my door, yelling my name, telling me to come out. And I'm like, let me gather myself. Like, at this point, I got to get up. It is what it is. I was going to address it anyway, but I was like still processing. But at this point, it's it's in your face. So I get up, I put on my, make sure I have on appropriate clothing before I go to the door. And I opened the door. She yelling at him. Like, she was like, you need to get your stuff. You need to go. And he was like, just calm down, like saying her name, calm down. And then I opened the door. This man is butt naked with like a button up collared shirt around his waist. So he buttoned it up almost like he had it on. And he like pulled it down around his waist. He's wearing it like a skirt. And I'm just sitting there like processing. I was like, I know he didn't. And he all drugged up and eyes is going crazy. He was like, just calm down. He's like, I can tell her to leave. I can tell her to go. I don't even know her. I just met her. I can tell her to go. I'm like, what? You just met this person and you brought her in the house and you slept with her? We don't even move like that. And I'm like, what is going on? My cousin was like, either she gonna come out or we gonna drag her out. Like, that's basically what she's saying. He was like, the beat could go. So then I'm like, I'm still processing. I'm trying to stay calm. So I'll go in there. The girl's sitting on the edge of the bed wrapped up in a blanket. And she's like, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. He told me he lived alone. I said, well, baby, he lied to you. And she was like, I will go. Like, I don't mind leaving. She was like, I just need to find my stuff. Like, I need to find my phone. And he's like, he walking around. He's like, go. He's like, I don't even know why you got the towel on or why you got the blanket on. I seen everything you got. You might as well just leave. Forget your clothes. Just leave. And I said, hey, you need to shut up. You need to shut up because you right behind her. I don't know what you think this is. You right behind her. You going too. Like, stop talking to her. Since she was polite, I'm like, I ain't got no problem like being nice to her. They both disrespectful, but she ain't know she was disrespectful. He knew he was disrespectful. So I'm just like, okay, whatever. So I'm like, she was like, I need to find my phone. He was like, can you call my phone? He's like, just leave. You leave. I don't even know you leave. I was like, oh. I said, what's your number? So I dialed a number. I found the phone. The phone was behind the bed. I didn't want to touch nothing. In the room. As I walked in the room, I realized how disgusting the room was because I distanced myself. Like, I just stay in there. I feel like if somebody in there, I'm not going in there inspecting and looking through stuff. In any of my guests that I had, I wouldn't really consider him a guest. But yeah, so I'm like, oh, this is the problem. So I said, you need to leave. You need to leave. Let her get dressed. You need to stand out there. So he grabbed some jeans and some drawers, funky ass drawers, and went into the living room. So we sat in the living room. My cousin's still standing in the bathroom. So how the house is, there's a bathroom, there's a room. And if you walk just a little further down the hallway, there's the living room. And the front door is like right there. So we stand in the living room. And as we stand in the living room, he started doing weird stuff. Yeah, he was just like, how could she do this to me? I'm like, who? He like, how could she do this to me? Talking about Jessica. He was like, I didn't do anything to her. I said, I don't even believe that. I said, well, how you moving and what you did right here, I don't even believe that. I did nothing to her. You keep making these damn decisions. She's like, that shit, that dumbass shit. I didn't do shit to her. At this point, I don't know if I believe that. You just lied to me, straight to my face. Okay, I lied to you. Yes, I lied to you. I didn't do shit to her. Okay. But even though you didn't, she still does not want it. I knew she took her, I promise. But at this point, that's irrelevant because the ending result is the same. She still wants nothing to do with you. So what? What do? Like, you don't have to do anything. I'm like, okay, that's irrelevant. First of all, what you did here today is what's the problem. I was like, you make bad choices. You make so many bad decisions that put you in these stupid ass positions. I ain't trying to cuss as much, but I'm like, you make bad decisions. He was like, no, I don't. I make good decisions. I said, name one. He was like, I got my own place, got my own job, got my own car. And I said, and they're all gone. And he was like, don't say that. And I'm just like, they are. So I was like, you have a bad track record of just doing stupid stuff and it gets you in this position. I'm like, I don't know what made you think that this was okay. said, it's beyond disrespectful. You put me and my family at risk bringing in random strangers. We don't even do that. What makes you think you got a right to bring somebody in here and lay up with somebody up in this household? This is my grandmother's house. You are beyond disrespectful. So we like talking, and I'm basically going in on him. Eventually, my cousin does come into the living room and she sit down. So as she's sitting down, the girl is about to leave. She about to walk out. But I was like, oh, is your ride here? She was like, no, they're not here yet. They're a couple minutes away. I said, you don't have to stand outside. Like, it's nighttime. It's like 3 a.m. So this happened at 3 a.m. Like I said, I don't know what it is about him at 3 a.m, but he always seemed to ruin my day at 3 a.m. So I was like, you could wait in there. He's like, yeah, B, you could go. He was like, you could leave. As she touching the doorknob, I said, shut up. So then she sat down for a minute. Then her Uber came and she was headed for the door. And that's when he was like, yeah, B, you could leave. I was like, and you could go with her. I don't know what you think this is. So as she leaving, I was like, yeah, be safe. Feel free to let me know if you made it home, because I had called her, so she had my number. I'm like, you ain't got to, but I think she was a victim of the circumstances, like, because she didn't know what position he was putting her in. So that was something, that I was saying. So he was like, as she was leaving, he was like, yeah, tell her to get a plan B. Tell her to get a plan B. I said, not my problem. Not my problem. That's something for you to figure out. So he runs to the door with his crackhead energy. He was like, yeah, you have to get a plan B. Yeah, you have to get a plan B. I can't have a kid. You got to get a plan B. And I'm just like, dude, you either going to let her leave or you going to pay for another Uber because her Uber is here. He was like, no, I said, look, I got her number. I can give you her number and y'all can figure that out on another day. And she was like, look, I already have 2 kids. I don't want any more kids. She was like, trust me, dude, I don't want any more kids. He was like, yeah, you just really got to take a plan B. Yeah, I was like, let her leave. So then she leaves. She go get in her Uber. We continue our conversation. Okay, so we continue the conversation. We sitting there, and this man is tweaking. He getting on my nerves. He's sitting there. He was like, yeah. So I'm like, hey, so I'm telling him, like, you disrespectful. You shouldn't have brought nobody in this house. I was like, you make terrible decisions. He was like, I make good decisions. I said, no, you don't. Everything you touch turn to mud, basically. It's terrible. And I said, and then you brought that girl in here. Oh, sorry, my eye is itching. I was like, you brought that girl in here and you treated her that way and you let her know where I live. If somebody want to come and do something in her defense, they going to come to this house because they think that you live here. And you don't live here. And you have no rights to anything that goes on in here. And I said, and you gonna bring her, she can have her cousins or somebody come up here and light this place up. Like, don't do that. Like, I don't know what makes you think that was a good thing to do. He was like, well, I have good judgment of character. I said, oh, you got good judgment of character. He was like, yeah, I got good judgment of character. He was like, I would know if she would do something. I said, you don't even know her name. I said, you didn't even know she had kids until she came to the door, until she just told you. I said, you didn't even know she had kids. And he was like, you got good judgment of character. I said, tell me something about her. Tell me something you know about her. I said, and don't tell me nothing that we found out together. I said, tell me her name. What does she do for a living? Tell me something. And I was like, oh, because you don't know nothing. You don't have no good judge of character. So then we going back and forth. And then he was like, yeah, well, seriously, she really needs to get a plan B. I said, you worried about the wrong plan B. You need to worry about your plan B because this ain't going to work out. He's like, but she really needs one. I said, what you afraid of? What you afraid she going to come to you for child support? You ain't got no job. What she gonna do? What she gonna take from you? You have nothing. You don't say that. I'm like, so what are you so concerned for? She don't want to have no kid with you. What makes you think she want to have a kid with you? I was like, she already stated she got 2 kids. He was like, yeah, and she has 2 kids already by 2 different fathers. I said, she never said that. Stop putting words in her mouth. You just trying to make it seem worse than what it is. You don't know how many baby daddies she got. She never said anything. And then he was like, yeah, because when we were doing it, she said that she can't afford to have another child. I said, no, she didn't, because you didn't even know she had kids until she was walking out the door. You're lying. So he was saying all that, and we going back and forth. So as we going back and forth, mind you, time is going by, and I do have work in a few hours, but I'm like basically discussing with him. So then as we're having our discussion, he trying to like turn up on my cousin. He was like, this is all your fault. This is all your fault. If you'd have never came to the door. I said, how's it her fault? She was like, yeah, it's my fault. I brought a girl in here. I slept with her. I brought a girl into the house. Yep, it's my fault. Like, she feeding into it. But he kept like the anger that he was showing towards her was a little scary. Like, it was very much uncalled for. He beat on his chest and stuff. I'm like, hey, you're gonna have to calm all that down. And there would be times where I try to like step in between to kind of like block his view. I'm like, why are you talking to her? Talk to me, because I'm the one who addressing you at the moment. So he was doing a lot of that. And then eventually, while he's sitting there, he was standing with them nasty ass drawers, and he flamed. I said, hey, you gonna have to stop waving them in my goddamn face. And he was like, okay. So then he said, I'm on my couch. I said, if you don't get them nasty ass drawers off my couch, what am I supposed to do? Put them on the floor. Put them on the floor. Stop waving them funky ass drawers around. So he put it on the floor, and then he was like standing there like, yeah, well, like, I just don't know how I did this. And his eyes started going back and forth. I said, I don't know what the You on? He said, I ain't on nothing. I said, oh, you on one. Oh, you on two. You on something. He's like, I'm not on anything. I was like, yes, you are. He was like, actually, I'm on a cocktail of things. And then he tried to pull a little vape out of his pocket. I said, I don't know what you doing. I don't know what you think you doing. I said, I don't know. No. I said, you're not doing that. He was like, oh, okay. Okay. So we're going back and forth. He was like, was it really that disrespectful? I said, absolutely. It was extremely disrespectful. You brought somebody into my grandmother's home once we have been so nice to you, and you just don't know how to act. And I'm like, that is not okay. You bring all this shit on yourself. So we going back and forth. And then there comes a point where I realized this man crazy. So I text that girl. I said, yeah, you might as well just go ahead and block him. I wouldn't talk to him. He's clearly crazy. I said, I'm going to just tell him I lost your number or something, but I would block him if I was you. And he was like, who are you texting? I said, one thing about my phone, you can't be in my phone. You stay in your business. Stay out my business. You can't be in my phone. You worry about what you got going on. And that's when he was like, oh, okay. I can't be in your phone. I said, yeah, you can't be in my phone. You worry about somebody. You be in somebody else's business, but not mine. So we still going in on him. And I was just like, yeah, this is unacceptable. And my cousin was like, yeah, so you need to get yourself, you need help finding your toothbrush. He was like, he was like, is that how you feel? Like, talk to me. I said, it don't matter how I feel, but you do have to find somewhere else to be. You have to find somewhere else to go. This ain't gonna work. I said, it was disrespectful. We don't feel safe in our own house, and you have crossed the line. And he was just like, is it really that bad? So I was like, yeah, I don't know where you're gonna go. I said, you need to find you a hotel, motel, or something. He was like, well, definitely a hotel. I said, well, a motel might take you without an ID because you don't have an ID. So this is what I'm saying to him. So we going back and forth. And as we go in there, my cousin was like, yeah, you're crazy. And he was like, he kept trying to direct his anger towards her. He was like, you know, he told her to die at one point. And she was just like, what? Like, you know, she took offense to that. She was like, don't tell me nothing like that. And then another time she was like, you know, you might want to be quiet before my cousin comes up. Because he lives in the same household. And he was like, don't say it. He was like, you always saying stupid stuff. You always saying stupid stuff. He was like, actions, your words got consequences or something like that. She was like, we both said consequences. Like, what you trying to say? Is this a little empty threat? What you trying to say? And she was like, show me the consequences. Show me the consequences. I'm like, consequences? We both like, what you trying to say? Because say it with your chest if you gonna say it. So he kept saying like little sneak stuff like that. And then he kept saying, it's all your fault. I said, what is about me that seemed like I'm sweet? You must think I'm sweet. The fact that you think that I was just going to let you ride off with what was going on. I said, you making it seem like it's her fault. What did you think I was going to do? Just let you, oh, go ahead, take a nap. We can address this in the morning. He was like, that would have been ideal. That would have been foolish. And you got me effed up if you think that's how I was going to react. You think I'm sweet. You think I'm just about to let stuff slide. Absolutely not. So as we're going back and forth, I had mentioned the hotel again. And he was like, I said, yeah, so what you gonna do? You need to find you a hotel or something. He was like, a hotel? He was like, you trying to treat me like a peasant. I said, what? He said, you trying to treat me like a peasant, like I'm some sort of peasant, like I can't. I said, I don't know what the hell you own. But I said, what the hell is wrong with a hotel? I said, anybody stays in a hotel. Hotel don't mean, you know, damn peasant. I stay in a damn hotel. Even though I got a roof over my head, I still stay in hotels on vacation. A lot of people use hotels. What the hell are you talking about? So then at that point, my cousin, she sent me the location for a psych ward nearby. She sent me something. She was like, yeah, he gonna have to take his ass there, basically. They accepting people. So she like texting me stuff while she's sitting there. And he was like, she think this funny. But before, not even at that moment, but he was like, yeah, she think this funny. She just here, she laughing. She was like, ain't nothing entertaining about a broken man. Because he was like, she thinks she here for entertainment. She was like, ain't nothing entertaining about a broken man. So they keep going back and forth and they saying stuff, and I'm trying to stop them from talking to each other because he's taking it too far, and he's doing things to where it making it seem like he ready to leap on somebody. And at this point, you will get hands put on you in this household. We will put hands and feet on you if need be. So he's saying that, and then the conversation was just going on for far too long, and eventually we came to the conclusion. I was like, yeah, you're gonna have to go. I don't know where you're gonna go, but you need to figure it out. He's like, oh, okay. But then he was like, what would, I don't just give my mom a rent, whatever. He was like, what would your mother think about it? And at this point, I'm ready to put hands on this man. I'm like, I'm about to fight a crackhead in my grandma's living room. So I am proceeding to take off my hair scarf because I had on my scarf. I was asleep. Me and my cousin and her bonded. I'm in my scarf. We minded our business. We was peacefully resting before he caused all this disruption in our life. So I'm like, what you trying to say? I'm like, oh, so you think my mama gonna take your side over my side? That's your problem. You think you know us and you don't know nothing about us. I've been way too nice to you and you think you know somebody. But I'm like, at the end of the day, you have to go. If you think she gonna choose your side over my side, you are clearly delusional. You have a problem. So we talking to him and I'm going in. And at this point, I'm looking for things to grab because we about to get down. Because I don't think I'm stronger than a man. But at that point, I was ready to fight. And that's a lapse in my judgment because he had that crackhead energy. You know, not only is he skinny, you know, some of them little skinny boys be strong, but he also was on that crackhead energy. But at that point, we was about to throw down. We was going to have to get down what we mad at because he was getting on my nerves. So I'm still trying to remain civilized because he's still in the house. He's still in the house, so I'm not trying to take it too far. But at this point, I wanted to put hands on him. So then we summed it up because it was time for me to go. I had to go to work and he wasn't about to stop. I wasn't calling out because, you know, I like to travel. I like to have my vacation days. I wasn't about to mess that up. So I'm like, yeah, you're going to have to figure it out. So he was like, okay. So my cousin, no, at that point I was saying something to him, but I'm like saying it, my voice is raised. And I think this was when he said something about my mom. And I was just like, yeah, you got to get your stuff. I don't know what you got to do, but I say, you know, Casa de Gladys, because that's my grandmother's name, is closed. You're going to have to find somewhere else to be. And he was like, what did he say? So yeah, I said that, and he was like, oh, calm down. He was like, calm down. I said, stop telling me to calm down, because it ain't gonna calm down a damn thing. I said, you need to get your stuff. And he was like, I'm just trying to calm you down. He's like, what can I do to make you calm down? I said, you get your shit and you go. That'll make me calm. That'll bring peace back to this house. I'm gonna need you to get your stuff and you're gonna have to go. And that's when he was like, oh, okay. So then he like went back to the room. My cousin was like, I don't want to stay here. I don't want to stay here with him being here. And I was like, fair. Okay, so like I said, my cousin, she didn't feel right being in the house. She was like, I gotta go. So she left and she came with me. And she ended up going to work. Well, she came to the city with me, but she ended up going to her mom's house for the day because she was like, I don't feel comfortable. And I don't blame her because the energy that he was giving her was like very much like, I will put my hands on you. And it was just like, oh no, we don't do that. Well, so you say. So I was just like, okay, so we went out there and he stayed at the house. Now, mind you, I still have my guy cousin who was here and I had two other cousins that was in the house. So I'm like, I got cameras. So I'm like, I'm watching to make sure nothing crazy happens to see if he left the room or anything like that. But as I'm at work, I texted him like, hey, yeah, no hard feelings, but you crossed the line. You got to get your stuff. You got to go. I said, you cannot stay there. We can't have that. So I was like, you need to be out of there by today. Let me know when you got all your belongings. And he was like, that's fair. So after he said that's fair, he called me and he was like, oh, yeah, you know, I'm just really sorry. You know, I'm sorry for the way that I talked to you and your cousin. He was like, you know, I just got a lot going on. And, you know, once she got the restraining order, like, this is just things that he's saying. And I'm just like, okay, that's fine. But you still got to get your stuff. He was like, yeah, you know, I've just had a rough life, you know, with my dad. And he was like, yeah, my grandma, she left me all this money, but she didn't really like me as a child. I know I got the phone. Sorry, I can't help it. Force habit. Like if I put it down, put it back up. But yeah, my grandma, she left me a lot of money. But when I was a child, she didn't really like me. When I was younger, she gave me a book and it said loser. And that was like the title of the book. It said loser. And later on, I asked her, like, why did you buy me that? She said, I saw it and it made me think of you. I said, Granny was cold. I said, but you wouldn't make it in my household because if that's the worst that you've experienced, yeah, you wouldn't be able to make it around here. We be fighting for our lives when it comes to comments. So it's hard for me to be like, oh, poor thing, because I've seen worse. I've seen and heard worse. So he was like saying stuff like that. And he was like, yeah, you know, oh, I just feel bad about everything. I say, yeah, I can't feel sorry for somebody who constantly putting themselves in this position. You constantly do this to yourself. You make terrible decisions. And this is just the consequences of your actions. Like you have to do better. And I'm like, but you have to do better elsewhere. Like you cannot do better here. You must leave. You already knew that you had to leave. You were going to leave in a few days anyway. But you just have to expedite that process. I've already sent you stuff. You said you've been looking at places. So if anything, you should just get you a hotel for a couple of nights because you were already supposed to be out of here by the 1st. So it should be fine anyway. You should already have something lined up. So this is just something that's a part of the process, basically. And he was like, yeah. He's just trying to be very apologetic. And I'm just like, okay, like your sorries mean nothing. So he was like, okay, so I can't stay here or there. Here. He was trying to say he can't stay where he was currently staying. He said here. He was like, yeah, so I can't stay here. Yeah, I think he said here. He wasn't even at the house, but he said here. And I was like, yeah, you definitely can't stay at the house. And he was like, so yeah, I'm gonna call around. I'm gonna see, you know, who I can get to help me, and I'll let you know what happens. I was like, yeah, let me know when you get something. Not if, but when, because you need something. Regardless if you have something or not, you gotta go. So yeah, he was saying that, and as he did that, I was like, oh, good, bet he about to leave. I'm still trying to keep it peaceful, even though I was pissed off. I'm still trying to keep it peaceful because one, he is in the house, and two, I don't want this to turn into a bigger scene than it has to be. So I'm trying to just get him out quickly and effectively. So as I'm on the phone, right, or after a couple hours, but at that time he told me he was at the park and he was going to walk into the store. Bad idea. So as he's at the park, he calls me back. It's about like an hour or two later. He calls me back, and I'm like, great. He's about to tell me he figured out something. He got a place, and he's on his way out. He called me, and the man was a totally different person. Oh, he got him some liquid courage. It was about to go down. So he called me, and he's like, and new man, okay? New man, Trey 2.0. So he calls me, and he was like, yeah, so I was like, hello? He's like, yeah. He's like, you know, I'm just a really nice person. And I said, can you get to the point? I said, did you find something? He's like, just listen. He's like, I'm just a really nice person, and I've loaned a lot of money to a lot of people, like a lot of people. I said, I'm gonna need you to get to the point. He was like, and I called all those people, and I was asking like, hey, do you think if I could just crash on your couch for a couple days? Like, is there a couple days, you know, can I be there for a little while? And I called like a lot of people. I called like 12, 15 people. Like a lot of people owed me money. And I called one guy, and he was like, well, I don't know. I keep doing the phone thing. I'm sorry. He was like, yeah, I don't know. You know, I have to see about it. He was like, just give me an answer. And I was like, first of all, you got your nerve. You calling somebody else for a favor. He was like, just give me an answer. And I was like, okay. And he was like, you know, would you say that we're friends? And I was like, no. But he was like, well, you know, I don't want to renege. I don't want to, you know, go back on my word. But can you give me like at least 72 hours? I said, absolutely not. You must be out by today. I said, absolutely not. And then he was like, can you just have some empathy for me? Can you just have some sympathy? Like, can you just, you know, I'm going through a lot. I said, absolutely not. I said, I have no empathy, no sympathy for anybody who puts himself in this position, and you must go. So I don't know what you're going to do, but you need to have your stuff out by today. And he was like, oh, I really didn't want to do this to you. And I was like, do what? And he was like, as you know, my father is a lawyer in Louisiana. Mind you, he ain't never told me that. But I'm like, okay. And he was like, in the state of California. I said, oh, you ain't got to worry about it, Trey. I said, I said, I'm on my way. Mind you, I'm at work, but I'm wrapping up work. Like, it's about to be over for me. So I'm like, I'm on my way. You ain't got to worry about it. I'm on my way. I said, oh, what, you trying to threaten me? You say I got to evict you? He was like, no, just listen to me. You're not listening to me. In the state of California, if you've been there for like, he was trying to say if you've been there for more than 30 days and you receive mail. He hasn't received any mail. And he was probably barely there past 30 days, as he wasn't there consistently for 30 days. And he didn't receive no damn mail. So he was like, yeah, in the state of California, you're not thinking logically. I said, I'm on my way. And he was just like, I thought you were a logical person. And I was just like, no, you trying to threaten me? You trying to say I have to evict you, talking about your daddy a lawyer, and in the state of California, boy, I'm on my way. And he was like, just shut the F up and listen to me. I said, oh, I know you ain't talking to me. I said, you want to talk to somebody like that? You had you some kids, but you won't talk to me like that. Don't nobody talk to me like that. Not my parents, not my friends, don't nobody talk to me like that. You want to talk to somebody like that, you had you some effing kids. And he was like, you're just not a logical person. I said, oh, you ain't got to worry about it. I'm on my way. So as I'm on the phone with him, I walk up to my mom desk like, oh yeah, we're gonna have to wrap this up. We're gonna have to wrap this up pronto. I said, this boy acting like we're gonna have to evict him. I said, oh yeah. He was like, I never said that. Like, he's yelling on the phone. He's not on speaker. I said, oh yeah, don't worry about it. I'm on my way. So I went to my desk. I wrapped it up. I let my boss know I'm gonna just leave slightly early. I said, I got an emergency because I got an emergency at the house. This man is crazy. So she was like, yeah, that's cool. Like, everything was already taken care of, and it was the end of the day. The day was over. I was probably like 10, 15 minutes. So I was like, okay. So, and technically I'd be there earlier. I'd be staying a little bit later than I'm supposed to. So I'm like on the phone, and when I make it back to my desk, I said, "You ain't got to worry about it." He was like, "I thought you were a logical person." And my mom came to the desk. She said, "Is that him on the phone?" I said, "Yes, it is." He was like, "Put me on speaker now." This is what he yelling on the phone. I said, "Oh, what you say?" I tried to put it on speaker. He said, "Put me on speaker." And he's like, He's like, "Let me speak to your mom." And I said, "Nah, what you just say?" He's like, "Oh, you want me to say how I said it before?" He was like, "Put me on speaker now." I said, "Oh, that ain't how you said it." Mama said, "Give me the phone." She said, "Oh yeah, we on our way." She said, "Yeah, we headed your way." And she said, we gonna be there shortly." And he was like, "That sounds like a threat. That sounds like you're threatening me." She was like, "No, we gonna have us a little discussion." She said, "We on our way though." And then she handed me back the phone. I was like, "Yeah, you ain't got to worry about it. I'm on my way." He's like, "Do you play chess?" I said, "I don't play games." And he was like, "I feel like the line is being recorded now, so I'm gonna hang up." I said, "You do that." So he hung up, and we got our ish together, and we was on our way. Okay, so basically after that, I text my cousin like, "Yeah, you need to hurry up. Like we sitting on pins and needles. Like you need to hurry up because we need to make it back. We need to make it back to the house before him, before he try and do something crazy." So after that, she made it to the car. But before we left, I made sure to acquire Jessica's number. I gotta remember what names I'm giving people. Jessica's number. So I went and I tried to get the number, and I did. Now the reason why I wanted the number, because eventually we started to realize stuff was weird, but I didn't care. In my head, he leaving. He about to be out of my hair in like 3 days. He agreed. He about to be out of here. So I'm just like, I don't really even need to divulge. Things was weird. I knew he was a liar, but I just didn't know to what extent how deep his lies went. And so I'm like, I need to get her number. So I got it because there was a point that I didn't mention, because I feel like it was just so much stuff. I'm trying to mention everything, but I know it could be long winded. So there was a point where we was in the kitchen, we talking, and he was showing us like all these Snapchats and stuff, and he going through his Snapchats of her. And my cousin was like, "You need to delete those. Like you can't move on if you have all of that." So he deleted some, but he had a whole bunch more. She was like, "You need to delete them all." So he was just like, she's like, "Let me delete them." So they came up with a little deal. So he let her delete them. So, but he's standing over her shoulder as she delete them. She just going through delete, going through delete, going through delete, like she trying to wipe her clean of his Snapchat. And as she's doing that, he's standing over her shoulder like mad, like almost he could just knock her head off her shoulders. But he ain't do nothing. He just clenching his jaws, and he got like this weird look in his eyes. After that happened, he ended up leaving, getting drunk, and doing his same old routine. Now I mentioned that because once he did that, we like, something ain't right about his story. Like something's not right about his story. Like we should reach out to her. Like we should contact her. But we didn't have no information on her. We found her Instagram, but neither one of us wanted to follow her and reach out to her because we don't know what the story is and we don't want to create like a weird situation. So we didn't reach out to her on Instagram, but she was like, "Yeah, you should just give me Jessica's number. Like I should just call her or whatever." He was like, "No, no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't give you her number." So he was being weird about it. I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna get that number." Once he started acting a fool, I'm gonna get that number because I would have never got the number. I would have never got the number. I would have never tried to inquire further if he would have just got his stuff like he said he would and leave. But he didn't want to do that. So at that point, I'm looking. So I got her number before we even made it back to the house. We made it back to the house. I called to see if my cousin was there. If he was nearby, he was nearby. I called to see if my other cousins was nearby, if they wanted to, come and make sure he don't do nothing crazy because he switches up. He's like a brand new person. So I'm just like, I'm trying to make sure if it go down, it go down the right way. So we make it to the house. We make it to the house before him. House is already locked up. He never had a key. So anybody could lock the door, lock the side door, like, because we come in and out. So house is already locked up. We kept it locked up. I got into the house. We all got into the house. We start packing up his stuff because he has to go. This is not going to work. You have put my family at risk. We are not doing this. And he agreed. He had already agreed. So we packing up his stuff. As we packing up his stuff, and we're not doing nothing malicious. Everything was still nicely placed. Shoes was nicely placed. We didn't do anything crazy, even though he was dirty as hell. And that's when I really seen like the real reality of how the room looked. And it was just so damn disrespectful and nasty. And I have photos. I can post photos and put photos in here. I don't know how to do it, but I'll figure it out, I guess, if need be. I don't even know if this story will be that interesting to people. But basically, I got photos of how nasty he was. But he had stuff everywhere, clothes, dirty, food containers. Like, he was just a nasty mother, okay? And as we going through everything, like putting it up, we wasn't going through, like, he wasn't reading all his stuff, but we did come across the restraining order. So we came across the restraining order. And as we were looking at the restraining order, I'm like, wait a second. Like, we see all these photos of what he did. So another little trigger warning, this does have to do with DV. We saw the photos of what he did to her. And I'm just like, that's not what he said. And then I started reading it, and I'm going to give like a brief summary of what it says. There may be a point where I'll be able to read it. I'll probably make sure that it's okay for me to read. I just have to make sure I do a little research, I guess. But basically, he ended up, what she said in her account was basically, he is a paranoid individual. He's very jealous, and she was kicking it with a friend. He got very jealous and was basically arguing with her about it all night. He went to work, and that was the day that I saw him when he looked super sick. It was because he was up all night arguing with her and drunk. And then she was like, he went to work, and when he was at work, he was like, who have you been talking to? Who have you been talking to all day? And she was like, he was super weird, and something about the tone of his voice. She was like, she just didn't feel safe. So he hung up the phone on her, and she didn't realize at this point he had her keys. So she was like, he didn't have a set of keys to the apartment. He had her keys, and she was working from home. So as this was going on, he ended up hanging up, and she was like, at that point, she felt uncomfortable. So she started packing up all his stuff. She packing up all his stuff, and then the next thing you know, he walks through the door. And when he walks through the door, she was like, he looked at her and was like, do you really think I'm going anywhere? And then he took the bag from her, threw it to the floor, and just threw her to the floor and started beating on her for hours. And then, like, he was holding her hostage, basically. And what basically stopped what was going on was he hit her head on the floor to where her nose started bleeding. And then once he did that, he, like, snapped back into reality. Like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. He started doing all his little crackhead stuff. And then he was like, let me take you to the hospital. So she agreed to go to the hospital. She was like, she was in so much pain. But she agreed to go to the hospital. The hospital was nearby, so she didn't know what was going to happen. But as they're leaving the house, he grabbed the knife. He grabbed that and started to go to the car. So he brought that with him to the hospital. He said he took it from her originally. He brought that with him to the hospital. And when he got there, they ended up calling the police, one because of how her injuries, but also because of the knife. Now, when they initially called the police, he wasn't in the lobby. He was waiting outside. Then he came back. He's probably vaping. He came back in, and when he came back in, that's when the police approached him. And when they did, he ran. He never said that. He ran. And I'm just like, what? So then at this point, we read that, and my cousin was like, I'm scared. And I was just like, keep packing. So we packed it up. He didn't have access to the house. And at that point, he definitely wasn't going to have access to the house while we were in there after seeing all, reading that and reading the violent tendencies and stuff that he had. I was like, oh no. So he came shortly after we arrived. It was probably like 15 minutes. So at that point, my mom noticed him because he tried to like open the door, but he didn't knock. He didn't do anything. He just sat there. So then my mom was like, oh yeah, look, come on, let's have a talk. So they're talking outside. He's not in the house. They're talking outside. Okay, so I was going to read the restraining order at this point, and I already read it, but then I'm just like, I don't want to jeopardize this person being locked up. Restraining orders, to my knowledge, are public record, and if you have the right information, you can pull it up and find it. And I don't believe there's an issue with me doing it, but also it's not an issue with like the victim, for on her portion of me reading it. But what I'm going to do is try my best to summarize it without reading it verbatim, as I don't know if there's anything like legally that would be an issue, but also I wouldn't want to jeopardize anything when it comes to like prosecuting him. So I do have to be careful with the things that I say. At least I feel like I should be careful with the things that I say, as it's an ongoing thing. Like it's a spoiler alert. It's not over. It's not over. It probably, let's just say I've lost faith in the justice system. And so there's a portion of it where it's basically like give more information about the person, the respondent. That's how they refer to him, the respondent. So she basically said he was very paranoid and he often used prescription pills and alcohol. he often would make up weird scenarios in his head. He was just very paranoid and would come up with all these weird scenarios about things that was happening while he was under the influence. There was a time where he would like constantly check her apartment because he thought that somebody was in there, and he was just thinking that somebody was going to harm him, and felt like there was intruders. At one point, he was at a certain point, he became so paranoid that he started to be controlling. He would check her. He did not like her having any type of male friends or male interactions, and he was extremely jealous. He would go through her phone, and there was times where she did try to end the relationship, several times, like multiple times, but he just wouldn't let go of the relationship, and would often act crazy to where she felt unsafe. So there was a time where they had, I guess, a disagreement, and she had tried to break up with him, and then he pulled out a blade, his favorite thing. And then she asked, like, why did you do that? And he was like, to protect himself. There might be somebody in there who's going to harm him, like somebody in her apartment who's going to harm him. So it's giving crazy. It's giving paranoid and weird. Also, while he was at my grandmother's house, he would make like a lot of references to pointy objects such as a blade to my cousin, and like make certain things, like it was don't quote me on it, but it was something where she was like, oh yeah, when you leave or something, he was like, I'm gonna take a pinky toe with me or something like that, like so that seems to be something that I don't want to say he's into, but seems to be his weapon of choice. Next, so I am going to kind of paraphrase what she said. So basically, not the day that the incident occurred, but the day before, she had a friend that came into town and was visiting. She gave him some money via Apple Pay for transportation. The respondent went through her phone and saw the Apple Pay because he has access to her Apple Pay account. So he basically saw everything. And he was like, who is this? She said it was a friend. He went through the phone and accused her of cheating. Once he accused her of cheating from that evening, so the evening of, let's say it was the second. So let's say he accused her of cheating the evening of the second. He kept arguing with her until 3 a.m. Something about 3 a.m. till 3 a.m. on the 3rd. At one point, while they was having a conversation, they were in the bathroom, and he got so mad that he punched a hole into the bathroom door. They then she tried to go to sleep, but he wouldn't stop accusing her of cheating. Then later the next day, while she was at work, he was working at his actual job, and then he called her and was like, very upset and weird, and was like, you didn't call me today. Who did you talk to today? Are you going to lie to me again? Yes or no? And hung up. So at that point, she felt some type of way about that call and did not feel safe. So then she started to pack his belongings. Once she was packing his belongings, he came into the apartment. He let himself in, and then he said to her, you think I'm going anywhere? Like, do you really think I'm going anywhere? Threw the suitcase that she was packing to the floor and immediately started... So it's going to get a little graphic for some of the things that I'm going to say. It's just a trigger warning. He does put his hands on her. So he threw her to the ground, was attacking her, hitting her head on the floor, and he assaulted her for over an hour, hit her in her face, slammed her head on the ground. At some point, about 3 points, he strangled her with both hands. During one of those 3 times, she ended up passing out and losing consciousness. She said she doesn't remember the exact order of everything that occurred because it was buried and it was happening, for a period of time. So she said she did try to scream for help for about 3 times as her windows was open, but nobody ever came to help her. When she tried to run, she did attempt to run multiple times. And when she tried to, he would grab her, pull her back, and basically continue to put his hands on her. During the attack, he did pull out some of her hair and ripped her shirt. And she said every time he was hitting her head on the floor, she basically felt like her skull was breaking and her ears were ringing, and she was afraid that she had brain damage. So I'm going to go on to the next one. And then basically what stopped him is he saw blood coming out of her nose, began to sob, and saying that he was sorry and that the police needed to take him so he could rot in jail. He ended up calling the police, and the dispatcher put him on hold, and it felt like a long time. It was several minutes, and she felt like it was going to take too long, basically, and had him call an Uber. So the Uber took them to the hospital as she was getting treatment for her injuries. The hospital staff ended up calling the police. She did have significant injuries, rug burns, cuts on her body, bruises on her arms, on her wrists, bruising on ribs, cuts on her stomach, extremely sore on her throat due to him putting his hands around her neck, bruising and swelling on one side of her face and her ears, or she specifically said left side of her face and ears. She was taken through some not treatments, but basically they were looking to see, if she had anything going wrong with her. She was told she possibly had a concussion. And then after a few days, like, things started to really appear, started to darken. So she took some photos of that. While she was getting medical attention, she was told that the police went to arrest him and he ran. And after they caught him, they did find a blade on him. And he was arrested and there was a police report. They granted her emergency protective order. And I'll read this part. Respondent was initially charged with false imprisonment, corporal injury to a spouse or cohabited, and assault with great bodily injury, and was incarcerated at Santa Rita Jail. So we already knew he was in Santa Rita Jail. I already said that. And then as of a few days after being arrested, basically, she said at the hearing, respondent was released and the DA dropped the charges due to lack of evidence. So that was basically her portion. It's summarized. I paraphrased it because I don't want to read it verbatim, as I don't know if there'll be any issues with doing that, as well as I don't want to jeopardize anything when it comes to prosecuting him if the time ever comes. So that is why I did it that way. But yes, that is a version of her side, as being that this is a document and how it's filled out, it's very limited to how much you can say, as you can only write so much. So this is what was submitted in order for her to be able to get her restraining order, to my knowledge. So take that for how you want it. Not saying that the man is guilty, but this is definitely a different story than what he told me, which is why we were so shocked when we heard and read what was going on in the restraining order. So just a little piece of her side. Also, I want to say I did do this like with the victim in mind. So I will give like further information as to basically why I felt comfortable doing this, but it'll be later on in my story. Okay. This is a long story. I'm realizing this is a long story, but this is my story. This is my truth. This man is crazy as hell. So we get to the part where basically we make it to the house. He comes back and he tries to get into the house, but the door's locked. So then my mom basically meets him outside and tell him to come on over for a chat. So I had to actually like watch the video to kind of get a clearer picture, or just to refresh my memory from what happened, because I did videotape. I'm not going to post the video at the moment, one, because it has like my mom and stuff, but I got it. If the time ever comes to where I need to use it, I have it. And little does he know, I have it. And so basically my mom was giving him a chance to speak. She was like, go ahead, go ahead, I'm going to give you your chance to speak. She was like, I heard about what happened last night. I'm going to give you your chance to speak. So he's all like weird and drugged up and whatnot, because he looked very high and very much drunk when he came here. But he's not like out of it. I feel like it's acting. Like when he does it, I feel like it's acting because he's trying to be all like weird. But basically, she gave him a chance to speak, and he was like, he was real brief, like, yeah, I made a mistake. And she was just like, what's your mistake? He was like, bringing somebody here. Like, I just should have never done that. Like, bringing somebody here. Like, I don't know what I was thinking. I made a mistake. And that was basically like what he said. And then he kind of like, well, that's, really all I have to say, because you kind of already have your mind made up, is what he's telling her. So she was like, is that it? Is that all you got to say? Because she's like, basically, when I start talking, don't you try and hop in, because I got a lot to say. So when I start talking, I don't need you trying to hop in. So then he started faking like he's scared. Like somebody said that they was gonna sock him in his throat, even though that's, I would have loved to. But nobody said that. We just sitting there and my mom was just like, oh, okay, now it's my turn. It's my turn to speak. Since you said what you said, it's my turn to speak. So she was like, where your phone at? Put your phone to the side, put it up. Basically, no distractions. But she also put hers to the side, and she gonna make a comment to him like, any knives? Because he don't know at this point. We just seen the report, but I not the report, the restraining order. But she was like, any knives? And he was like, no, like patting down his pocket. So the comment kind of went over his head because he didn't know what we knew. So then after she put everything down, he was just like, oh, just don't do this. Don't do this. Like being weird. And I was just like, not everybody's violent. Not everybody puts their hands on people. We're not all violent. And I'm just basically saying this because of the report. Like, this man is crazy. He loves putting his hands on people, especially when he think he got the upper hand. Because one thing about the ex, she's small and petite, and he put on his driver's license, his new driver's license, that he's 6 foot. The boy is probably 5'6", 5'7" at the tallest. I'm 5'9", so he's shorter than me. He's not 6 feet tall. He a bold-faced lie. But yeah, so he picks on like the small little petite women. And that's what she was. So I was like, yeah, not everybody violent. He was like, he trying to use words that he don't know how to use and just saying shit, honestly. And he gonna say something like, you'll see. Like he told me, you'll see. And I'm like, what you mean? Like, this is exactly why I'm recording. Because if you decide to leap, we have it on footage. It ain't no, oh, he said, she said. We have it on footage. Like, I have the video to give to whoever, because clearly they ain't do nothing if it's he said, she said, because he wandering free. But yeah, so she brought up last night, like briefly, like, yeah, I heard about last night. She was like, and you know what's crazy is I took your word. Like when you said stuff, I just took you for your word. And basically just saying like she kind of disappointed. Like, I believe the things that you told me, just to find out that they're lies is a problem, and to find out how you treated this home, this house, is a problem, is basically what she's saying. So she mentioned some of the lies that that he told her. So he was like, yeah, so let's talk about your phone. Because as I mentioned, he lost his phone while we were still working or whatever. But then he lost his phone again while he was staying at my grandmother's house. So he lost his phone again. And when he lost it, he told my mom that he was like downtown or somewhere dancing. And when he bent down to tie his shoe, he sat his phone on a bench and a homeless man took it. And I was just like, okay. And then she was like, but then, that was a story you told me. But she was like, but then I heard that you went to some girl's house, left it at her house. She tossed it out the window and a homeless man took it. And he was like, how do you know this? And I'm just like, shit, I didn't even know it, so it ain't me. But I'm just saying that in my head. I ain't say it to him because I don't care. If you want to feel like I told, then I told. Then he was like, follow up. He was like, she was like, yeah, and let's talk about, damn, what's she saying? Oh, she was like, and I hear that you sleeping on benches. So basically he was always out all night. For the nights that he was here, he was out all night, and he wouldn't come back till the morning. If he came back that day, he wouldn't come back till the morning. So one of those nights, he just slept on a bench at a park. And my mom found out about it. And he was like, how do you know this? Why do you know this? And he looks at me talking about some you. I'm like, first of all, I don't even know this information. But I was like, so what if I did tell her? Did you or did you not sleep on the bench? Like, me telling her ain't got nothing to do with it. And he was like, yeah, but I don't want her to know. I respect her. But I was like, well, you don't respect me. Like, I don't care about you and your little funky ass secrets. But yeah, so he was trying to say that he respected my mom and was trying to blame me for telling her. And I'm just like, I have no loyalty to you. But then after that, my mom was like, so yeah. Oh, she was like, and you did all this lying to me. And she was just like, even when you was at work, you would talk about how this person was doing this and that to you. And she was like, I was vouching for you. I was sticking up for you. She didn't really do anything, but she was kind of just like, oh yeah, like, well, what are you going to do about it? Basically, like, she was somewhat supportive. Like, she would just listen, I guess, to what he was saying. But he was like, yeah, because Ben, he was like, he's the reason why I lost my job off of false pretenses. He just started saying stuff. I'm like, sir, that don't even make sense. You did what you did. They let you go for a reason. You were, in fact, in jail, and you did, in fact, call a supervisor to bail you out. You were supposed to get fired. Like, what are you talking about? But he was trying to put blame on her. She was like, no, you did that. But then after that, she was like, so let's talk about the incident. Let's talk about the incident. And then he does all this fake crying and fake, like, it was not crying noises, but like crying voice. Like, oh, no, I just don't know. I don't want to bring that up. Never a tear in sight. When I say never a tear in sight, his tear ducts do not work. But he was always making like this crying voice, and he would like cut it off. And it wasn't like a smooth transition. It would just be a hard stop each time he was transitioning from crazy to crying to drugged. It was just weird. But that's how he would do. And so she was like, she repeated the story that he initially told her when it came to him and his ex. So she was like, you told me that you was at work and you was calling her phone and she didn't pick up while you was at work. So then when you went home to see why she wasn't picking up, and you found out that she was talking to her ex. You got mad and went for a walk. And he was like, yeah, 3-hour walk. And then she was like, and then you came back and saw that she texted him. And then you say she attacked you. And then after she attacked you, you fought her off. She hit her head. And then you took an Uber to the hospital. He was like, no. He said something like he disagreed with the Uber to the hospital part. And we just like, she's like, that's what you told me. That's what you told me. And then you said you went to the hospital. You was waiting outside. They was taking too long. You went back in. The police came. And then he was like, yeah. And then I ran. And we said, we both, you ain't say that part. My mom said, you ain't say that part. He was like, yeah. And then I ran and there was dogs and helicopters. We what? Because I didn't know about the dogs and helicopters. I found out he ran shortly before we had this conversation by reading the restraining order. And I'm just like, dogs and helicopters. My mom said, if you think I knew that, do you think you would be staying here? Do you think that you would be in this house? She was talking about my grandma's house. And he was like, no, I just, I was just scared. Fake crime. And she was just like, She's like, okay, well, let's just say you wanted to leave that out. That's fine. But did you put your hands on that girl? He's like, no, I would never do that. She said, did you put your hands on that girl? He said, no, it's not in my nature. And then she was just like, I'm going to give you one more chance. I'm giving you a chance to be honest, to come clean with me. Did you put your hands on that girl? And then that's when he would, okay. You want to know? Okay, I'll tell you what happened. And then he starts hitting the floor, but it's like a deck. It's like not the concrete. He was hitting the deck. And then I was like, hey, stop doing all that. Don't break nothing. Mama said, oh, are you mad about something? He was like, no. She was like, then calm all that down. Like, don't be doing that with me. He was like, okay. Basically, yeah, so he goes, and after hitting stuff, when we telling him, hey, calm down with all that, he goes into like basically his new version, his updated version of what happened. So he was like, he went to her and admitted that he was speaking to other people. So then she decided to start talking to someone else to get back at him. And then he was like, as she should. He was like, because I ain't shit in that aspect. That's what he said. So he says that he was upset that she was talking to somebody else, and she told him to shut the F up because of what he was doing. He was seeing somebody else. He was like, she can't tell me that. I don't know why the hell not. But he was like, so he said he walks away and then he comes back inside, and he comes back inside because he just couldn't let it go. Like he just couldn't let that one go. So when he comes back inside, he said she comes at him and says, yeah, I've been effing him. Talking about the guy. I'm assuming her ex, that he said it was her ex. And he was like, yeah, she said she been effing him. He was like, yeah, in my head, I was like, yeah, Trey, you're effed. Like, that's what he said. But he said in the moment, he just smiled and laughed and walked away. And he was like, he goes to the counter. And when he goes to the counter, she was like, you're going to the counter? He was like, yeah, I'm going to the counter. He said, then she grabs a blade. And he was like, oh, are you really going to like stab me? Like, no, I know you're going to stab me. Like, this is what he's doing because he's so weird. So then at that point he admits, a little TV warning, I don't know how to do the social media stuff, but I guess this could be triggering for some folks. But then he admits to basically going over to her and punching her. And then he said that he grabbed her and she was shocked. She was shocked that he grabbed her, and he like brought her over to the couch and he was restraining her. And he said, she said she wanted to leave. He told her to leave. Like basically he let go and told her to leave. She asked him, well, why would he do that? He said, I don't know. He grabbed her again and she said she wanted to leave. He puts his hands up and was like, just go. Just go. And then he says, she goes to the kitchen and grab a blade again. And she said, you're going to stab me? And he's like, she said, this isn't funny, but it's just like the fact that he just comes up with the weirdest stories. He was like, then she says, I'm not going to stab you. I just want to know who you've been effing. Like, what kind of storyline is this? And then he was like, everybody, of course. He was like, I didn't say that, but I was just like, a lot of people, like everybody. So he was like, she was like, tell me who this B is who been calling you 14 times at 3 a.m. Mind you, he said 3 a.m. Every time he started something in my grandmother's house, it was 3 a.m. when he called me out of my bed, 3 a.m. when he brought that girl up in our house, 3 a.m. He talked about the girl calling him 14 times at 3 a.m. I don't know if 3 is just the worst number for him, but 3 a.m. is not his time of day. So she was like, yeah, who's this B that's been calling you 14 times at 3 a.m.? He was like, oh, you mean Emma? He literally said Emma. I don't think Emma is the girl's name because he'd be lying his ass off. He was like, I don't even know that B. I don't even know that B. And then he says at that point, she attacks him. He just be lying. He's like basically tried to say that she didn't have any defensive wounds. He gave like this weird description saying she didn't know how to hold a knife. So there was no really marks from the knife. And I'm just like, are you trying to say defensive wounds? Like, I don't know what you're saying. But if you have the weapon, then you wouldn't necessarily have the defensive wound because you're not defending yourself. So if you're saying she did it, then what? So whatever. But my mom asked, when did you lose it on her? And he was like, I never did. And he started doing like the fake crying again. Not one tear came out. Not one tear ever came out of this man's eye. And then at this point, she was like, I'm trying to give you an opportunity to, get it all off your chest and be 100 with me. But he just was like, I never did. I don't know what happened. And all a little weird stuff. And then she basically told him like she saw the restraining order. He was like, well, yeah, let's dive into that. Let's dive into that. Like he's laughing. Weird. And he was like, it's okay that you read it. It's okay that you read it. He was like, I read it every day. He said, those pictures, they're upsetting. He's like, those pictures are disgusting. And it's upsetting that someone would do that to themselves. I said, here we go. This man just be lying. And we like, what? You trying to say she did that to herself? Mind you, in the photos, eye, toe up, jaw, toe up, bruise on the back, rug burns on the arm, like marks around her neck. The photos are very disturbing. He's trying to say she did that to herself. Now, granted, I know there's different scenarios where, hey, that may be the case. He lying. That's how I feel. He lying. So then he was like, yeah, that she do it to herself. And he was like, yes. So I admit, like, I'm paranoid. I'll read the restraining order later if I am okay to read it. I have to check a few things before I can do so. But he admits that he's paranoid by people. He said, but I never put my hands on her. I said, you just admit to punching her. He was like, I punched her in her stomach. And I'm just like, oh, this lying. And then what did he say? Yeah, so that's what he was saying. Like, I punched her in her stomach, but she did that to herself. My mom said there was photos, and those photos was taken at the hospital. He's like, no, she took those herself. Her mom told me that she took those herself in her bathroom. And it was like, he was like, I still talk to her mom. Her mom called me to see what happened. And I told her daughter is basically a liar. She lied about everything to me. Everything she told me was a lie. And I'm just like, the pot calling the kettle black. But basically, that's what he was saying. So then we moved on and it just went to the next clip, basically. And in the next clip, it made me remember something because my mom was saying something like, F her. Like, and he was like, like, don't say that. And she was like, I don't give a F about her. Oh, do you feel some type of way when I say something bad about her? He was like, yeah, I don't give a damn. F her. And it made me think about when I was talking to him on the couch earlier that morning. I said the same thing. I was like, F her. He was like, he didn't say anything in that moment. I think he was offended. But the next morning when he was talking to me on the phone and trying to apologize, not the next morning, that same morning, like hours later when he was talking to me on the phone and trying to apologize, he was like, yeah, and I didn't appreciate what you said about Jessica. And I was just like, I don't give a damn. I said, let me tell you some of the things I don't appreciate. I don't appreciate you bringing strangers into my home. I don't appreciate you putting my family at risk. I don't appreciate how you treated my grandmother's house. I don't appreciate the shit that you put me through. He's like, that's fair. That's fair. Don't ever try and check me about somebody who don't even want you. So he basically tried to do that to my mom. He was like, F her. She was like, I don't understand. You saying she ruined your life. She ruined your life. But he was like, yeah, but I never put my hands on her. Fake cries again. And she was like, why do you still love her? She don't want you. He was like, I just never had a love like that. I've never experienced love like that. She said, what? Love like what? She's like, cause what you describe, it don't sound like love. He was like, yeah, you know, she would make me food. She said, somebody who made you food? That's what you love so much? She was just like, I never had anybody take care of me like that. And she was just like, look, you 25 years old. You have a lot of life to live. You could find somebody else. She was like, but you need some help. Basically, you need to speak to somebody. He's like, I'm not crazy. Like, hell, you ain't. He said the same thing to me the night that I was talking to it was night, morning, whatever. That same day, earlier that day when I was talking to him on the couch. I was basically like, you batshit crazy. The fuck? You is crazy. He's like, I'm not crazy. That's another thing he was saying. I can't tell. So yeah, she was saying that. She was just like, you need some professional help, basically, is what she was telling him. You need somebody who's outside of the equation who could help you through this. She was like, because you so fixated and stuck on this one girl and she don't want you. She don't want you. I've told him plenty of times, she don't want you. So that's basically like where that conversation was going. Now, mind you, they still talking outside. She's still going in on him. I was there and I was not instigating, but I was getting my little 2 cents in every now and then because he switched up on me. What I noticed is earlier that morning when me and my cousin was talking to him, he was treating her like trash because he thought I had the power. Then when it came to me and my mom, he started treating me like trash because he believed she had the power. So he would like switch up like crazy because he is crazy. Okay, so at some point, I ended up going back in the house. Now, mind you, when I'm in the house, my cousins are in the house. And the house already has a lot of family members that come in and out. There are separate living spaces, so you don't always see everybody. But at this point, there was probably about 5 of us there in the front part of the house. And I had other cousins who was in a different part of the house and another cousin who lived in the house but worked around the corner. So there was quite a few of us there. So his stuff is already packed. It's sitting to the side as they're having their discussion. While he was talking to my mom outside, my mom had them sit their phones to the side. So her phone was to the side, his phone was to the side. Somebody was blowing up his phone. When they was blowing up his phone, he's like, I don't even know who that is. I don't even know who's calling me like that. Like, I'm not expecting, calls or anything like that. We were just like, okay. Like, and he didn't check it. And we just kept going on with the conversation. Now, when I went in the house, I was talking to my cousins. They looked at the room, saw how nasty the room was. Like, it was just a lot. But when my cousins was there, my cousin who interacted with him, the one who was like, who said he was homeless, like the one he would just engage with the most, she was receiving a call from Louisiana. Now, mind you, she was very irritated because she was already receiving a whole bunch of calls because he gave her number. I guess somehow whoever took his phone had her number, like an emergency contact, and kept trying to like call it to try and give the phone back. But she was not trying to be the middleman. She was not wanting to be involved with that. And she was annoyed that he gave out her number because she don't even give out her number to people that she know. Like, she just not want to give out her number. So she's very irritated by that. So when she saw the Louisiana number, she was like, why does this number keep calling me? So then she answered it. I was like, answer it. So she answered it. And the person was like, hi, this is Jay. I'm Trey's friend. I'm trying to get a hold of him, but I can't get a hold of him. She was like, I got nothing to do with him. Like, don't call my phone. Stop calling my phone. I ain't got nothing to do with me. And I was like, wait. He's like, wait. Don't hang up. So I took the phone. And he was like, hi, yeah, I'm Jay. I'm Trey's friend. And I've been trying to call him. And he's not picking up his phone. I just want to make sure nothing happened to him. I was like, yeah. He's not picking up his phone. I mean, he's still alive, but I wouldn't say he's safe because he has no business being here. He's causing a lot of issues. And I basically just broke down everything that happened. Now, mind you, Jay is the friend that Trey said was in a psychiatric hospital or whatever when we was in Santa Cruz. This was the friend he hadn't talked to in so long. He was in a psych ward. He was crazy. His life was all over the place. And as I'm talking to him, that was another reason why my cousin was a little off. But she was like, why did he give my number to somebody that he said is crazy? So I'm talking to him. He sounded like he was in his right mind. I'm like, maybe he on medication. I don't know. So I continue to talk with him, but I'm just like, yeah, he's not, I wouldn't say this is the safest place for him, as he has disrespected his household. He's disrespected my family. Like this, he needs to go. He agreed to go, and now he's trying to act weird and do weird stuff. And he was just like, oh, like I didn't know about that. Mind you, I don't know how much of that I believe, but he was like, I didn't know about that. Yeah, I tried to help him out. My friend is out there. So he mentioned the friend that lives in the city. And I was just like, this was a friend that he mentioned, but never hung out with, never spoke about. Like, I never seen him engage with him at all, or I never heard that he was engaging with him. So I'm just like, He was like, do you mind if I three-way him? I want to three-way him because he's like, I want to three-way him because he may help him. And I just want to make sure he has all the information before he decides to help him. I was like, put him on the line. So he basically calls him and he three-ways the friend. And the friend, he's like, yeah, I told him don't. Basically saying, he told him not to come out here, not to bring that stuff out here. He was like, he knew better than to be doing what he doing. And he was just like, yeah, he had some trouble back in Louisiana. Like, he just giving some brief information. I'm giving him a whole rundown of what happened. So we on three-way. I'm just running it down to him. So eventually the guy was like, yeah, I offered to get him a hotel, but he said no. I said, huh? He was like, yeah, I offered to get him a hotel, but he said no, he turned it down. I said, oh, now did he? I said, okay, good to know. Does that offer still stand? He was like, yeah, I mean, no, but I'll do it if he accepts it and it helps get him out your house, I'll do it. So I was like, bet. So I exchanged numbers with them. I got their information and I went on about my way. Now, after doing that, I ended up going down and speaking to my mom. She had moved like a little bit more in front of the house talking to him because he's being weird. He's scared and all this. I'm like, ain't nobody said nothing to him. Ain't nobody did nothing to him. She just having a conversation. So they're down in front of the house and I went down there to tell her like, hey, just to let you know, I know he's saying he has nowhere to stay, but this boy has somewhere to stay. Somebody offered to get him a hotel for a week and he turned them down. Now, mind you, when I went down there to tell her, I had some mace. Because at this point, I'm realizing this man is batshit crazy. If he decides to leap, I got something for him. So I went down there with some mace. And he was just like, when I went down there, I'm just holding it to the side. Like, I ain't out there, waving it around. I'm holding it to the side. And I'm trying to keep it kind of tucked because I don't need him to try and do anything extra. Mind you, that's exactly what he did. He was just like, as I'm telling my mom, like, he has a place to stay. He was just like, is that mace? And I was like, yes, it is. And I continued to talk to my mom. He was like, you would mace me? I said, if you put your hands on me, I would do more than mace you. He was like, I would never do that. I would never do that. I'm sure you told Jessica that too. So I'm just like, yeah, you put your hands on me, I'll do more than mace you. And he was like, at that point, he was just like, I would never do that. And he was like, you're evil. He was like, I figured it out. You're evil. You're an evil person. I'm like, the pot calling the kettle black. And he was like, you're an evil person. And he was like, wait 45 minutes. I said, what the hell is supposed to happen in 45 minutes? My mom, what? 45 minutes? What you trying to say? 45 minutes? So we trying to figure out, I'm just saying, he said, your net has been cast. Like, he said some shit like that. And I'm just like, what you trying to say? Stop trying to use all these, like, say it with your chest. If you really that big and bad, then say it with your chest. If you bad, say it with your chest. Stop trying to do all this coding it. Say it with your chest because you're trying to threaten me, but try not to make it sound like it's not a threat. You 100% are trying to intimidate me and threaten me. So if you're going to do it properly. So eventually my mom was like, go away, because she wants to continue her conversation. And clearly he was using me as a distraction. But I was just like, just letting you know, he got a place to stay. Now, mind you, when I was on the phone with him, I don't even think I mentioned this, but when I was on the phone with him, when he was trying to apologize early that morning that everything went down from 3 a.m. to 5 to whatever, this is all in the same day. So when he tried to apologize, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say that to your cousin. And I've just been through a lot. And my grandma called me a loser and all this. He was like, the girl from that night had offered him a place to stay. And I had told him on the phone, I was like, oh, well, then that sounds like that's where you need to be. Because I already told her you crazy as hell. So if she wants to give you a place to stay, she accepts you for who you are and you should go. And he was just like, no, I can't stay with her. I don't even know her. I can't stay with her. I said, sir, you inserted yourself into her without protection. you can stay with her. So you might as well, yeah, go take that option. But he's like, I can't stay with her. And I don't know why he told me that. I think he's trying to tell me, like, he has options, or like she's willing to take me in. Why can't I stay with you for a couple more days? Because you can't. So that's basically what was going on. And I had told her that. And then eventually he was, and I had called the friend in the city back, like, oh, he trying to threaten me, like he trying to say this. He was like, oh, well, I don't know what to say. Like, he don't want nothing to do with the boy. But he was like, the offer still stands. So he's like, if anything goes like too far left, like just call me back, basically. So I'm like, okay. So eventually he agrees and understands that he cannot stay here and that this is not the place for him to stay. It's not wise. You can't stay in a household full of people who do not care for you, who do not like you, and at this point wants to put hands and feet on you. You can't do that. So my mom reluctantly was like, just to get him out of the house, she told him he could stay at her house in the spare room for 24 hours, but he must find something. At least this buys you time. So he agreed. He got all his belongings and he decided that that was the better option. I didn't think that was the better option. But at that point, he's at least out of this house that he's trying to seriously squat in. And we had all his belongings packed. And he was just like, oh, like I need to go back in the room to make sure that everything was out because I put things in different drawers and stuff. Why he did that, I don't know, because there was no empty drawers or anything in there. As I told him, that room was not for rent. It's not rentable. That there are personal items in there. So it's just for people to stay on days when they're coming to visit. That's basically it. It's not to live in. Okay, so we take him back into the room, supervised, because he's crazy. We take him back into the room, and he ends up looking and grabbing stuff. And he grabbed my rat tail comb that I happened to have left in the room. And he was like, oh, yeah, I need that. I said, that's mine. And I was like, what do you use that for, your hair? He was like, no, I just need it. I said, he was like, oh, well, I don't want to take anything if it's yours. I wouldn't want you to feel like I'm taking your stuff. I said, take it. I said, because if you leave it, it's going to be burned. Because what the hell was you using it for? Even if you're using it for your hair, I don't want it at this point. So I was just like, no. And he was like, this is him switching back up after he didn't threaten me about 5 times at this point, staring at me, trying to intimidate me, calling me, saying crazy things to me in general. He leave and talk about some, I really do appreciate everything you did for me. And I said, Trey, I appreciate everything you did for me too. I appreciate the stains on my carpet. I appreciate the stains on my headboard. I appreciate the damage to the bedding. I appreciate you just talking to me all type of crazy. I appreciate everything you did. And he's like, oh, she hates me. She hates me. I said, in order to hate you, I got to give a damn about you. I don't hate you, but I want nothing to do with you. So he's grabbing his stuff and he's still trying to like laugh and giggle. Like everything's fine now. Everything's cool. Everything's fine. We all, it was just a misunderstanding. And as he's leaving, he's saying bye to my cousin. She's like, don't say nothing to me. I'm dead, because he had told her to die the day before. So she was just like, yeah, don't talk to me, because he was trying to talk to her. And she was just like, my cousin was like, I think he talking to you. My other cousin was like, I think he talking. She's like, I'm dead. So he like leaves and he's all goofy smiling. Mom packed up the car and she drove him to her house. Mind you, her house is only a block away. Not even a block away. It's like on the same block. So with that being said, I was like, okay. He left. We made sure we kept all the doors locked, because sometimes as family, we in and out of the house. Not all the time it'd be locked, but we made sure to keep everything locked. I had purchased new locks to change on the door that was like frequently used by people to come in and out of. I changed the lock on that. It took like a day for it to get there. So until it arrived, I just made sure that the door was locked. So we did that. And then as he was gone, I started to do some research. I started to figure out what's what and what's not, because this man has just said any and everything. And if he would have left this house, I would have never spoke to Jay. I would have never spoke to the friend in San Francisco. I would have never gotten Jessica's number. I want to say Jasmine so bad. I would have never got Jessica's number. I would have never inquired further. Like, if he would have just left, I would have never said anything. And he probably could have even said hello to me on the street. Like, no, you can't hang out. No, you can't come to my house. No, you can't do none of that. But I would have been like, hey, how you doing? You be good, be cool. And kept it pushing. But yeah, so I started to do some digging. So in my season of discovery, because I'm like, now I need to make sure that I got something in my back pocket, because if he decides he doesn't want to leave my mom's house or do something crazy. Now, mind you, I know some people probably think that's a stupid move. There was a reason why that was the move that we went with. But also, my mom has a big old German Shepherd, got multiple cats. Not saying that cats are, dogs, but some of them is crazy enough to defend you. She has cameras. We communicated. We have family on the block. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it was not the safest option, but that was the best option that was there at the moment for the circumstances. So he was there, but mind you, he left and he was out all night when he stayed with her anyway. So he wasn't even in the house with her at night. So by the morning time it came, me and my cousin, we back and forth. We down there, we waiting, we on the phone, we making sure we checking in and all that. So that is part of the reason why we just let it go. And at that point, he still had respect for my mother. So because he had respect for my mother, I think he thought that she had pity for him and she would just change and just allow things to happen. So I'm just like, okay, whatever. That's the mindset. At least he probably won't go crazy on her. So while he's down there, I'm doing my research. So I'm trying to figure out what's what. So I was able to figure out in his time at my mother's house that his father is indeed not no damn lawyer. I believe he was like a tow truck driver and he owned like a club or something, or some sort of like event hosting or something like that in Louisiana. He was not a lawyer, was never a lawyer. I could actually find like his last 10 jobs that he did. So I'm just like, interesting. Another thing I found out through my ways was that he never paid rent at that apartment, nor was he ever on that lease. He said that he was on that lease. He added her to the lease because her lease was up at first. And then he was like, because she lived with her mama and she's 30 and all this different stuff. So he said he added her to the lease. It was always her lease. He was never on that lease. Another thing, the car. He never had a car out here. He never had a car out here. This man said that he had a video from his neighbor of his car being towed. He fake called the tow truck company. Then he later told me that, his parents paid for the car note, so they just gonna be the one to figure it out. That's gonna be their problem. Like the car never existed. This is stuff that I'm finding out. I also found out he did not go to LSU. He never went to LSU. He went to Southern. He never went to LSU. He went to Southern. Another thing that I found out, because he told me he went to LSU and he studied mathematics. He told my mom he went to LSU and he studied business management. Told my cousin that he went to LSU and studied computer engineering. Never attended LSU. He did not get into LSU. But he did go to Southern and he didn't graduate. He messed it up somehow and he left. This is what was told to me at the time. So I'm just going off of what it is, not what I know now. So yeah, that was something that was told to me. His friend Jay, the one that he said is in the psych ward, turns out he went to LSU. Turns out he majored in like computer engineering or something like that. And he works in tech, if I'm not mistaken. And basically Trey would take pieces of Jay's life and say that it's his and use that to like get women and get women to like him. There's even one instance where he basically built Jay's character up so much that the girl realized that who the real Jay was and ended up liking him and talking to him, and that made Trey upset. So I found out that information, figured out his mother's phone number, already had Jessica's phone number. I figured out her address. I figured out, where some of their socials, like what they did on social media. We also found some of his old Instagrams. So he has old Instagrams where people saying that he owed money, that he ran off with money. Like, this is things that he's saying, but this is Mr. Moneybags. Money, 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 money. That's all he got is money. So we saw stuff like that, people threatening him, like they was gonna beat him up and stuff like that, which is interesting because I said it and my mom said it when I was sitting there. I said, why don't you just go back to Louisiana? When I was first talking to him and when he still had some respect for me, when I was talking to him, I was like, why don't you go back to Louisiana? He was like, why? So they can kill me? And I'm like, well, who the hell is after you? And why didn't you say that before you brought your black ass here? So that was one thing. But then my mom also said it to him because I think at this point we realized that he had warrants in Louisiana, or he was wanted or something like that. Like he had a criminal history in Louisiana. So it was something like that. So I'm just like, okay, interesting. I also found out more information about the DUIs. I found out that while he was out there, he had multiple cars that he crashed and he had multiple DUIs. I believe he had a DUI, and I think the first one, now this, I don't know like verbatim, but I believe the first one, he got drunk, crashed into a firehouse, had the DUI. I think he was on probation, got drunk again, ended up basically violating his probation, ended up having to do some jail time. So that was something that occurred. So that's what I heard about the DUIs. Heard he went through multiple cars, had DUIs. What else did I find out in this time period? Oh, he had lied to us and was like, oh yeah, his dad was a lawyer. And he used like this photo to show that he was a part of like this law program or something as a kid. But it probably was a program that he was put into, but his daddy ain't no damn lawyer. Back to the social media, we found like videos of him like dancing and singing, like a music video that he did when he was younger. And I'm just like, this boy is weird and crazy. But yeah, so we basically found out all this. Eventually, as that like 24 hours was occurring, it was slightly over 24 hours because my mom had friends over and stuff. So she wasn't like pressing the issue. But like by that next morning, he was going to have to leave. So she touched base, like, what you doing? Where you going? Basically. And he was like, oh, the person's not responding to me. And then basically the person who initially offered him the hotel room responded and gave him the hotel room and was going to give him the hotel room for a week. So that's what they agreed upon. And that's what happened. So that friend came, picked him up. It took him a minute, but he came and picked him up. As he was leaving, me and my cousin was at my mom's house, like, but on the side of the house, not the front of the house, parked. And he was like, she's like, don't let him see you. She was like, she just didn't want him to switch up. So that time that he was at her house, we made sure he didn't have no liquor, because when he gets liquor, he's a brand new person. And he gets confidence. He's still the same crazy, but he has a level of confidence to where he just can't contain the crazy no more. He lets it out. He slips up. So we was just like, yeah, we don't need him doing no switcheroo. But the friend came, he did pack all his stuff, and all his stuff was still packed. But he gathered all his belongings and he put it into the vehicle, and they drove off into the sunset. And when they drove, I didn't know that the friend was going to drive past me, but the friend drove past me, and he was just like looking like weirdly at me and my cousin as it drove by, like on the glass. Like, he was just weird. So he went to the hotel. I'm still, I'm like, ooh, finally, still a little antsy because the man is unhinged. I'm like, he doesn't realize his actions just make it worse. Like, eventually, because of the track record that you have, you will be locked up for life. You will be locked up for life. At this point, it's not giving life, but you will be locked up for life for how you decide to move and do things. And so that was basically where that left off. I was just like, okay, great. Peace. So I made sure cameras was working. We even got some more cameras at this point at that house. And even for locks been updated. You know what I'm saying? Security for the house has increased. And it just wouldn't be wise for him to go back there for any reason. And I'll explain deeper as to why it wouldn't be wise. But that would probably be his last stop as a free man. So just saying. But yeah, so that's basically what happened. So we chilling, we minding our business, we trying to get things back in order, because nobody in that household lives their life like that. Like, nobody at my grandmother's house lives a life like that. And I know for some people it might be hard to think, oh, well, something had to be going on, or you had to have no, honestly, no. And I'm only as nice as I am. One, because my grandmother, whose house it is, she's always been giving person. She tries to help people out, mainly family, but I think family's terrible too, to be helping. I ain't gonna lie, but mainly family. And even growing up, it was never just me, my mom, and my siblings. We had cousins that would be living with us at times. Same with my grandma, her siblings, kids, nieces, nephews, they would all be living with her, because that's just kind of how we are. We help each other out, basically. So it's kind of in my nature, it's in my bloodline to assist people, to help people. And I'm not malicious, and I just didn't think people like him existed. So I learned my lesson. But basically after that, it was probably it wasn't even a week. He left that Sunday. By that Saturday, I received, I think it was a text message, or it might've been a call, but I can't remember. But regardless, the information is the same. I received a question hey, have you heard from Trey? And I was like, no, was I supposed to? And I was told, he back in Santa Rita. And I said, what? Like, it hasn't even been a week. It's been 5 days. And when I got the information, it was day 6, but I believe what happened occurred on day 5. So I'm like, it's been 5 days. Like, I don't understand. Like, something is wrong with the boy. And I was told that basically, from what they knew, it was a threesome gone wrong. And I was just like, interesting. So I'm able to look him up. So I looked it up on Inmate Locator and I saw what the charges was. And I was just like, this don't sound like a threesome gone wrong. It sounded like a threesome that didn't have approval. And even the person was like, yeah, that do sound like that. He was like, that's too much. Like, I just can't do it. So we just kind of like spoke about it briefly, hung up, and then I kind of went on about my day. Now, mind you, from this time to it, let's say now I'm going to talk about like a 2-week span as to what occurred. So when that happened, I'm just like, that is crazy. This man is crazy. So I look it up. It say what he was in there for. If felonies similar to what he did with his ex-girlfriend, like the type of charges was similar to that. So I'm just like, here we go again. So I ended up, I looked it up on Inmate Locator, but during that time frame, I was still finding out information about different things that was going on. But one of the things that did occur was my cousin still was receiving all these phone calls from random numbers, and it was pissing her off. So at this point, she was sick of it. She was just like, do you still have his mother's number? And I was like, yeah, I do. I said, now, mind you, I don't know if it works. I never called it. I never texted. Nobody gave it to me. The way that I acquired it was my own way. I figured it out. But I never called it, never texted. So I didn't know if it worked because I had to try and figure it out. I don't want to reveal too much. But basically, I had it. So she was going to give it a try. So I gave her what I had, and she was like, I'm a 3-way. So she did it with me on the phone. She did it from like a block number, and she called, and she was like, hey, is this Trey's mother? And she was like, yes, this is. And from what I heard about this woman, I heard that she's a very sweet lady. She don't have no control over her son. But from her track record, she put her man first. She put her man before her kids, is what I've been told. And I can only go off of, the information that's provided to me. But she does seem like a very sweet lady, and she just doesn't have any control over her son. So she called and was like, is this Trey's mother? And she was like, yes, this is. And she was just like, yeah, your son is in jail, and he keep having people call my phone. I've asked him multiple times to not have people call my phone, and I keep receiving phone calls. I don't know if you have access or if you're able to call him, but if you get a hold of him, can you please tell him to stop giving out my phone number? And she was just like, oh, okay. Like, yeah, I can try and do that. And she was like, okay, thank you, basically, and hung up. Now, mind you, the way that my cousin speaks to people, I don't know. I'll let people come up with their own conclusion. But basically, I do understand where she was coming from in the sense of she was very frustrated, very annoying, and he is creating chaos in people's lives. And it's just like, nobody owes him anything. We are not responsible for him. And I told him, I was like, we're not responsible for you. You can't just be coming and disrupting people's lives. I had told him that when I was on the phone with him when he was trying to apologize. And he was like, yeah, I know, and like saying different things like that. But that's basically what he was doing. So I can understand her frustration. And it's just like, I'm not calling you to be friends. I'm calling you to see if you can get some control over your son, basically. But after hearing how defeated she sounded on the phone, I was like, maybe I should give her a call back. So I was just like, okay, I'll give her a call back. I gave her a call back and was basically like, hey, you don't know me, but unfortunately I know your child, and he has created a lot of chaos in my life. And I basically gave her a brief summary of what happened. And I was just like, I'm just, offering to share any information that I know with you. I don't know much, but I can share what I know. So she was like, yeah, thank you. So she accepted that, and I gave her the information that I knew. I sent her the inmate locator, and I also sent her, like, on there it shows like the court date, like you can listen to the court date. So that's what was done. And I was trying to initially listen to the court date when he first got arrested, but he said that they dropped the charges and they let him out. He wasn't even bailed out. They let him out. So I'm just like, oh, okay. So I did that. We basically hung up. And then after that, I was like, at this point, I kind of feel like I should call Jessica. So I'm just like, I have her number. I never called her, but I was just like, I really don't know what to take from this because he described her as one way. And I'm just like, I don't believe it's true, but I don't know what her temperament is. I don't know if she's just like, I don't want nothing to do with him. I don't want nothing to know about it. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what it was. But also he told me at one point that she was like, they had arguments about me because she was like, who's that bee that drives you into work? Or he was trying to make it seem like she was jealous. And I'm just like, she was mad at you, not at me. Because he was trying to make it be like, oh, well, like, you shouldn't like her either. Like, we was already saying like F her to make him shut up about her. But clearly that wasn't working. So I was just like, I think I'm going to give her a call. So I decided to give her a call. Okay, so when it came to calling Jessica, I figured it out. I was just like, I'm going to give it a go. I was inspired after speaking with his mama. So I wanted to make sure, one, that I didn't do it through text and that I actually called because the boy is crazy. While he was at my grandmother's house, he decided to send her an email pouring out his heart for some closure. I'm just like, whatever. I wouldn't be shocked if he decided to text her, and she probably wouldn't be shocked if he decided to text her. But I really didn't understand or didn't really know what her like temperament was because all he did was lie. And at this point, I knew that. So I'm like, I don't really know what to expect because everything I done heard about this girl, I don't know what's true. But I was just like, in my head about it just a little bit. So I figured out what I was going to say. I decided to get on the phone. And when I called her, she picked up the first time that I called. And I was like, okay. Didn't expect that. So she picked up the first time that I called. And I was just like, hey, is this Jessica? And she was like, yes, this is. And I was like, yeah, you don't know me, but unfortunately we know somebody in common. Like we ran across the same person in the wild. And I was being nice to him. I was helping him out when he fell on hard times. Come to find out, the boy is crazy. He brought somebody into my house. He had to go. Upon making him exit or asking him to leave, I came across the restraining order, found out what he really did to you. I'm so sorry that happened to you. And I just wanted to reach out to you after seeing that, to just see if you had any questions for me as we did carpool together. So, or as we were, I don't know if I said carpool, but basically as he did share some things. So maybe I could answer some questions for you from what he shared. And she was just like, how do you know him again? So that's when I was like, oh, we were coworkers and we carpool together. She's like, oh yeah, I know who you are. So I was just like, okay. And so we got to compare notes. That's one reason why he got so far. That's one reason why he got as far as he did, because nobody compared notes, and he made sure that we didn't communicate. Like, he never gave us his mother's number. He never gave us Jay's number. Like, he made sure that we didn't talk to people who may have known like real information on him. So yeah, we get to compare notes. I will say the version of the story that she gave me, but in a separate video. One, because I want to make sure that I get some of the pieces that I may not remember. Like I have to go look back at text or look back at different things. But yeah, I'll give the version of that story, but I feel like that needs its own video because it's long. But yeah. So we compare notes. I told her what he said about what happened that day. And she was like, he's such an effing liar. And I'm like, girl, I know. Unfortunately, at this point, I know. But I was like, yeah, what happened? And then she told me what happened. And then I started to ask questions about things that I just couldn't really fully connect the dots. Now, mind you, we've had conversations beyond this one. So if it merged together, I really don't know the day and everything like that. But I'm going to tell you some of the things that I feel is important or that I can remember right now. So one of the things, the apartment. I already knew the apartment wasn't his, but she gave clarity as to what happened with the apartment. So basically how he even got out here. He flew out here to visit. She picked him up from the airport, didn't leave. Never left. She wanted him to leave, tried to break up with him, tried to get him to leave. He wouldn't leave. He had told her at one point he had an apartment in Concord. Never went there to the apartment. So I don't know what he was talking about. And she couldn't get him to leave. And I told her that he told me like, oh yeah, he paid this much in rent. He was paying the rent and that he gave you money and you spent that money on the other guy. And I'm just like, okay. She was like, yeah, he didn't give me money for no rent. She was like, that was something that we argued about a lot. He gave me money one time. So he was there for like 8 months. He gave her money one time for the rent and it was $2,000. Mind you, that is not her rent. That's probably like half of her rent. And he gave it to her, and she said he complained about it after doing it. Like, oh, you're probably pocketing the money. You're not really using that money for rent. It's like, so what if she wasn't? You've been here for 8 months and didn't hand over $5. Like, what are you talking about? She could use it for whatever the hell she want to use it for. That's back pay at this point. So she was like, yeah, he gave her a hard time about that. And then what else did we talk about? Okay, yeah, the car. So car is not a thing. We established that's not a thing. I had told her about the night that I had helped him out when we like first started working, a few weeks after we had started working. And she was like, yeah, he probably was calling me because I wasn't going to let him in the house, because apparently he was always out at all hours of the night, and she wasn't going to get up to let him in the house because he did not have a key. At one point, he had a key, like she had made him a key, but he didn't have a fob in order to get into the building. And he lost it. He loses everything. When he was at my house, he lost his phone. He lost his credit card. He loses everything. So yeah, she didn't have she didn't get him a key fob, and she didn't get him a key. So when I was like, oh, he had to go back and leave the keys on the table because he took her keys. He needed to go put them back on the table because those were her keys and not his, and he wasn't supposed to leave with her keys. Just bringing it back. There was a reason why I mentioned it. So that was weird. The car was not his, didn't exist. Nothing was towed. He never had a damn car out here. The cousin, I asked about the cousin. I was like, you know what? He said the cousin was a reason why y'all was arguing at one point. And she was like, yeah, no, I've never met a cousin. You never had a cousin here. I said, what? She was like, yeah, I've never met a cousin. I was like, well, let me tell you what he told us about the cousin. So I told her the story. She was like, he's such a effing liar. She was like, he was the cousin. At this point, he was the cousin. And she was like, the only difference is he didn't give me no damn space. Like, because he said he had got the cousin a hotel room because he just couldn't take in what he was saying and all of that. So she was like, he never left. She was like, he did not get no damn hotel. And I was like, thought so. But the whole pork chop thing, she wasn't making no damn pork chop because she is vegan. That's probably the only thing that he told us the truth about, was her being vegan and her damn name that he wouldn't stop saying. So that was weird and interesting. But even with the cousin lie, when he was kicked out of my grandmother's house and went to my mother's house, he was still lying about the cousin. He said that the cousin really did come out here, and that the cousin, he was trying to get the cousin a job, but the cousin wouldn't do wouldn't get a job, and was trying to like rob people out on the street, and he was like, yeah, that was too much, so he sent them back home. And I was like, so he probably was the one thinking about hitting the lick. It's him. He the problem. So that was something that was mentioned. Oh, I'm trying to pause it and think so I'm not over talking. But one thing that he told her, so I told her, like, he was like, yeah, he said that y'all used to argue about me at one point, and that you were upset, and was like, who is that bee that drives you into work every day? And she was like, yeah, no, he told me that you made a pass at him. And I said, girl, we both know he a lie. So she was like, he said I made a pass at him. And she said that she felt like he said that so that she would be jealous. I'm like, damn, he, I'm getting all toe up. But he said that so that she could be jealous. And she was just like, she wasn't jealous. She's not the jealous type, even though he betrayed her to be. And she was just like, well, she probably does have a crush on you. Like, you guys go into work every day, and, maybe she does like you. And I was like, girl, that couldn't be further from truth. But then that he lied about. But then I had told her, this was later on. I actually found this out like 2 weeks ago, but that time when I was saying, like, I used to send him text messages like outside, downstairs, getting off the exit, 2 minutes away. And then he was like, why did you stop doing that? And I stopped doing it because it wasn't useful. Your black ass still wouldn't be down there in time. Always talking about you on the toilet. I don't want to know that. But also, you should have got up earlier and handled your guts. Don't be doing it when you know I'm on my way. So that was something that I told her, and she was like, he used to make you wait on purpose. I said, I know you a lie. I know you a lie, because I didn't have to wait on his black ass. So that really pissed me off. But yeah, he used to make me wait on purpose. And she'd be like, isn't she downstairs waiting on you? And he would just like take his sweet time. But then he would skip out the door like he was rushing downstairs. His ass got left a couple times because I would only wait so long. So yeah, that still blow me to this day, but whatever. That was something that was mentioned. Something else he lied to her about was his job. She was like, what position did he do at your job? So I told her, and it's basically like an entry-level position. You don't get paid like buku money for it. But he told her that he worked in IT and he got paid $150,000 a year. I said, girl, he a lie. We know this. We know he's a lie. But it's just mind-blowing the way that he lies. And he lies with confidence because don't nobody really question him. So yeah, he did not work in IT, not even close to it. And that's why I said I believe he had like an obsession with IT. Or I said I didn't really believe that the position that he said he got hired for while he was at my grandmother's house was in IT, because he had some weird like obsession with IT. He told her he worked in IT, and if you notice from that screenshot, it doesn't say the actual position. And there's probably a reason why he didn't open the email and only sent the notification, because it didn't say like cashier, so that's why he did it that way. But yeah, so that was something that she mentioned. There's a lot of stuff. So I'm going to continue to do what I do. But at some point, I am going to also share her side of the story. Okay, so something that we discussed on the phone, a little bit of how they even met. So they basically met through social media, and he got to lying his ass off right away, talking about he was a producer, and he be making music. The same little lie he did with the Instagram and stuff with us, talking about he got a song that went popular. He paid for that. And just like giving her like all the rundown. Now he always says stuff that I guess he tells people stuff that he would be impressed by, thinking that we're going to be impressed by that. That's not the case. She wasn't impressed. She had already dated people like within the music industry, so it wasn't like, oh my goodness, really? Like, you's not about to be the next big producer. So he was doing that, and he was lying about other things. So he lied and said that, his family would always ask him for money because he's the only one successful one, the only one that made it out, because he works in IT and he's a producer and all this BS. And she was just like, okay. And then the mother, he said that his mother had brain cancer when he had told me that it was his father who had brain cancer, or told my cousin who told me, I think, because I don't think he never told me that. Now that I think about it, he didn't tell me that. But his mother had brain cancer, and that he had to take care of her, or tumor, something like that. I think it's one and the same. But had to take care of her, and that's why, he was working hard and doing all this stuff. And then he was like, yeah, his brother wasn't doing good, and he was telling his brother he was gonna cut him off. Basically, he was just lying. And she had noticed kind of early on that he would get a little weird, because the friend Jay, at one point they was talking on the phone, and she was talking to Jay, and I guess at some point he got jealous that she was talking to Jay, and she just being friendly. It's not like she wanted the boy, but she was being friendly, and he felt some type of way about that. But we was cross-referencing like the friends and like the different people. I was like, girl, he told me he was in a psych ward. And she was like, no, but from that conversation, I believe it's from that conversation, she told me that he jumped on Jay. He put his hands on Jay, and that's why they wasn't talking. I think I might have already said this, but I don't know. I have told this story so many times to so many people, which is why I'm like, at this point it needs to be recorded. But he jumped on Jay, and Jay, he a little goofy too, because that's his loyal friend, ride or die. And I'm just like, something might be wrong with you too, but whatever. So yeah, I'm telling her different things that he was sharing when he was talking about like the restraining order and different stuff like that. And I told her, like, he was like, yeah, she was shocked to see me have a lawyer, and she had all her friends and family there for support, and she was just like, yeah, no, that didn't happen. She said the first appearance that he made, it was during a video call, because he said that he needed more time, basically, and he's obligated to have more time. And then eventually he did show up to court, and I think they had to go to court twice. And the last time, I think he went, because I told her, he was like, yeah, I just agreed to get it. And, I'll just talk to her in a few years, because she's just emotional and she's in her feelings. And she was just like, yeah, no. While they was there, it was just her mom, and her advocate, because after she had their situation go on, they gave her resources, and she used those resources to get the restraining order. And through that, she got an advocate to help her through the process. And while they were there, that it was just her. He made it seem like she brought the whole family out. It was just them. And he ain't had nobody. He was up there basically representing himself, talking about he had paid a lawyer and all that. But she was just like, yeah, it was just us. And then she was like, at one point, he was like, yeah, like, I'll agree to the terms, but I just want to have a conversation with her. Like, he was trying to talk to her and look at her while she was at the thing. And it was like, you cannot. So he was very much depressed and weird after that. And that's when he decided to bring that girl to my grandmother's house and act a damn fool. But yeah, so that was something else that we figured out when we was talking together. We compared, like, when it came to like the coworkers and stuff. I told her the story that he told me about the coworkers leaving him when he was getting jumped. She said, yeah, that's not what happened. I told her that he said, I think that was the point where she fell out of love with me, when he got beat up and ran home crying with no pants on. She was just like, what happened now? She was like, yeah, he came into the door, but basically what happened, he was kicking it with some girls, and they went to Pittsburgh for some party. When they came back, they stopped at like a liquor store or something like that in downtown Oakland. And when he was at the liquor store, he started talking crazy to some dudes outside, and they whooped his ass. Now, one thing about it, you would think that one good ass whooping is good enough. Not for him. He eat them for breakfast. I don't know what it is, but he clearly know what a good ass whooping feel like, because he go back for more. So yeah, that was something that happened, and she was like, they told him up, and then when he came running in the house crying and whatnot, she was just like, yeah, whatever, like it's too much. Like, what now? So that's what I had heard. So he lied to me just to lie. I remember. I'm saying this because this is low-key new information to me. I remember, I keep saying that. Remember when I mentioned that the mom came and gave him the box of grits with like some journals or something? It was just like a small box of like his belongings. And this is after he said, she got my apartment and all my furniture and blah, 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 blah. She brought that and he was like, she must really care about me if she went through and looked for all of this. I said, I don't think so. The box of grits was open too. It was like, you know, the grits ain't her thing. But I was telling her, yeah, he had that. And she was saying that, when it came time to serve him the restraining order, they could not find him. They did not know where he was staying. They could not find him. They didn't have an address for him, but they needed to serve him. So they took that as an opportunity to serve him. So when they gave him his belongings, they served him. And that's probably why he was a little depressed after receiving it, because he saw the papers and realized that she getting a full-blown restraining order. But I was just like, I didn't know that piece. He didn't tell us that. Oh, and the email. She sent me the email that he sent. So I could read it. When I tell you it's a whole bunch of nothing, you probably going to feel some type of way like, oh my God. But I could read the email when the time comes. Hell, I might even be able to post it. I just want to make sure that his name isn't present or that he doesn't say her name. So it might be best for me to read it. But he sent the email talking about a whole lot of, when I say it's like just paragraphs of nothing. And I'll go ahead and read that. Yeah, I'm going to read that. What else did we talk about besides that? At one point, I told her, you know, what happened with the girl. And she was just talking about, like, when they was in the relationship. She felt like she realized that the boy was funky. He didn't wash his behind. She would literally have to tell him to shower. And I'm just like, girl, we didn't tell him to shower when he was here. And I don't think water hit him once, if that. And she was just like, yeah, he was funky. And I'm just like, well, she didn't say funky. That's more my lingo. But he stank. And we both understood that. And she was saying like she would have to tell him to like get up and like so she can change the sheets and just different things like that. He was just not very clean. And when she was sick or not feeling well, he's like asking her to get up to do stuff like cook and different things like that. So he was very much just a headache and a bum. He was a professional bum. I had also asked her if he went home for his grandmother's funeral. She was like, she don't think he ever went back home. So who knows what happened with that, but he had told us he went back home for his grandma's funeral. Grandma left him all this money. He didn't know why she left him all the money because he didn't leave anybody else anything. And they didn't even have the best of relationships, so everybody was jealous of him because she left him all this money. And we just like, if you say so. And I told her a few things of like the things that happened here, him sleeping on the park bench, the girl with the phone, and all the things when it came to like the dating and him talking to all these different women. I tried to be weary about how I delivered the information after a while, because I would say it would discuss like, ew, I don't talk to this boy, or ew, I don't like him. Like everything was ill and I wish I would, but I had to realize she did. So they had a romantic relationship, 1 and 2. At one point she fell in love with the lies that he had told her. Like it wasn't the real him, but it was a version of him that he tried to be, or at least portray himself to be. So I had to try and change the way that I spoke. She didn't say anything, but at a certain point I realized if the roles was reversed, that might make me feel some type of way, because I already feel sick to my stomach that I messed with him. So hearing somebody tell me all these different things is probably like, ooh, too much. So I had to kind of adjust the way that I spoke, just to be mindful, because she did have a very traumatic experience and it's just too much. But overall, she cool. I ain't got no problem with her. She cool. We be chopping it up. We be talking. We be comparing notes, sitting voice notes, all that. So we have voice notes of us just talking back and forth about different things. So I'll probably go through them to see if I miss anything eventually, but I'm not gonna do that right now. But moral of the story, she cool. The boy is crazy and he did do more than what he said he did that night. I'll just say that. I believe everything that she says, but who knows what other people believe. Okay, so I'm going to eventually do a video about like her version of the story. I just want to touch base with her first to make sure I don't miss out anything and anything that she wants me to include or anything that she thinks is important. I just want to make sure I have it right before I share it. But what I will share is the email that he sent to her. So I'm going to read it. Now, granted, I am not a reader, okay? If you want to blame somebody, blame San Francisco Unified School District. Your girl be trying. So I'm going to read it and just go through it. But he also, his punctuation and stuff be throwing me off. So just bear with me. I'm going to try. So this is the email that he sent to her while he was at my grandmother's house and pouring his heart out. So this is how it goes. I know no words or actions can justify my emotional behavior, and I'm sorry. Nothing is right about what I did. There is nothing right about how I responded. I made a huge mistake. I've made a lot of huge mistakes, and I'll know I have to die with this feeling. I'll never forget this feeling. I feel the pain I inflicted on you. I don't believe I can live with this feeling. I never wanted to hurt you. I never wanted to make you feel this way. I'm sorry about being who I am. I'm sorry about thinking how I think. I'd give anything up to take this all back. Nothing else matters to me. I loved you with all my heart, Jessica. Lie. You were my world. Any pain I felt previously, I never felt with you. Yeah, it's his grammar or his punctuation. I don't know. I love being around you. I loved everything about our connection. I am so sorry I let us fall apart. I should have done more for you. I should have listened more. I had found my person. I just needed time to become yours. I've waited and prayed for someone like you in my life, which made it so much harder to leave. You were everything to me. I never meant to do anything to harm you or make you fall out of love with me. Those words cut me deeper than anything I've ever known. She told him, I don't love you anymore. Those words rang in my head all night, all day. It made me feel sick. I couldn't handle that kind of pain alone. I ultimately wanted to make us happy. I didn't mean for this to happen. I have a mental illness I'm going to work on. I believed for a long time this illness made me stronger. I thought my depression made me more realistic. Is that all you think that you have? I use drugs to numb my mind. Sometimes I'm afraid to face my own thoughts. Everything feels dark now. I feel alone. I wish you was, because why was you here? I miss you so much. I know we can never be again. I've done something unforgivable and I regret it all. You never deserved any of it. No matter how bad I was hurting inside, I should have walked away when you asked. That is not who I am or who I want to be. I can't even read this straight. That'll never happen again to any person for as long as I exist here. Maybe I shouldn't read this. You were the first person in my life who made me feel genuinely loved. I wish I would have shown you that side more. You made me happy. Sitting here now, all I can think about is what I should have done to make you just as happy. I have a bad case of tunnel vision as to where I only see my goals or plans. It wasn't enough. I should have included you more in my ideals. I'm sorry I wasn't wise enough to see you were suffering or I was smothering you. I'm sorry. This whole occurrence has broken my heart in a way I never thought could be. I know you probably hate me now. I hate myself. Please don't remember me this way. We've had a lot of good moments. It's easy to forget, which is why I recorded them. We deleted all them recordings on Snapchat. Burn. I wanted to thank you for not throwing me away completely. This would have ruined my life if you had, but I would have deserved every second of it. Losing you is the only thing I could think about with my life at risk. I trade anything right now to hold your hand one more time, to laugh at movies together, to go eat at your favorite vegan places, walk around with you. So many things I took for granted. I hope you're doing okay. You're the first thing I think of when I wake up. Then my heart sinks into my stomach and I'm in pain until it starts all over again the next day. I wish you could call me and tell me how much you hate me because at least I get to hear your voice. So many things I would say. This letter might put me in jail, but I already feel locked away. Being away from you. No words can describe. No song can fully express these feelings. I love you, Jessica. I'm sorry, but this is my weakness. He thought he was doing a poetry slam at the end. But basically, the boy is crazy. He crazy and he lying through there. The Snapchat thing, I had already mentioned, but I don't know what people watch and what people don't watch. But he had Snapchat and he had all these videos of her. And sometimes he would pull them up. And at one point, we was like, what did she look like? We can't even see. But he was pulling them up, and that's when my cousin was like, you need to delete those. So eventually she convinced him to delete them, but he wasn't deleting them all. So she was like, you need to delete them all. So they came to an agreement. She deleted them. He was furious. And guess what he did? Went out and got drunk. That's probably when he slept on the bench. But yeah, so that was the email. It is very annoying and nauseating. But yeah, he said a whole lot of nothing. And it's hard to even read it without rolling your eyes. But that is what he sent to her probably like a couple weeks after he had put his hands on her. But yeah, so I'm going to just cut this here. This is just the email that he sent to her, pouring out his heart or closing the chapter in his life. I don't know what the hell he said, but something like that. Okay, so we're going to move on a little bit from Jessica, sort of, kind of, at least from our conversations. Now, some of the stuff that I mentioned in those conversations wasn't necessarily all from that one phone call, but it was from conversations that we had. I can't remember everything, as so much has occurred with this little demon running around. So I have to try and, speed it up a little bit. So after speaking with her, I would check inmate locator every day because I was always trying to make sure they kept his black ass locked up. So I was checking it every day just to make sure that he was still in jail. As last time they released him with the similar charges, like they cut him loose. So I was watching and I'm looking. And as I went on it's probably like a couple days after, I had noticed that on the inmate locator, the charges updated. Like they added additional charges to it. And as I'm looking at the charges, I noticed that they were the same ones from Jessica's case when he was first arrested for her. So I was just like, interesting. I think they added her charges. So I sent her a text like, hey, has anybody contacted you? It looks like they added your charges to this case. And she was like, no, nobody has reached out to me. And she was like, yeah, it looks like, basically she agreed. It looked like they added the charges. So I had sent her the inmate locator, so she looked at it. And then we were talking about like the court date because it shows the next hearing when it's supposed to occur on that same page. And it tells you like what courthouse it will be taking place at. So she asked me if I was going. I was like, no, I got a job, so I ain't gonna be going to it. And she was working too. I think she was just curious because at this point I'm like, this man, I want to make sure he locked up. So should we both do? So when I saw it, I was like, but we can listen in. So I basically realized we can listen in. So she was like, okay, she'll try and listen in. She'll be at work. I was like, I'll try and listen in as well. I'll be at work. So I was going to listen in and just see. So I'm working throughout the day and I'm listening in, just got my headphones in and continuing to work. When the court date came, we're listening because we don't have like a list or nothing. All we can do is listen and hope that we don't miss anything. So we're listening. They went through like the first half of the day, nothing. And I'm like, I'm so glad I did not take off to go nothing like that. And then they went to like a lunch break. They came back and the judge finally like called his name, but he was like, he has to recuse himself from it. I guess there was a conflict of interest. I'm like, why did he have to recuse himself? I'm like, does he know the person that he probably put his hands on? And then when that happened, we had to wait a little bit longer. And then finally a judge came. So the judge came and basically they laid out what happened that night. Like they laid out what happened. And I honestly, I would say I'm not shocked, but I was shocked. So basically this fool attacked somebody else. And this person works in like, I don't think this is like the proper way to say it, but it's like in a law enforcement environment, if that makes sense. So let's say he attacked somebody who worked at a police station. That's basically what it is. The only reason why I'm not revealing it is because it's still an open case. So I don't want to jeopardize anything. And I don't know what I can and can't say. So I just want to be very cognizant about what I say, as well as I don't know the victim and I don't want to reveal anything that may put them in the spotlight. So I'm just going to call the victim. I'm going to call her Diane. I don't know what her name is. Hopefully that ain't the girl name, but I'm going to call her Diane. So basically what happened, they were out and about. Diane was out with her sister and some other gentlemen. And then Trey was out and about and they happened to be in the same area. I believe it might have been a bar, but it was downtown Oakland. I know he at least went to a bar. And then they was talking and at some point they left in a ride share to go home, and he finagled his way into the vehicle somehow, and he ended up at her house. I think the sister was dropped off at one location, and then he ended up at her house. Now, mind you, I'm doing this all from memory, so forgive me if it's not set in stone, and we can't record it or anything, so I just have to take from what I remember. So basically, he made his way to the victim's house, and when he was at the victim's house, he asked her, I guess when he got out the car, "Where's your phone?" And she was like, "I don't know." Like this should sound familiar to anybody who's been following the story. He said, "Where's your phone?" And she was like, "I don't know." This is a completely different girl. He was like, "Oh my goodness, you must have left it in the car. Like, I can help you find it. If you let me up to your apartment, I can try and figure out how to get your phone back and whatnot." So he convinced her to go up to her apartment. He went up to the apartment. While he's up there, he's on the phone acting like he's trying to get the ride share to come back. He said he was on the phone with Lyft. And he was like, he's trying to call them back. And he said he worked in IT. So that's why she was like, okay, like said he was going to do something to get it back. And I'm just like, girl, what can he do? So he's on the phone with Lyft. He's trying to get the Lyft driver to come back. Eventually he told her, okay, the Lyft driver is downstairs. And she was like, oh, okay. So when he left, he didn't leave for very long. And mind you, when the apartment complex that she was staying in, she wasn't on the first floor and you needed a key to get in. He was gone for probably not even 5 minutes. And then he came back and was like, oh, I got your phone. So he gives her the phone, but she thought it was weird. There's a couple things she thought was weird. One, he was on the phone with Lyft. They took an Uber. Two, when he was gone for such a short period of time. He was like, she's thinking like, who let you back in the building? Like at that point, she was convinced he had it the whole time. Which is pretty on brand from the other story that he told about the girl who called him a loser or something, and he lied to her and said the phone was in the car. So after she got the phone, she's basically trying to convince him to leave. Like, okay, well, it's time for you to go. So, thank you for giving me my phone, but you must leave. And he wasn't trying to leave. So he wasn't trying to leave. And, a warning here, it does get a little intense. I'm not going to go into detail as I don't know if these details will reveal this person, and I don't want to do that. But basically, he tries to force himself on her, and she is fighting back. And eventually, she kind of convinces him to like give her a moment, and like almost like she's willing to participate. And once she does that, he's so drugged up and drunk, he falls asleep. So once he falls asleep, this is her time to escape. She was able to escape and go to safety and get somebody to basically come and arrest him. So he was arrested and he went to jail for that. So while they're telling the story, I'm just like, what? So I'm like, okay, I'm listening. So mind you, this lady is in her 50s that he attacked. But yeah, she's in her 50s. I'm gonna just say that for right now. She's in her 50s. So I think that was part of the reason why he was able to kind of convince her with the whole technology thing. Like, not everybody in that age range is so tech savvy. So after that, his lawyer was like, yeah, we're trying to get bail for him. And so we're requesting bail as he has a residence, and let's say they said he has a residence on Jail Street. Mind you, that's the street my grandmother lives on. And I said, oh my goodness, I know good and damn well he not trying to use my grandmother's address to bail out of jail. And I was just like, oh my goodness, like I'm panicking at this point. I haven't experienced this. I live a simple, bland, boring life. And if I wanted some excitement, this ain't the damn excitement I'm looking for. So I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm trying to figure out ways to like call the DA and like trying to get my address off, but I'm still listening. So she was like, yeah, he has an address on Jail Street. My grandma don't live on Jail Street, but I'm gonna just use that for now. Got a resident on Jail Street, like a long time residence or some shit like that. And he has a long-standing employment. Like she said something along the lines of that. And we're asking for that he be let out on bail. Now, I don't know who the prosecutor is, but I feel like this is the only time the justice system did their job. She said, yeah, I don't know anything about a residence that he stays on Jail Street or whatever, because when we found him, we found a hotel key card in his pocket. As I said, the guy who helped us get him out of the house put him in a hotel room, and he was only there for 5 days before being arrested. And then she was like, as for his job, I don't know anything about no job. Mind you, he was fired at this point, but she's like, I don't know anything about no job, but he told this lady that he was from London and he worked in IT. Mind you, God bless her. I don't know how she was convinced of that. The boy don't sound like he's from London. I frequent London quite a bit because I got a cousin who is living out there currently. So I be in London. He don't sound like him. He don't look like him. He don't move like him. The boy from Baton Rouge. So yeah, he said he was from London, and she had also said his lawyer had said, oh yeah, he went to Southern. So she mentioned that he went to Southern. Why she mentioned he went to Southern? I guess she was trying to say he was educated. Where? But that was something that she mentioned. So that is what the lawyer was saying. After that, they kept him in custody and he remained in jail. But that was probably the only time that I saw somebody actually fighting for his victims. Yeah, so basically after that happened, he remained in jail. They basically kept him in custody. So once that happened, I'm still trying to follow along. Well, no, I'm not even trying to follow along. At this point, they kept him in jail. But after hearing that, I'm calling whoever I can call. I was trying to call the DA's when it was happening. I'm listening, but I was trying to call the DA office at the same time to be like, hey, like, you have an active hearing going on, and this guy is lying about his bail. His address. Like, I'm trying to get him, a little something put in your back pocket. Like, the owner just called and said he don't live there. So I'm trying to express that the person was useless on the phone. Like, are you a victim? Are you this? Are you that? Because then you would call this line. And I'm like, oh my God forbid somebody try and run down on me. You got to get you some street justice at this point. So so it was just very much useless. I tried to call the police, like the non-emergency line, useless. And they gave me a number to somebody who apparently they always giving out his number, and he clearly don't want to be doing his job. And he told me there was basically nothing I could do. And I was just like, oh, hell no. So I'm mad. I'm hot. But that was something that happened, but I was told there was nothing I could do, basically. And at one point I did speak to Jessica, and Jessica tried to give me the number for the person who helped her with the restraining order. But unfortunately, I didn't think I had anything as of yet that I could use to get a restraining order. But the one that she had was specifically for domestic situations, like people who were in romantic relationships. After I told them how I knew him, they was like, yeah, well, we can't help you. And I was just like, okay, well, I couldn't even fake like I was in a relationship with him if I wanted to. Because it was very much just that bland, that dry. It's very much not that. So that was frustrating. That was irritating. But that is what he did. Now, while he was in there, he was trying to basically say he was crazy. Like, mental health. Like, he didn't want to do jail time. He was trying to be sent to some mental health facility and trying to have that happen. It was not working. I believe he was facing 6 years or something. I think they wanted him to take a deal, and he was facing 6 years. I don't know. I don't know all the details about that, but that is something that I was able to hear. So that's what he was trying to do. Now, while he was in there, I received a text message. And this text message was from none other than Delulu herself. Now, I'm like, girl, why is you texting me? And I wasn't even mad about it, but she texted me, and I had gave her a warning, leave this boy alone. But apparently she didn't leave that boy alone. So she reached out to me and was just like, hey, and she said this stays between me and her. And I don't feel bad sharing this because I think she was just saying don't text him and tell him I'm looking for him at the moment. So that's how I took it. So I don't feel bad sharing this. But basically she was just like, yeah, have you heard from Trey? We did meet up one time after the whole incident. He apologized, and I was talking to him, but I just haven't heard from him in a couple of weeks, or I haven't heard from him in a couple of days. And I think she had his location. I think she said his location or his phone has been, she didn't have his location. She said his phone has been on do not disturb for few days now. And I was just like, girl, let me tell you about it. I basically said, oh yeah, girl, he back in Santa Rita. The boy crazy as hell. He didn't attack somebody else. And I was just going through the motions, telling her everything. And she was just I don't feel like she was really receptive to oh, well, hopefully he gets some help. I'm going to put the messages in. I ain't even about to go back and forth about what that girl just said. But I'll put the messages in, or I'll read it separate so that people can hear or get an idea. So yeah, I'm yeah, he crazy, and you probably want to keep your distance, because I'm I don't think he'll get out. But if he do get out, you'll probably be one of the first people that he called, because he homeless and he looking for a place to stay. So that's basically what I told her. Now, at that time, his bail was $14,000. I think his bail wasn't $14,000. His bail was $140,000, if I'm not mistaken. And his, what you usually pay 10%. So I've heard. So he needs to come up with at least $14,000 in order to be bailed out of jail. So he was, I believe, working on that. So all of that is going on. That's what's going on behind the scenes. And as that is happening, I had called his mother right after the court date had happened, because I don't think she listened to it. But I basically offered to give an update. Now, I don't know why I keep giving updates to people, but I did feel bad for the lady, because I'm she can't control her son. But I don't think she felt bad for me, because god damn, her son was moving and just trying to ruin my damn life. So eventually I didn't give a damn. But in the beginning, I did feel bad for her, because I'm just she has no control over her child. And at the end of the day, it's her child, and she cares about him. So I was just trying to be nice, which is shows that I'm kind of I'm not malicious. I don't with the boy by any means. But I feel bad for his mama. So I called her and basically gave an update like, yeah, your son attacked somebody who is in their 50s and works for law enforcement. Let's just say that. And, you know, it was very, very graphic to what he did to her. Like, I didn't give her a play-by-play, but I'm just like, he right where he needs to be. He where he belonged. And at one point she was just like, oh, you know, she wish her mom was around to pray for her. And I was just like, I mean, I could be on the phone with you because if you want to pray, I'll be a listening ear, but you don't want to hear my prayer because my prayer gonna be the opposite. Keep him where he at. Do not release him. But I was trying to be, you know, a little nice to her. But yeah, so I had updated her. Some other things that happened during this time. I collected more information. I found out that he indeed did not go to LSU. He went to Southern. He didn't get into LSU. I think he went to community college first, and then he tried to take the test or whatever into LSU, and he didn't make it. So he ended up going to Southern. While he was at Southern, he was wilding out there too. He was talking to some girl who had a boyfriend. Boyfriend came and knocked his front teeth out. And then he found some lady who basically paid $1,500 for him to get his teeth fixed. Strange. While he was out there, he also totaled almost like every car he had. I think he had like a total of 3 cars. One that his daddy bought him, one that some girl that he was talking to bought him. She co-signed for him. And then he ended up like totaling. He did something with it to where I think she was going to be stuck with the bill, but I think her daddy was a bit of a high roller. And then I think there was another car that he had and he like crashed. And that I think that was related to like the DUIs. So yeah, that was something that I heard. Another little thing that he did where he was like trying to do like a pity party where he was like, oh, my dad bought me a house and abandoned me in the house and he just left me there. He dragged that on a little bit more than what it was. Apparently the dad did have a house. I don't know if he bought it or was just renting it. But it was in the area of the boys' school and where he worked. So that's why he was there at that place. It was a place for him to basically, you know, use while he was at school. He wasn't living on campus. And he was told he could come back home, and then he was asked to come back home, and I think his mom would go out there and visit him, but he was just being weird about the whole situation, acting like he was abandoned. 1. 2, what else did I find out? I found out that his dad did indeed have brain cancer, and that our brain tumor, and that it did come back, because at one point he told us it came back. The mother never had it, but the dad did have it. Something else that I found out when he first came out here, he stole his dad's credit card information and was using it for Ubers and Lyfts and everything else. So he has a track record of taking people's information and like adding it to his Apple wallet, because I believe that's how he was using it. So yeah, that was something that he did. Found out that he does have family out here in Concord, and he reached out to his family to like get that family information, and dad was like, you're not about to go and ruin my family life. Like, nope. I was like, damn, where was you at when he was trying to be a squatter at my grandma's house? Like, y'all need to get control over your child. Another thing I confirmed, his dad was in fact abusive to his mother. She also did try to take, you know, matters into her own hands when it came to her life at some point. Something that she regretted deeply, as you know, that is just something that kind of haunts her, I would say, to this day. Did I find out anything else? The grandma sure did give him a book calling him a loser. When she died, though, there was no money to be left. He never went down there to the funeral. They actually had to figure out how to get some funds to put a funeral on for her. So she didn't have anything to leave anybody. But he did say like she favorited one of his cousins and like kind of treated him poorly. Heard that was true. So that's just some information that I acquired during that time. What else did I know? Oh, I found out when he was out here, he was no protection with any of the women that he was sleeping with, including, I knew for old girl, but I found out, or so I was told, that all the people that he was out here sleeping with, he was not using protection, which is why whenever I got a chance to, I notified Jessica, like, hey, you know, just in case, but I think she had already done what she needed to do to make sure she was cool. And then old girl, I had notified her too, like, he be moving. You might want to get checked out because he got a lot going on. You know, I ain't saying so blunt, but girl, that ain't what you want. I'm telling you, that ain't what you want, but she don't listen. We gonna get to her. Okay, so now we gonna get into little Miss Delulu. Now, reading this back, you would think me and her don't speak English because I can't read this. But in my defense, I know what my problem is. I be thinking it faster than I be typing it, so I be leaving out words. I don't be proofreading it, so I know what's going on. I don't know what she got going on, but we both told her. You know, I ain't gonna act like I'm just so good at this. So I'm gonna be stuttering because I'm trying to read it, but I also may just like not paraphrase, but remix it a little bit so it makes some sense, because we both wasn't making sense at certain points, but we knew what we was talking about. But yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do. So basically, she was like, hey, I really didn't want to bother you. This stays between us. And I think she says this stays between us as in, don't tell him I'm reaching out to you. And I'm taking it for that time. That's how I interpret it. But she was like, I'm very curious. Trey's phone is notifications is silent for a week. So on his phone, if you're trying to message him, it'll have like the do not disturb thing, like saying that his phone is on do not disturb. So that's what she's trying to say. I don't know if he ghosted me because we stay good friends. Is everything okay with him? I said, he in jail again. I said, he may not be able to beat these charges. And then she was like, for how long? And she has like this emoji. I don't really, it's like a sad emoji, or like, I don't know what she was trying to convey with that emoji. She was like weeks, months, years. I said, he hasn't been convicted yet, but he's facing multiple felony charges. I know I told you he was crazy, but I didn't realize how crazy until the night you were here or there. Until the night you was there, as in at my grandma's house. So all of his charges are related to him being violent with 2 women on 2 different occasions. It's honestly quite scary. It will probably be years, as one of the women he attacked apparently works for, let's say, law enforcement agency. I don't know if this is technically considered law enforcement, but it gives law enforcement to me. That's the best way I can summarize it. And she was like, this guy, I don't know him very well. Met him that night. I met you. Well, I don't know what to say. Thank you for replying. I used to work with him. That's how I know him. When he was first arrested, he made it seem like it was a misunderstanding, and I believed him because he was released a couple of days later and the charges was dropped. He was not supposed to be at my house that long, but I was just trying to help him out a little. But I didn't know that he literally lies about everything. That day you were here or there at my grandma's house is when I found out that it wasn't a misunderstanding, that he actually really did beat up his ex-girlfriend. It's been downhill for him ever since. She said he lied and told me you was his aunt. I said, what the hell? Was I giving auntie that night? Because we are not that far apart in age. I said, I'm only 29, LOL. I said, we are not related. She was like, this guy, he seemed cool to me. We did meet one more time after he apologized the next morning. He's young and dumb. I told him not to do dumb stuff. I said, girl, when you met him, he was homeless, carless, jobless, and fresh out of jail. I only helped him because he has no family out here, as he is from Louisiana. And I said, yes, he tries to guilt trip people. I'm sure 95% of the stuff he told you was a lie. She said he does have that. He did guilt trip me too. So he tried to guilt trip her. I said, he is honestly pretty dangerous. I believe the only reason why he didn't attack me is because I live with 5 family members. She's like, that's sweet of you to help him. He messed up himself. So he messed up basically, but that was nice of me to help him. I said, I think he is mentally ill, but he knows right from wrong, as he intentionally leaves out crucial information. She said, maybe this time he stays enough to learn his lesson. People do make mistakes. Hopefully he learns this time. I said, girl, I'm giving you the evidence. I'm doing for you what I wish somebody would have done for me. But I said, just FYI, I heard that he slept with many women since he's been out here and doesn't use protection. I'm talking multiple women a week. Just wanted to let you know in case you wanted to get tested, because that night he was talking about a plan B. So that's a clear indication to me that they slept without protection. At this point, I have been informed that he does not like to use protection, or he hadn't been using protection while he was out here. So then she was like, OMG, LOL, he is so full of ish. He told me he hasn't slept with anyone since he came and wanted a relationship with me. I told him we have an age difference. It won't work. But did get tested today. In a few days, we'll see. Thanks for letting me know. And she kept trying to end the conversation. I guess I'm the problem, because clearly I'm like, I don't think you getting the message. Leave that man alone. But I said, girl, I've heard that he has slept with anything with a post. He had a girlfriend in May, but after he put his hands on her, she got a restraining order on him. He went to the court that day he met you, and the day she was granted the restraining order. I said he has a bad drinking problem and went out that night to drink and I'm pretty sure he took some drugs. He has mentioned at least 7 women to me since I've known him. I met him back in October at work. I said, it hasn't been a year since I've known him, and he has been very busy. She said she wasn't serious about him because of the age difference, but now I know all of this. I don't know what else to say. Thanks for letting me know. And I just realized she tried to stop the conversation about 4 times. I clearly wasn't reading the room. I said I wanted to warn you that night because he seemed really obsessing. Ooh, I got a problem too, so I can acknowledge. Clearly, I'm a little slow too. He seemed to be really obsessing over his ex, and I didn't want you to fall victim to his ways. He told me you offered him a place to stay, and I told him that I told you to block him and that he was crazy. He just laughed. She said, I didn't offer him a place to stay the first time. She said, I didn't offer him a place to stay the first time I met him. The fuck? Okay, yeah. I told him to spend the night at my place. He said to go to his, and he'd spend the night at my place a week later after that night. So I take that's him trying to find a new place to stay, because at that point I had given him notice and told him he needed to be out by a specific day, and he agreed. So he was plotting to try and stay in her house. That's how I take that. I say, if you don't mind me asking, what is the age difference? I know his ex was in her early 30s, and the other woman he attacked was in her 50s. I said, he tends to go for older women because he feels like he could get more out of them. She told me her age. I mean, you can see it in the video. She said, I don't know. He tells me he likes older because younger girls are childish. He didn't know my age. I told him I was 28. He told me he was 23 or 25. I said, good. Lie to him like he lied to everybody else. I said, he is 25. After you left, I found out he brought 2 other women here to my grandmother's house, basically. She said, I wasn't serious with him. I didn't want to look much older than him. I had guys in the past, but at the moment I was only hooking up with him. He was telling me he's tired of hookups, that he wanted something real. Damn, I'm struggling. I said, girl, he wanted a place to stay. She said, maybe you're right. I didn't think of it. I said he was supposed to be out of here by the end of July, as I had a friend coming to stay with me. But I meant to say June. When he met you, he only had 2 more days here, speaking of my grandmother's house. She said, oh, that makes sense. She's like, and I said, at the time I didn't know that he had no more savings, and that the job he interviewed for said no due to his criminal background. I didn't even know he had a criminal background, as he was hired at my job. But I guess since he was hired through a temp agency, they didn't do their own background check. He was desperately looking for his next target. She said, this guy is something else. I say, yeah, if you choose to speak to him in the future, be safe. I'm sure if he is released, he'll reach out to you. Dang, why didn't I do the rest of it? Oh, come on. Whatever, you can see the rest. But yeah, so that's basically what I sent. We both seem a little illiterate, but we was trying, you texting fast, you getting the juice, so it's not that deep. But yeah, I will include it in here as well. Okay, so where I left off, the boy basically still in jail. He trying to use mental health to get out of there. Like, he's not trying to do time. I think they was going to give him about 6 to 10 years or something like that. That's what they was trying to charge him with. But he's trying to avoid that and use the whole mental health thing. We know he crazy, but he know what the hell he doing. But as I had mentioned in my text thread with Delulu, I noticed that he brought 2 other women back to my grandmother's house at one point. Well, actually, I don't know if one of them was a woman, but I know he brought somebody to the damn door. But basically, I started to review the footage. So I started to see some things. I saw that on the day that we went to Santa Cruz, he had came back to the house around 7:30 a.m. And whoever he was out with, he had them walk him to the door. And I hope this wasn't no girl. I mean, what else would it be? But if it was, she had walked him to the door, and he was like, give me a kiss. And he gave her a kiss, shut the door, and I guess she walked back to her car. And I'm just like, that's crazy, because I wish I would walk a man to his door. Not like that, but like that. So she walked him to the door, and then I saw another one that was like maybe 5 days before the girl we actually caught in my grandmother's house. There was another girl, and she was black. Mind you, like I said, black women, it's a hit or a miss, typically a miss, because it just don't work. I don't think we just as unattracted to him as he is to us. So he brought her in, and she looked a little older too. She was here for like all of 4 minutes. She came in at 7:22 or something like that, 4:22, one of those hours, and left at like 4:26. So she came in, and I guess she wasn't down to do anything with him in that nasty room, and decided to leave. And while she's leaving, she like tried to give him like a hug, and he kind of curved her, and so she walked out the door, but she said something to him. I don't know. I can't really hear what she says. I haven't tried to enhance it, but because I don't know, I don't want to post like an actual video because I don't want to have her information out there. But yeah. So he brought multiple girls here. I caught video of him vaping in the house, and my cousin asked him not to vape in the house. And then ones where he's just like solo and just vaping. And he knew I had cameras because he looked dead into the cameras, which is crazy. I also had video of him talking to his friend Jay. And this is where I realized Jay is probably low-key sleazy too, because he was just conversing with him about like the restraining order. It was like, oh, well, she's a white woman in California, so they probably gonna give it to her. She probably knows she could get it. And I'm like, it ain't got nothing to do with her being white. It got something to do with him being crazy. But he was saying like, well, yeah, if she just drops it, then I wouldn't need to. Like, I wouldn't need to. I wouldn't have to do any of this. And so he's still crazy. And then Jay also said something like they was talking about it showing up on his record. Like, this is the conversation that they're having. And I was just like, y'all are both weird. And then there was another one where he was talking about the tow truck company. I have a video with him acting like he's on the phone, or he might have been on the phone, but the car didn't exist, to the tow truck company, and talking to them, and seeing if they do impounds. And he was telling my cousin, yeah, they don't do impounds. And I think it was somebody actually on the phone, because I feel like I remember hearing them on speaker. So yeah, he was like, yeah, they don't. She was like, oh, really? Like, you know, she's still trying to help him. So that was something that occurred. And then there was other ones that I saw where I basically came to the conclusion that he felt more friendly or open to my cousin, because he all like holding her when he got excited about something. And mind you, she wasn't like, yes, like embraced me. She was always like, ew, get off of me. Or one where he like laid on her while she was sitting on the couch, and she just like, ew, and pushing him off. But he felt comfortable enough to do that. But I also had videos that show that he didn't have access to like certain areas. Like if the door was shut, he had to ask somebody. If the door was locked, he had to ask somebody, because we never gave him a code. We never gave him a key. He was not a tenant. Also, while he was here, I never collected any type of rent. He didn't give me a dime, and I didn't want him to give me a dime, as he's not a tenant. And I know some people keep asking, like, why did he go to your mother's house? We were trying to make sure that, one, we didn't do anything illegally. So he willingly left. He willingly left. After discussions and arguments or whatever, he willingly left. But he left the property that he was trying to squat in and say he had squatter's rights, basically. So that was just to make sure that we're trying to make him leave peacefully. And that just seemed like the only option that we had, because he was trying to do certain things. But yeah. Also, another thing, my grandmother. I know some people are like, where your grandma at? I don't know if I ever addressed this, but my grandmother had passed not even 2 years before. If I'm not, oh no, it was 2 years before. By the time that I met him, she had passed 2 years before. She passed in her home. You know, she had stage 4 cancer. She was on hospice. Like, it was a very traumatic and grieving process for us still. Like, so when he came and started doing all that, it was just like the disrespect is crazy, but she was not in the home. But yeah, so that's basically what happened. And then some other things that I caught videos of him vaping in the house, and my cousin like, don't do that. Like, go outside, go all the way outside. Don't bring that in here. And ones where he was in the house, like, in certain areas, like by himself, and just vaping and blowing out all that smoke everywhere. So that was annoying. I have a video of the conversation, part of the conversation that we had in the kitchen, where my cousin was like, here's the knife. We know you familiar. Mind you, we didn't know he was familiar. We think he familiar because she came at him, but apparently he's familiar because that's what he likes to grab. And we all like laughed or whatever, a little bit of dark humor. And then also have some videos where it was funny moments. Like, it was funny moments when he was here. And it was funny interactions between him and my cousin. Like, and I have those videos and they're funny. So I do look back at those and laugh sometimes, because it was like, he would have moments where it's like, okay, where I was like, okay, he really is just like young and dumb. And then there would be moments of like, nah, something off. Something is off. So it was just like, it would go back and forth, and it was just so annoying. But for the times where he was cool, he was cool. I even have a video from when the curtain had fell off the wall in the spare bedroom that he was staying in. And me and my mom were walking and we're talking in the living room. And we're just like, yeah, so are you going to such and such on Saturday? And yeah, like we're just like talking but trying to make sure he can't hear, because he said he didn't do it, which I don't believe. I'm pretty sure that he did do it. There was
Remember your sister? What's your sister's name?
I don't know those people. Never knew her. Also time where he drank all my sparkling water. I'm convinced it was him. He said, no, it wasn't him. He only took one. And, you know, I'm a sharing person, and we live in a household full of people, or we live in a household full of people. So it'd be multiple people, and I wasn't stingy. So people would drink or eat my things, but it was trifling because I came back and it was one can out of like the whole package. So that pissed me off. He's like, no, I only had one. I only had one. But he'd be lying because I got videos of him stealing my cousin water. But yeah, so that's just some of the stuff that I discovered. I realized, oh, he extra trifling, and he been doing this, and I didn't know because I would always be asleep, and the hours that he would come in, we wouldn't be awake. I do have a cousin who would work like overnight and would come back kind of like early morning, but yeah, it was a thing. So annoying, hated it. But now I'm going to get into like the next part, because unfortunately the law is on his side. The law is on his side, and his victims just have to suffer. The law is on his side, and I'm just going to get into what happened next. So like I said, the law is basically on his side, and I feel like it's a joke, but he was able to get out. They allowed him to bail out with said charges, and one of the first things he did was text me, and I don't understand why. I'm going to show what he said. Oh shit, what did I do with it? Oh yeah. So one of the first things he did was text me. I think he got out like earlier so it was a Friday. So I think he got out like Friday morning, maybe like 10 a.m. And he gonna text me and say, I hope there isn't any hard feelings. I do sincerely apologize. I'm going to work on myself and get help. And I replied, good luck with all that, but please do not contact me or show up at my house or my mother's house. Best apology you could give me is to stay far away from me. Also, please do not use my address for anything. That is not your address. I will never lend a helping hand to anyone else. Hopefully you'll stop taking advantage of kind people in the future. So that's what I said. Now, mind you, when he got out, I texted Jessica. You know, I gotta keep my names on point. I texted Jessica and was like, they let him out. And she was like, what the hell? Like, why do they keep letting him free? So I know she was extremely frustrated. So I texted her and she was just like, why do they keep letting him out? And I was like, girl, I don't know. At this point, it's giving no justice, no peace, because we're gonna have to take it to the streets. But yeah. So that's what happened. But not only did I text her, I texted her and I told her, yeah, just be aware, like he might try to reach out to your mom, because he has his things with mothers, like how he was trying to do with my mother. Like, what would your mother think of this? I don't know, and I don't give a damn, but let me tell you what I think, when he had to go. And then with her mom, he would say like, oh yeah, her mom is on my side. She doesn't know why her daughter is acting this way. And, she even tried to invite me over to her house, and just like all these different things. Now that I think about it, she probably tried to invite him over so she can serve him the restraining order paperwork. So I think that's why she tried to invite him over. But in his head, she loved her some him. So that was one thing. And then he texted her. He texted her mama. Just trifling. And her mom is so sweet. Like, as she sent stuff like, hey dear, like this is what was said. But basically she shared with me. Now, I don't know if the mother copied the full text that he initially sent, but when he got out, he did text her mom. He said, your daughter literally sat and played with my feelings, knowing she didn't want to be with me anymore, then disrespected my feelings to go hang out with a friend she felt she had to lie to me about because of my reaction, which leaves thought to, if someone thinks about how you would react to a certain scenario and decide to proceed regardless of the consequences to the other person, they don't give a F about you. That's what he said. It's like, boy, this girl clearly told you more than once that she did not want you, but you wasn't listening. And then the mom basically, she responded, like, this is my, she shared the text. She was like, you used her, you lived with her for how long? You didn't do anything for her. Basically, people said that you was running around on her and you just did her dirty. So he was like, and the fact that somebody bailed you out for $14,000 is crazy. So yeah, she basically said what she had to say, defended her daughter, and blocked him. I don't want to read her message verbatim, as I don't know her mother and I haven't spoken with her mother, nor did I confirm, like, should I post your mom's text messages? So I don't want to do that because I don't have any confirmation for that. So yeah, that was the text thread between them. And then so now the next person that he reached out to was Miss Delulu. I had told her he crazy. He gonna be knocking at your door at some point. And he did. So he got out that Friday morning, and by Saturday early morning hours, she was texting me. So she texted me at 4:30 a.m. and she was like, I should have listened to you. He tried to trick me. Now, when I'm reading hers, I might have to like paraphrase some of it because I be struggling reading my messages, but for whatever reason, hers is worse. Like, I'm like, I have to like really translate. But yeah, I said, yeah, he just got out and he's back to his old ways. I have no idea why they keep letting him out, but he'll go back eventually. What did he do? She said he tried to transfer money from her Apple Pay off her phone. I said, wow, I'm glad you caught him. Was it a lot? Like, was it a lot of money? She said at first he took $80. That went through. Then he tried to take $400. That didn't go through because it showed fraud. Then took $100. She said he said that she sat on it and it was a glitch. Like, that's why it shows that that it was her fault basically. And she was like, it's not a lot of money, but she doesn't have a lot of money and she lives paycheck to paycheck. So it's a lot for her. And I'm like, fair. So I basically was like, sounds like enough to me. He usually takes women's phones to make them think that they lost it, then pretends to find it when he had it the whole time. She said he flipped it and made it seem like she sent it by mistake. I said, yeah, because he's manipulative. Everything is everyone's fault. I'm just glad he didn't put hands on you. He seems to go that route if he's alone with someone. She said he made her believe that it was all a lie and that people only want money out of him. And I'm assuming by people, she was trying to include me. And I'm like, girl, he ain't got no money. But my response to her was, girl, he's the bum. He would tell us that he had so much saved up and that was a lie. I heard he was using his dad's credit card information at one point. He's looking for his next victim as he has no place to stay. She said, you were right. I said, did he send it back to you? She said, no, he said nothing went through. He didn't try to take anything, is what he was saying. She said, I don't know what I was thinking. You know how he acts. He makes you believe it. I'm like, I don't know about making me believe it, but I just definitely didn't inquire further. But I tried to give her a heads up. She just didn't want to listen. I said, hey, you live and you learn. He's pretty good at convincing, as all he does is lie. He's had a lot of practice manipulating people. She said he was acting like he was trying to go through her dating apps and act all jealous. So I think that's how he got her phone. Like, oh, let me see your dating apps. And then decided to start sending himself some money. That's how I interpret that. I said, he's done that to a couple people. I said, did you meet him on a dating app? She said, no. She met him in Oakland in front of a bar the night that they had met. I said, yeah, he said something like you were with your sister and he convinced you to go with him. But I wasn't sure if that was true. He's constantly on dating apps. And I think at one point he was banned and had to sign up with a new number. She said, yeah, she was with her sister. They were at a bar and he was at another bar. And then when they were going back home, they met in front of a food truck. I said, oh, I said, would you look at that? He actually told the truth. I said, he probably only did because at that point we knew all he does is lie. Honestly, he'll be back in jail in no time. I'm sorry you ever met him. She said, I don't know what it was with him. I I know there's an age difference. He was good to me, and I guess the SCX was great, but she said she was so done with him. And I'm just like, I don't know how to say it was good if the boy was funky. Even when he got out of jail, he didn't take a shower. I feel like that would be the first thing you want to do is take a shower. But then again, he was already in them showers. But I say, yeah, that all fades pretty quickly because he is a psychopath in the making. One day he's going to take it too far. Like, they won't take it seriously until he takes it too far. And she was like, true. Thank you for looking out for me, basically. I said, no problem. I said, after I realized how he truly acts, I wanted to warn as many women as possible. Who knows? It might save a life. That's basically where we left it off at. I did accidentally call her one time and she was like, who is this? And I was like, oh, my bad. That was an accident. She was like, who is this? And I'm like, girl, we do not need to be in communication. But that was like the text messages between it. So he got out and he started back on his BS. He calling people that he ain't got no business calling and reaching out to people. It's crazy. And even when he got out, at that point, he had his friend Jay reach out to Jessica and like try to be like, oh, he just wants to have one more conversation with you. And she was just like, you're violating my restraining order. Like, you are a part of the problem at this point, because why would you do that? And why would you think that's okay? Like, he's well aware of the restraining order and he's well aware of the situation, probably more than any of us, because Trey is actually somewhat honest with him. So I thought that was weird, and it really shined a little bit of light on Jay's character, because why would you think that that's okay? But then again, he might just be a little different too. I don't know. From what I heard, he's not crazy like Trey, but he definitely makes bad decisions as well. But maybe you could chuck that up to being young and dumb. I don't know. But that was what he did. As soon as he got out, he started reaching out to people. Okay, so at this point, he bailed out of jail. And I was told, and he reached out to all these little people and whatnot. He reached out to me. He reached out to Jessica's mom, and he reached out to Jessica via Jay, and he reached out to Delulu. So to my knowledge, those was the people that he reached out to. Now, how he bailed out or who bailed him out, word on the street. I don't know if anybody follows along, but if you followed along, I mentioned it real briefly, that he went to a Juneteenth thing in San Francisco in the Fillmore area for Juneteenth, and he was in line with them. They were trying to get some oxtails. That was the day that the curtains fell out the wall. They were trying to get some oxtails, and while they was out there, he let somebody cut them in line. Mind you, they had been standing in line for a long time, and this guy got so upset and was basically ready to fight him. Now, when the guy that he allowed to cut in front of like the rest of the line that had been waiting there for forever was somebody who used to come into the job that we worked at and that he used to help. He, to my knowledge, what I heard. So I don't know. I don't have like the confirmation that I want to like say it confidently. But I heard he's like an older gentleman and he was the one who he allowed to cut. I also heard that he was the one who bailed him out of jail. So I don't know what the relationship is. I don't know why he would give him $14,000 to bail out of jail, but he was the one who helped him bail out of jail. And he also went to his house after he was bailed out of jail. So the friend who had helped him get the hotel room, he was cool off of him at that point. He gave him his stuff back, and it was just like, you gonna have to figure it out. Like, I ain't doing that again. I tried to help you out, and you blew that. But he ended up going to that man's house. That's what I heard. That is what was told to me. So, yeah, that's what happened. Now, at this point, he is out of jail. He roaming free and still causing chaos everywhere that he goes. Now, while he's out of jail, me and Jessica, we're still communicating. We're just talking about everything that's going on. She's expressing her frustrations with just how they're treating her during this process and how nobody's updating her, informing her, or including her in what's going on. Really just leaving her in the dark. So I don't know about Diane. I think I named her Diane, the second lady that he decided to put his hands on. I don't know much about her, and I think she may have more information just because of where she works. I think that she would have more information as to what's going on. So we're communicating, and at some point, I decided to pull incident reports. So I didn't realize this, but on the inmate locator, it has like the incident number. And I had screenshots of every time that he was arrested that I was aware of. And I looked it up and I was able to pull the incident report. Now, I pulled Jessica's incident report first because that's just what came to mind. I pulled hers first. And when I pulled hers, it had his mugshot. I was like, okay, mugshot is on there. He looked normal on that one. And then I read through what happened there. I wonder if I could read through it here. Okay, I was looking at the incident report. The incident report hella long, so I'm going to read it, but I'm going to read it separate because I ain't got enough time for one video. But basically, I looked at the incident report. It basically described everything that happened, and it had like the officer's version of what happened. And they described what they found on him, what he basically took from the house with him. And he said the metal detectors went off and all that. So they found that on him and they just gave a description of that. Now, mind you, some of the information is redacted because I had to request this, but it is public record. So I was able to get it. It wasn't an issue, but it gave more detail. Then I was able to get the second one for Diane, that I just say Diane because I'm gonna give her that name. What from her incident. Now hers looked very different from Jessica in a sense of Jessica's was like 4 pages. It had what the police officer said. I think it even had like a description from her. Like it had all that in there. And it showed, I think also because it was domestic, there were certain things that they have to mark, like yes, no, like to certain questions. But when I looked at Diane's, it was 2 pages and there was basically not as much information. The only reason why I know as much as I know about what happened that night is because I was listening to the court case. I was listening into court and that's how I got the information. But what was really strange, because I sent this to Jessica, he looked normal on her report with the mugshot, but on the second lady's mugshot, it was given tenderloin, crackhead, dope fiend. Like you had to be on something. Eyes all weird. It was just ill. But I have both mugshots. And then as for the description of Jessica and Diane, when Jessica looked at the incident report, she was just like, it's so weird how similar we are when it comes to appearance, like the description, like petite. They're both petite, and I'll just say both petite white women. I don't want to give any other descriptions because, as I said, as I believe, they're victims, and I wouldn't want to release any information about them. But she was like, that's very strange to her. The biggest difference between them from what I read was the age difference. They were different. They were like 20 years apart when it comes to age. But other than that, like weight, height, build, like very similar, very similar. So that was something that was strange, but that was something that I was able to get. Now, also during this time, Jessica realized, she touched base with me because it dawned on her. She was like, I don't know if this is right, but she basically reached out to me because shortly after he put his hands on her, she realized she had charges on her credit card that she didn't recognize. So she looked at it, she disputed it, changed the card, all of that. Later on, the bank reversed those charges. They gave her temporary credit and then they reversed the temporary credit basically. And then she was just like, what the hell? Like she wasn't expecting it. So when she started to look at it, she sent me the statements. Like, I think he was going to all these places. She's highlighting all these different places and all these different bars that he was going to. I could probably like list out the bars, but showing all the different bars that he was going to. And as she's sending me the statements, I'm recognizing charges. I'm like, this man is crazy. So apparently he added her card to his Apple Pay and was using it for all those Ubers and Lyfts and DoorDashes that he was doing to and from my grandmother's house. The Kansai that he ordered my cousin that night when we was watching Spirited Away was with her card. When we took him to get clothes when he got out of jail, he was using her card for the slides that he bought at Macy, for the outfit that he bought at Zara, for the food that he bought next to my optometrist, and for the hat that he bought at Vans. That was all on her dime. I'm like, this man is so damn trifling. She also said that when he attacked her, he was drunk. And he went to get drunk on her dime. He went to the bar, swiped her card, and got drunk. And I said, oh, he's so trifling. But we discovered that, and she was trying to figure it out. She's reaching out to Uber and Lyft. They weren't very helpful. She was trying to get like more information, but they wasn't giving her like the information that she needed. She reached out to Verizon because while he was at my grandmother's house, he loses everything. He lost her keys multiple times. He lost his wallet. Well, he got jumped and they took his stuff. But then when he did get a new phone, he lost it because he went to some girl house and she threw it out the window. And then he said he had lost his credit card at one point. I think he just wanted a new one because he was obligated to pay her some money when it came to the laptop that she bought him. I don't think she bought it for him. I think she used her card to buy it and he was supposed to pay her back. But he said he lost his card, and I think he just did that to get another one so that she couldn't debit the money because his card was on her account to pay it monthly, I think for auto pay. So he said he lost his card. He said he was playing soccer with some people and they took his jacket and it had his card in there. And I'm just like, this boy is crazy. But Jessica wasn't playing. Okay, she doing her own investigation. She trying to figure it out as to what's going on. So she's doing her due diligence and doing her research. She reaching out to the companies. She went to a couple of the bars and they was just like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like that happened to you. And some even offered to give her the money. She was like, I kind of prefer the receipts. Like if I could get footage of him doing it, like I would prefer that over being reimbursed. But what she actually acquired, I don't know. I haven't touched back with that, but there was someone who basically shared like, oh yeah, we know who this is. He has been banned from so many bars down here. So he sends her screenshots of them talking about this man in a forum, talking about kicking him out and just basically like warning all the bars in the area, all the bars and bartenders in the area. I said, oh my goodness, he's covering ground. So I'm going to read that as well. Okay, so now going into reading forums. I feel like these videos are taking me a lot longer to do because I'm trying to edit them and like keep them going and adding certain things, adding videos and screenshots. I'm doing my best to make sure I don't reveal anybody's face or anybody's name. And it's not to protect him, it's to protect people who he may have traumatized. You know, he has victims walking around. So I just want to make sure that I don't potentially expose them or share their information, as I do believe he has put them through some traumatic things. And that's just not a level of you don't want to add to the trauma, basically, or I don't. So that is my intentions on doing this. Now, if people figure it out, that's their business. They ain't got nothing to do with me. But yeah, so reading the forum. So basically, he would go down to bars all the time. He was always in bars, okay? Always in downtown Oakland from when he was staying at my grandmother's house. He went out like every night, got drunk, and would come back in the morning time. And like I said, he was using her card. So for a lot of those Ubers and Lyfts that he was taking, he was using her card. Now, he probably even used her card to catch the Uber or the Lyft from the jail back out to downtown Oakland, which is crazy. But I'm going to read what this is. So basically, I believe this is a group of like bartenders basically, and they post things, and under this group I think there was like another like text thread that the bartender has shared with Jessica, and that's how I have the information. But one thing I will say is I applaud these bars because they are looking out for their patrons and they are trying to make sure that they keep certain people out. But basically he said first name is Trey, license plate, Louisiana license plate. I don't think he meant license plate. I think he meant driver's license. I'm saying he, I don't know who did this. It said now officially banned from Stork and has had issues at Legionnaire and Van Cleef. He said for 2 years now. I don't believe it was 2 years. I think that was a mistake. He hadn't been out here for 2 years, but they probably just going off the top of their head. It said for 2 years now, he's been showing up every 6 to 8 weeks, usually on Thursdays, assuming that whoever this is won't be there so that they can regain entry. So I'm assuming this is like security. It says it started out innocent enough. He would come to the door with fake emails, fake text messages from people claiming to be ownership, creating fake social media profiles with different names, all kinds of clever yet super odd behavior. He attempted to physically force his way past my 2 security guards at the bar last night. He has been hanging around again this recent string of weekends after all my guards told him to stop coming by. He loves to pick fights with guards and get into females' personal spaces. Keep an eye out. So that was basically the bolo that they sent out to each other. Then somebody saw it and then added it to their group. And it said, it looks like this guy is making a name for himself. I say we just 86 him and be done. So that's what started the conversation. Then they all started replying. Somebody was like, I agree with so-and-so. Somebody else said agreed. They said where they pulled the post from. Someone else said, he's the only one I don't like out of all of our patrons. I know, and even those I haven't met yet. Like, agreed. Like, I can't stand the boy, basically. Someone else said, dude, he already been here. I served him last Friday, and he made a big stink about somebody who said that he would buy him a drink. I was like, that's BS. He wouldn't have said anything like that. He was like, he gave him a drink anyway just to shut him up. And he was like, Team 86, like, get him out of here. And somebody said, thanks for posting. I saw that post too and didn't get a chance to say anything yet. So they already have a problem with him. Now, this is what they said. Okay, so even after the whole bartender thing, that's one thing. I was still talking to Jessica, and Jessica was revealing some stuff. Like, we were still comparing notes. So when we were talking, she basically gave more information about the barber and how the barber was receiving like weird calls or something in regards to him, like people looking for him. She also said that the barber said that he slept on his floor one night. So I'm like, that's weird. And then come to find out the barber is gay. Now, I don't really want to focus on people's sexuality, but I'm bringing it up because it gave like aha moments. So she said that the barber's gay. And I was like, because when I dropped him off at the barbershop and he did the whole I'm not gay thing, I'm like, okay, like, I don't really care about people's sexuality. But because you're doing that now, I got to connect dots. So he did that. And then she was saying like he would always go to like gay bars and would hang out with gay men. And it was just interesting. So he would always go to gay bars and hang out with gay men. And then on top of that, I remember my cousin sending me a text message like, oh yeah, he's crazy. He was out all night and he spent the night at some gay man's house. Like, that's what she said. And I was just like, okay. And I didn't think nothing of it at that time. I'm like, okay, whatever. He spent the night at a gay dude's house. It's San Francisco. It's the Bay Area. Like, dime a dozen, okay? Everybody got their own thing going on. But then she also said that about our two coworkers that we had, that he was hanging out with, the supervisor that he asked to bail him out. I found out that he was also gay. And then I was told that Scott, don't know how true this is, that he was bisexual. This is what he had told Jessica. And he said that the supervisor, Ben, had made a pass at him. He swear everybody be making a pass at him when he just be the one making a pass at everybody. Anything with a pulse. So I was just like, okay, interesting information. Still wasn't thinking much of it, but it was just like food for thought. But also, I found out like a lot of the bouncers don't like him either, like at the bars. But one of the security guards that was working at her building when she lived there, she had went around just to make sure, because she hadn't seen like her typical security guard. So she was just trying to make sure that people was aware of her situation. And when she spoke to the security guard that she saw, he was like, he was aware of her situation and what happened and that he's not supposed to be on the property. And he mentioned that a few nights, like a few nights after the whole altercation, he had came to the apartment and was trying to get in through the garage. So when he was bailed out of jail, when they dropped the charges and he got out of jail, he went back to her apartment complex and was trying to get into the apartment. And the security guard happened to remember the photo of him, was like, nah, you can't be here, and made him leave. So he still went there. He violated that restraining order so many times, it's not even funny. But yeah, so he went there and was trying to get into the apartment building through the garage. But he made him leave. Now, luckily, Jessica wasn't there. So even if he was successful, he wouldn't have been able to have access to her. She was not there at the time. But yeah, so he's crazy. He clearly doesn't care for the law, and the law be bigging him up. Okay. But yeah, so that was something that was interesting. But he also mentioned like the bouncers don't like him, like at the bars, because that same security guard be working at bars too. And he was like, they don't like him. And even anytime they get to put their hands on him, they be down. Like, it's like, oh, you want to fight back? You want to do too much? Like, we're going to toss you out. We're going to give you, what's the name? Jazz, like Fresh Prince. toss him out. So that's like the kind of treatment that he gets with the bars in downtown Oakland, which is why I don't think he frequents there anymore, or at least not as much. But he was always down there. But I just want to applaud the bars because at least they try to keep him away from women. They try to get him out of there. They are consistent with making sure that they let everybody be aware of what's going on with him and to not let him in. But that is something else that was discovered. The boy is weird. Okay, so I'm going to try and share Jessica's side of the story from memory. So this is from memory. I didn't have a chance to speak to her beforehand, but because I'm basically wrapping this up, I'm just going to share what I remember. I don't know, I'm grabbing my face like that. But basically, what I was told from her was she met him online. He basically lied about his whole background and personality. And then he came out to visit, didn't leave. While he was here, some things that she noticed was that he was like extremely possessive and jealous. He would always try to access her phone, her computer, and she was open to it because she's just like proving to him like I'm not cheating. So that's why she was so open to it. But he would go through her emails, would go through her computer, would go through her phone, would go through her app, like everything. We'll go through everything on her phone. And if she even tried to look at his stuff, he would get very defensive and say that she couldn't look at it. Like, this is just stuff that was going on. So that's basically how she met. Now, when he came out here, he was supposed to be coming to visit and she went to pick him up. And then he just never left her place. Like, he just stayed there. And I think it was like a total of 8 months. And at that point, she had only been in the apartment for a couple months. So he came and just started squatting. Now, I did post the exchange, the internet exchange, I don't know, social media exchange with the bartenders. And they were saying like he was out here for 2 years. Part of me wonders, was he already out here before she went to pick him up? I don't think so, because I spoke to somebody else who knew him before. Basically, he came out here, and to my knowledge, he wasn't out here before that. So maybe they just got him confused with somebody else. Maybe all black people look alike, because, you know, out in the Bay Area, we slim to none. So, yeah. So she met him that way. Now, what happened the night where everything just basically took a turn? It was 2 nights. So it started one night, led to the next morning, and then the night that he basically took it overboard was the night that he went to jail. So it started, let's say, Monday night. From Monday night, she had a friend who came out to the Bay and was coming, I think, from like LA or something like that. Came out to the Bay and he was moving back. So she's from the Bay Area. I'm from the Bay Area. We're both from the Bay Area. I believe her friend is from the Bay Area. So he's moving back to the Bay. And she was basically just trying to help him out. He came up, she sent him some money for like transportation, but then she later went to pick him up to help him get some items from the store, like just toiletry items and stuff like that. She has a car. Trey doesn't, but she has a car. And she went and picked him up and was getting toiletries. Now, mind you, I said the boy's possessive and crazy. So he had her location. So he's asking her like where she's at, like doing all these things, clocking her. Mind you, he probably laid up in the bed with somebody else drunk. But he asking her and she lied. So she said she lied because she was saying that he's so possessive and so jealous that even when it came to like her male coworkers, any male friends that she had well before knowing this boy, he would just take it too far or just wouldn't let things go. So she just didn't want to be bothered. So she lied, but then she went to take the friend back to the apartment or whatever. And then when she took him back to the apartment, he was still asking, like blowing up her phone. She's ignoring the call because at this point, she just like, she don't want to deal with it. But eventually I think she did pick up and she was just like, you know, she on her way back, or I can't recall exactly. But when she gets back, at this point, or either on the phone, she did confirm like she was out with her friend. And he was like, well, why would you lie? Why would you lie? She was like, she lied because he basically gets like this. You get like this and you couldn't handle the truth, basically. And as they're arguing or whatever, he's accusing her of cheating. And at this point, I'm pretty sure he's already drunk and high on something. So he's arguing with her into like the early morning hours, like arguing with her. At one point, it got so heated for him, he punched a hole into the bathroom door. So then she tried to go to sleep because she has work the next morning, and so did he. But as she's trying to sleep, he keeps like waking her up. To my knowledge, I think he was hitting her, but not like hitting her, but hitting her to like wake up, like we're not done arguing, basically. And he kept her up all night. He was up all night, accusing her of cheating. And just the audacity. This man has cheated on her so many times because all he did was talk about women when he was in the car with us. So I'm just like, he cheated on her so many times. And I'm just like, you have your nerve to be upset about it. Like, I just don't understand. But yeah, so he, even with the neighbor, she said that the neighbor was cool. Well, she was always kind of weird, but she became extremely weird after he hung out with her. And she was like, she don't know what happened between them, but when she asked him, he was like, oh, I'm so sorry. He did something. He did something to that neighbor. I don't know if he did something, said something, but she, at that point, I guess she became uncomfortable. She ended up moving. I don't think it was because of him per se, but she ended up moving and leaving the apartment building. But yeah. So he kept her up all night, and that's when I saw him. So when I saw him, he looked sick, and I'm like, oh, he got something going on. But she was just like, he just looked like that because he stayed up all night and was drunk and arguing with me, and drunk and high and arguing with her. I'm like, oh, okay. So I guess either when he was at work, this part of the story, I'm not 100% sure. He was either at work or at this point he had already been sent home, because I was told he was sent home because he was sick. So I think he was sent home, and when he went home, he didn't actually go home. He went to a bar and got drunk, and walking around being a drunk in public intoxication, walking around being drunk and whatnot, probably hit up another bar, and then eventually went home. But when he was at the bar, I believe, because he didn't pick up the phone when he was at work. He had home training when he wanted to, but he didn't pick up the phone when he was at work. And he didn't vape when he was at work neither. He probably went outside, but yeah, he called her and was like, why haven't you called me today? Like, who have you been talking to all day? Still accusing her of cheating. And he was like, are you still going to continue to lie to me? Like, and she was just like toning his voice and like how he sounded. She couldn't take it. She hung up, and at that point she began to pack his stuff, which is why I think he was nearby at a bar, because living in the city and then getting to Oakland, like it's not a super quick trip to where you could come back in like 20 minutes. So yeah, she starts packing his stuff. At this point, she didn't know that he took her keys. Mentioned the whole key thing and the fact that he didn't have keys. She had made him some keys early on, but he kept losing them. So at some point, he didn't have keys, which is why he was blowing up her phone the night that I had picked him up from the Denny's so that she can let him in. But at a certain point, she was like, you're not waking me up out of my sleep anymore to come pick you up. Like, it's not a thing. So either you be here at a certain time or you don't get in. Go to your apartment in Concord, which is what he told her he had. So he took her keys with the key fob and the actual key. So she didn't realize it as she was working from home. She didn't have to leave the house. So as she's packing, he walks in the door and he catches her with the bag and was like, do you really think I'm going anywhere? And basically just threw her down to the floor and started hitting on her. And that's when he just decided to attack her. So, another DV warning. But if you've been following along at this point, you already know what's going on. But yeah, he started doing that. And she mentioned, she emphasized she feels like he tried to take her life, in a sense of he strangled her 3 times. In one point, she did pass out. So he strangled her 3 times. She said he even tried to do some things like sexually during that time. She didn't go into detail with me because she was like, it's just like some sick stuff, basically. Because one of the issues that they had in the relationship was she didn't want to engage with him at a certain point anymore physically in that way. And that was something that I guess he became insecure about, which is why he was trying to do certain things to her in regards to that at that time. So that was something that was crazy. He was like restraining her and wouldn't let her leave, and the hitting her head on the floor. Like he was just doing a whole lot to her during that time frame. And she felt extremely helpless because she did call for help and nobody ever came. But when it came time for him to snap back into it, after he saw her bleeding and he's talking about I deserve to rot in jail and all this BS that he's saying to her, like, oh, I'm just a terrible person. I'm so sorry, Jessica. I'm just so sorry. Like, I'm just doing all the fake crying stuff. Not a tear ever came out of his eye. I'm positive. So he was doing all that. And then eventually he got on the phone with the police or with the dispatcher. And she was like, she was in so much pain. Like, she was in so much pain. She didn't even think that she could move. Like, her body, she was scared. 1, she had brain damage. 2, she was like, he had beat her up so bad she didn't feel like she can get up or move. But she was like, at some point, she's still trying to reason. Like, at this point, she fighting for her life. So she's still trying to reason with the man. And then the dispatcher was taking so long and she was so scared that her injuries were severe that she was just like, just call an Uber. Because they were close to a hospital. Like, a hospital was probably a few blocks away. So she was like, call an Uber. So he called an Uber, and she was like, somehow she found the strength to get up. But she said it took a lot, basically, for her to get up and be able to go to the car. As they're headed to the car, he went to grab the knife. He said that she had it and she attacked him, but he grabbed it on the way out the door. She said she had no clue what he was going to do with that knife. But with her feeling like he tried to take her life by strangling her, she didn't know if she was going to make it to the hospital, basically. So she did end up making it to the hospital, and then that's when they had found the knife on him and they chased them and the police did all that. I'm going to also read the incident report next, but that was basically like her portion of the story. but I'm going to do a part 2 to this because there was a little bit more information that I think is important. Okay, so part 2 of Jessica's story. So when she made it to the hospital, they separated them, and she was getting all these tests and whatnot ran on her because she was just so scared, as to what had happened and if he did any like permanent damage to her physically. And so she was just, going through the tests, going through the motions. And he was separated at this point, so she didn't really know where he was, but the police ended up coming, and I think they came and questioned her, and then they ended up finding him. Then the cops told him that they had to like chase him down because he ran. And initially she said she didn't want to press charges, which is part of the reason why I feel like they don't take her seriously now, is because she said, at that point she was still dumb and she felt bad for him. It to an extent like kind of pitied him. She also was still kind of in love with the version of himself that he told her. And this was the first time that he took it this far. So I think she was still holding on to pieces of him that she thought to be true. So she didn't want to press charges. And they noted that, they took that down. And they gave her like information for like advocates and whatnot. After the fact, she did want to press charges, and she was trying to do so. She got the advocate, and she was doing the restraining order. And then the whole thing about serving him, they didn't know where he was. And that's when her mother was basically trying to assist her in serving him, and why she was being as nice as she was to him, as she was trying to help her daughter out, which rightfully so. And she ended up going somewhere else where she felt safe. She didn't go to her place after that. But she did mention that while he was in jail, the supervisor, Ben, reached out to her while he was in jail and asked her to bail him out of jail. And she was just like, absolutely not. He basically just beat my ass, and I'm getting a restraining order on him. And that's basically like her words. Like, he beat the shit out of me. I'm getting a restraining order on him. And he was like, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. So once he was like, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, let me know if there's anything else I could do for you. She was like, actually, you can come gather his belongings from my house. So that's how he got her belongings. She was like, he didn't like volunteer or anything like that. She asked him to take it once he offered, like, if he can do anything for her. So that's how he got her belongings. And I think once he's kind of realizing what's going on, he don't want nothing to do with the boy. But yeah, so that's basically what was happening. And then when it came to, after the fact with the whole security guard thing, he ended up, after I picked him up, he went to her house again, and the security guard told him he had to leave. Luckily, she wasn't there. So even if he would have made it into the building, she wasn't there at the apartment complex that she was staying at. Her lease was up. So, after the lease is up and something happened over there, he don't know where her address is at this point. But I still don't think he's allowed to go to that building. But that was something that occurred after the fact. And she was just saying, like, she was trying to get all this stuff done. At one point in the story, I'm just trying to get more perspective from what was happening on her end, because I basically told my end, and I told you when we discovered things. But she also discovered while she was still at the apartment before her lease was up that he was trying to use her Verizon account to set up like internet in his phone. So he is not truly sorry. He is trying to use any and everything when it comes to this girl. And I think part of the reason why is he was able to get a lot of her information because she was being like a loyal girlfriend and just kind of proving her loyalty to him, that he was able to acquire her information, which is how I think he got her credit card information to add to his Apple Pay. But he wouldn't let her see any of his stuff. Not only that, he said he did IT and all this stuff, and he knew how to do coding. How true that is, I don't think it's very true, because he has yet to land an IT job, to my knowledge. But she said at one point he was doing like all this weird like coding stuff on her computer. So she was like, he probably was monitoring her in like a weird way, because he felt like she had talked to her friend. And I think at that point she did speak to him again, after she had helped him get some of those toiletries and they argued about it that night. I think she did speak to him again before he came back to her house and did what he did. So these are all the things that's going on. As for what happened after the fact, she has been trying to, speak to the DA and, give the information that she can and speak to professionals who can kind of help out with the situation. But honestly, they're not very helpful or supportive. Probably the biggest help that she got was the restraining order. And even him, he was like, yeah, she'll have it for a couple of years and then I'll just touch base with her after the fact. And I was like, 1, you're crazy. 2, she was like, it's not a couple of years, it's 5 years. Like, he has to stay away from me for 5 years. So hopefully within those 5 years, he goes to jail and get a prison sentence. And I think she can even increase or renew it, which I think she should, as he hasn't yet to leave her alone. He still at some point had mail going to her place. I don't know if it's still going there, as she don't live there. So I don't know, but yeah, he is very much a piece of work, and that was basically her side of the story. But I do have the incident report, and you can kind of get the officer side of the story. Now, mind you, their stuff is just summarized. Even when it came to her restraining order, she had assistance filling it out. So it was summarized with the help, because even with the language that was used, like responded did this. So she wouldn't have said that. She would have said his name. So it's just like they're helping her out, but certain pieces of the information, they didn't articulate it correctly. As she said, she was like, it wasn't really said right, but basically the conclusion was correct. And some of the information was still correct. It's just the little pieces that could have tweaked the story, that she would have did to tweak the story. But yeah, so that's basically where that left off. Now I'm going to read the incident report, and I think I could do it in the same video. Okay, I tried to do it. It's too long. I'm going to have to do it in a separate video because I didn't even make it through page 1 and I was running out of time. So I'm just going to do it on a separate video. Okay, so something that came to mind, this doesn't necessarily have to do with Jessica's story per se, but at one point I did think it was Jessica. So when I went to pick him up when he got out of jail, and he had me pick him up at a bar, this is before he realized that I knew he got out of jail. He was on the phone talking to somebody when I was pulling up. And when I was pulling up, he opened the door, but he opened the door before he finished talking to whoever he was talking to. And he was like, F you did too, B, and hung up. And then he got in the car and he's like, hey. And I'm just like, okay, people argue. Like, that wasn't a big deal to me. But I was like, I thought it was her. And I think I asked her. She said no. I think she already had him blocked by then. But then I was like, oh, maybe he was calling around to see, like, who would pick him up. And he was mad because some girl wouldn't come pick him up. And then there's me, little Miss Nosy, who went and picked his black ass up. And all this came about. But yeah, so that was just something that came to mind that might be interesting to some people that I completely forgot to mention. And I have no idea who is on the phone with that night. But he cussed somebody out that night, and I don't know what the full conversation even looked like. Okay, so now I'm going to read the incident report. I couldn't do it in the same video when I was talking about, basically her side of the story. But I'm going to kind of, not paraphrase, but I won't post these because I got so much information. I don't know what I can take out. A lot of the information is already redacted as to protect the people who are involved. But I do have the report here, so I'm not reading it verbatim. Just want to put that out there. On May 7th, 2024, approximately at 1919 hours, this officer was working OPD unit, whatever, with another officer. They were both wearing fully OPD utility police uniforms, and they were operating a fully marked patrol vehicle on the date listed above. They were dispatched to the hospital to investigate a report of domestic battery. When they arrived at the scene, they were flagged down by security, who advised that victim 1 was in bed, whatever is redacted, I don't know, located in the emergency room. Security staff advised that suspect 1, who was later identified via wanton warrant / crimes PFN, I don't know what that is, and Louisiana ID number, redacted his number, was also on scene, but had left prior to our arrival. Security staff also advised that suspect 1 was carrying a knife on his person, which they did not allow him to enter the hospital with. Security took the custody of the knife that suspect 1 had arrived with. Officer spoke with victim 1, who provided him with a BWC statement, not verbatim, but basically this is what she said. On the day of May 7th, 2024, approximately at 17:30 hours, victim 1 was with suspect 1 at their home when a verbal argument ensued about suspect 1 being jealous. Victim 1 advised that she was with a male friend. He put it in quotations, which is crazy because that's low-key messy. Who she had known for 10 years. Victim 1 kept the identity of her male friend a secret from suspect 1 because he would get jealous when she would hang out with male friends. Suspect 1 found out about her meeting with a male friend and then started to get physical with her. Victim 1 advised that without provocation, suspect 1 proceeded to punch her in the face with a fury of open and closed fist punches. Victim 1 advised that she was getting assaulted. She tried to run for help. As victim 1 was attempting to run away, suspect 1 got a hold of her and threw her against the wall and then onto the floor. Victim 1 proceeded to sit on top of victim 1 and place both hands and knees on her forearms, effectively pinning her to the ground. Victim 1 attempted to get up from the floor but could not, and that's when suspect 1 proceeded to strangulate her by placing both of his hands around her neck and squeezing. Victim 1 did not lose consciousness at this point. Suspect 1 stopped and then proceeded to strangulate victim 1 again, which caused her to lose consciousness. Victim 1 advised that she was unconscious for approximately 30 seconds and then she woke up again and was in a confused state. Victim 1 advised me that suspect 1 saw that she was bleeding from her nose and had came to the realization of what he had done and proceeded to take her to the hospital in an Uber to receive medical attention at the hospital. Victim 1 did not provide any further information regarding the incident. Victim 1 provided me with photos of suspect 1 in case we were to return so we can identify him. Victim 1 did not want to press charges against suspect 1, as I had said, she had mentioned, but later on she wanted to. So he says CBWC for further details. I don't know what the hell that is. And then it said, while speaking to Victim 1, I observed, this must be the other officer. I don't know, maybe it's the same one. While speaking to Victim 1, he observed visible injuries to her face. Victim 1 had redness around her eyes and a redness around her left eye and eyebrow, dried blood on her nose, and lacerations on her right elbow. Officer took photos with his department-issued phone of Victim 1 injuries and uploaded them to Axon for documentation purposes. While continuing his investigation, security guard flagged officers down to advise that suspect 1 had returned and was waiting near an entrance of the emergency room. He had all intentions of having her go back with him. He thought that she was going to want to leave with him. That's crazy. And they made their way to the entrance to contact suspect 1. He observed suspect 1 by the entrance and recognized him as the same person in the photo that Victim 1 provided. As they approached him, he immediately began to step back gradually. Officers asked if he had any weapons on his person, to which he did not reply. Suspect 1 was then asked to place his hands behind his back because they wanted to identify him as suspect 1, because they identified him as suspect 1. And as the same person who had assaulted Victim 1 earlier in the day. Suspect 1 did not comply and began to flee on foot from officers, which resulted in officers engaging in a foot pursuit. Mind you, this boy ran track in Louisiana. Suspect 1 fled westbound on foot towards a park. They caught up to suspect 1 in the middle of the park near a basketball court. Officers gave suspect 1 lawful commands to lay on the ground, to which he complied. The officer approached suspect 1 and detained him near such and such street. He placed the handcuffs on suspect 1 and raised above the raised ulnar bone, checked for proper fit, and double locked them. The other officer conducted a cursory search of suspect 1 while he was on the ground to ensure that he did not have any weapons on his person. As suspect 1 was laying on the ground, he assisted with helping him get up to the upright position. He proceeded to walk him to the nearby patrol vehicle. Suspect 1 advised that he has breathing issues and wanted to sit down. I let suspect 1 take a knee and relax to let him so that he could get his breathing back to normal. He asked suspect 1 questions, to which he responded he had something and could not breathe, probably asthma. Flack, I don't know what that is, arrived on scene to assist. The ambulance arrived on scene to assist with suspect 1 with medical attention. Suspect 1 advised that he no longer needed medical attention. Okay, so the officer walked suspect 1 to the rear of the patrol car, conducted a full search incident to arrest, and did not locate any concern for officer safety. The hospital security called OPD and advised they had the knife that he was carrying. So the sergeant was on scene and went to pick up the knife and brought it back to the officers on scene. Later turned the knife in, which was a 5-inch serrated steak knife with a black handle, to the property section of evidence. The sergeant spoke with Victim 1 on scene and provided her with a BWC statement. Suspect 1 advised Sergeant that Victim 1 stabbed him with a kitchen knife and showed Sergeant the 1/2-inch superficial scratch on the base of his left arm. Suspect 1 did not want to press charges against Victim 1. The knife that the sergeant recovered was turned into evidence, but the cut is not consistent with how sharp the recovered fully serrated knife is. A judge granted an emergency protective order for suspect 1. I provided Victim 1 with OPD contact card and domestic violence resources. The officer transported him to Santa Rita jail without incident. Closing summary. So this is basically what the summary was. On the day at this hour, victim 1 and her boyfriend, suspect 1, was at the house with a verbal argument occurred. Suspect 1 was being jealous. Suspect 1 proceeded to escalate the situation by punching victim 1 with an open and closed fist numerous amounts of times, preventing her from seeking help by slamming her head against the wall and pinning her down on the floor while simultaneously strangling her, which caused her to lose consciousness. Suspect 1 actions were direct violation of penal code, whatever, inflict corporal injury on cohabitant, and then penal code, I think that's what it stands for, whatever, false imprisonment with violence, and then penal code, something else, ADW with force, and then it says possible GBI, which I learned is great bodily injury, if I'm not mistaken. So that was basically what happened when it came to the officer side. That's what's in the incident report. Okay, so I'm almost to the point where I'm basically going to wrap this story up and just have everybody meet me where I'm at when it comes to this story. Because unfortunately for me, this is real life. And this is something that I am experiencing, real time. But I just want to address some things because in the beginning of the whole story time, I gave a damn disclaimer. I gave a disclaimer just to try and give people an idea of where my head was when it comes to some of this stuff, because I knew that people would try to accuse me of things or to say that, some stuff wasn't true. Because I ain't gonna lie, some of this is very much unbelievable. Because as it's happening in real time, I'm like, ain't no way. There's no way that there's somebody out there like this that exists and that moves like this and that I came in contact with. Like, that is so damn annoying. Like, you can exist, just exist far away from me. But basically, people are trying to insinuate that I'm probably leaving stuff out and that it's deeper and I dated this person and I did more with this person than I actually did. I didn't. As I had mentioned early on, when it came to like my whole virginity thing and him kind of figuring out that I'm a virginity based off of my responses to all these dating scenarios that he had, I am indeed a virgin. Like, it's not something that I'm ashamed of. I wear a purity ring. I have a video on my YouTube channel from before I even met him, if I'm not mistaken, of me talking about my purity journey. So this is something that I strongly believe in and something that I stand by, which is why I haven't dated anybody, because a lot of people do not agree with that path or do not want to walk that path. So I understand that the way that I live my life or the things that I would want out of life isn't for everybody. But yeah, so that's one thing, is that I am indeed a virgin. I haven't slept with, I haven't kissed, I haven't done anything with anyone. And for me, I'll be damned if I start with him. Like, what? Like, that is just crazy. I wasn't attracted to the boy. I don't find him, like, if I'm gonna wait this damn long, I'm gonna do something with somebody that I'm attracted to, that I want, not somebody that gets on my goddamn nerves. Not only that, he didn't wash his ass. He did not wash his ass. Soap and water does not know him. So why would I do that? And I am not engaging with him or anybody else. So I know that's hard to believe because everybody else may walk a different path, but I ain't y'all and y'all not me, so I can understand why you probably don't understand my perspective, but that's just not how I move. The dating, he was talking about girls like within the first week of him being in the car. So if he's talking about girls all the time, I don't know what people are attracted to or what their standard is, but I'm not trying to be with somebody who's constantly talking about other women, telling me all these damn stories. And it's not like they was cool stories. Him stealing some girl phone, him telling the other girl he gonna jump in the damn lake if she don't go on a date with him, and him complaining about paying for food. I don't want no parts of that. And that's all the little stories that he was telling us in the beginning. And he made it seem like he didn't even like black women. Why would I get with somebody who doesn't even like black women? Like, that's just weird. That's not a battle that I'm trying to fight. Even after he got out of jail, all he did was talk about his ex. All he did was talk about his ex, Jessica. God damn, we get it. So I don't know what other people are attracted to, but I be damned if I ever went that route. But also I lived in a family home. Like, there's family members who come in and out, kids, older people. Like, it's not that, like, if I'm gonna do something like that, if I'm gonna move like that, it would be under my own roof, where I have privacy, where I can, engage with somebody in that way. So no. Another thing, I was not alone with him. Besides the day that I picked him up from Denny's and brought him to my grandmother's house and dropped my mom off, I was alone with him for that portion, but we was probably alone for all of 30 minutes. And it was mainly in the living space. I was only in the bedroom with him for a quick second so I could move something so he can, I just cleared the bed so he could lay down. If he wanted to lay down, I just moved some of my stuff out the way. And then I was in the living room for the rest of the part. So there was nothing that occurred then. Also, yeah, so that's a no-go. I know it may be better for the plot, but it's a no-go for me. For him or for anybody else at this point in my life. It's not until now that I've been open to dating more. And I'm trying to be more open and try, because I am 30 years old and I haven't had a boyfriend or anything like that. So I'm trying to be more open to that. But because I'm such a late bloomer, a lot of that is a little foreign to me. Like, it's very foreign to me. It's just like, ooh, like this is too much, because not everybody is moving the same way that I'm moving. So they may not understand my perspective, and it would take somebody with a lot of patience to truly understand me. But that's neither here nor there. The next thing, people love saying, you was too nice. You was too nice. You was too nice. Baby, it was a we. Y'all keep saying me, but it was we. My mom was there. She was present. She was in the car, and she didn't think he was crazy either. And we were just trying to be nice. As I said, my brother's in a state all alone, no family, no friends. He went there to go to school. So I'm like, I'm seeing a piece of my brother. And my brother ain't batshit crazy, but he is young and he may not make the best decisions where he's at. If something was to happen, I would just hope somebody would be kind and help him out. I think that karma has already come back because he got into an accident and stuff out there, and he's needed like medical attention, and people came and showed up for him. And I was very grateful for that. So that's what I'm trying to do, because at the end of the day, he got on my nerves, but I didn't hate the boy. So I'm like, at the end of the day, somebody's child, and he is by himself. He doesn't have the resources. So I was trying to be helpful. But me and my mother knew him. For whatever reason, people only attach his black ass to me. I don't understand. We were both present. We both went there, but maybe it's because we're similar in age. I have no idea. But I did nothing with this man. I didn't hug him. I didn't high five him. I didn't fist bump him. Nothing. So I don't understand. Another thing, they kept saying we was too nice. Also, when we would engage, we would be in group settings, like with my cousin. She probably was alone with him more, but she was in like the common area where there's a camera. Like there's a camera in the living room. They wasn't in the bedroom, or they would be in the kitchen, but it was common areas. So that's different. Another thing, when it came to random guy, people like, oh, you let a random guy around your mother? She was with it. I don't understand what y'all wasn't listening, because she was with it. It was for carpool. We were carpooling together. And as they was having conversations, I think she kind of pitied him, and she was trying to be like nice to him. I didn't pity him. I found him annoying, and I was still trying to be nice to him, because I'm like, maybe I'm just overreacting, because he hadn't done anything to me like malicious or on purpose at the time, but I just found him to be annoying. But I'm just like, you know what? Be kind. We're carpooling together. Don't create weird energy in the car. It's just kind of my mindset. But he wasn't random at that point. We had been carpooling for like 7 to 8 months, almost a year. And I'm assuming where my mindset was with it is that there was a background check. The industry that we work in, my previous jobs and whatnot, it's all the same industry. Background checks are crucial. So I'm thinking if he's really like crazy, it would have showed up on the background check. But I didn't really think too much into it. That was my logic. But clearly I wasn't educated enough on what the process looks like, because he came in through a temp agency. So I still don't know to this day what that looks like through a temp agency. But being that temps could be there for 1 day, they could be there for 2, they could be for a week, they could be for a year. Like, I don't know how far they take it when it comes to a background check. So that's why I didn't think the boy was crazy. And I also, pitied him. I saw a little bit of my brother in him. That was my mindset around it. And I just don't understand why people don't get that. When it came to kicking him out, people are like, why did y'all feel comfortable with him going down there? I didn't feel comfortable with a goddamn thing. But we had to weigh our options, and we had to be strategic and smart about the next step that we took, because one, none of us is going to jail for him. None of us is going to jail for him for putting our hands on him. I don't know how he twists and turns stories left and right, but none of us wanted to lose our freedom or do any of that when it comes to that man. So we're trying to do it wisely, and we're still trying to think of things that made it make sense. She got a dog. She got cameras. We on the same block. We got each other's phone up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that bad. And he didn't stay that night. He actually left. So in our head, he left the house. The only thing that was at her house was his luggage, because he left and went drinking and did whatever he did. So I know people want to say what they would have done in the situation, what they wouldn't have done in the situation. But there are some things that I can't say 100%, because for most people, I know this is entertainment and it's social media. But for me and for his victims, it's real life. It's real life. This man could try and find us. He could try and do something to us. Me and my cousin, we lucky that he didn't try and put his hands on us. He was more solo with her than he was with me, but he didn't try us like he tried those other women. And I think part of that is because it's petite women that he would like really get physical with. Ones that I felt like he knew he could overpower and just take over. We're bigger than him. I'm taller than him. I don't weigh more than him, but I'm taller than him. My cousin, she taller. Like we bigger than him. So I think that was part of it. And it was more than one of us. We weren't solo with him. Both of the women that he attacked, they were one-on-one. They were solo. But that's just some things that I want to address, because some people, y'all got me banned. Y'all, if y'all don't watch it. If you can't get past 3 minutes, don't watch it. But that's just how I feel. So I just wanted to address that and probably give people just a little bit more as to my line of thinking or how I approached it. Okay, so basically where I got left off, the boy was able to bail out for $14,000. To my knowledge, it was $14,000. And they set him free. They set him free for the second time after he put his hands on 2 women violently within 2 months. It was literally like a day off from it being 2 months apart. The incidents, one happened on May 7th, and the one that happened in July was July 6th. Like, he was booked or arrested on those days. I'm like, it's a joke. The system is a joke. But he got out on the 7th, and he did all that BS of reaching out to people that he had no business reaching out to, including me, talking about, oh, he's going to change his life. And I told him I don't give a damn. Do that far away from me. And then it came between that time of him getting out and his next court date, information came to me, and I want to say it came to me because somebody tried to make low-key a slick comment like, well, for somebody who doesn't care about this person, you sure do have a lot of information. I carpool with the nigga for 6-8 months. I don't understand what y'all don't get. And he would share information voluntarily, and I wasn't keeping a catalog of it because I didn't think I had to. But when shit hit the fan and I started to be like, wait a second, I remember back to when this happened, then I started to get more detailed. And then when he didn't want to leave my mother's house or my grandmother's house, then I started to collect receipts. I started to hold on to things and dissect things so I could hit him with it if I needed to. So that's basically where the mindset came from. I did not want to know anything about this person initially, but unfortunately I had to do so to get rid of this person. So as for everybody got a side of the story. If you ever want to meet him and ask him his side, God bless you. You better have something on you because you're going to need it. But yeah, so people would come to me with information because they tied me to him because it was just like, oh, I guess because we carpooled. And I'm just like, but it was 3 people in the car. I don't know why I don't tell my mother anything. Why are you telling me? But I was there for the tea at that point. So I had ended up speaking to Scott because at the time Scott still worked at the place that we all worked at. Me and him was still working there. So I told him, I was like, yeah, he said he slapped you. I gave him the whole scenario. Like, he didn't go into detail, but he's like, I would never let anybody do that to me. Like, that didn't happen. Like, that never happened. I would never let anybody do that to me. And I was just like, I don't know. You kind of give that you would, but I ain't say all that. But I was also informed, this is information that people give me, that the boy found another job in the same industry. And I'm just like, how? At this point, I feel like there should be enough on there to keep him out. But at this point, I don't think he was still convicted of anything besides the DUIs. And that's the hard part about it. We had found out that he had multiple warrants in multiple states. Now, I can't really verify this as I've never laid my eyes on it, but this is more so what people was telling me, like, multiple states, like Texas, I think was one of them, Arizona. Like, he has warrants in multiple states. So I've been told. I know for a fact he has warrants in Louisiana. Well, I won't say for a fact, but that one I hear more like during the court proceedings and stuff. Louisiana. And now he has warrants in California. So yeah, that was something that came about, was also that he had multiple warrants. And then I was also told that he started dating some Asian girl in the city. Now, mind you, San Francisco is full of Asians, so that didn't really narrow a damn thing down. And I don't follow him on any social media. I followed him on Instagram, but I blocked him. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. So I did end up blocking him, so I don't follow him. So I don't know, all his other social media handles. I was able to find some of them. But apparently he posted a girl on social media. So that was something that somebody told me. But they couldn't be that descriptive either because they didn't have like a photo or anything. But I didn't ask to see one. I ain't gonna hold you. But yeah, so that was something else that I found. Now, one thing I forgot to mention, my cousin used to always be like, he sell booty. He sell booty. That was her favorite thing to say. Well, besides calling him a crackhead. She used to call him a crackhead, a wino, say he sold booty, called him immature, would call him annoying. Like, she would call him everything. She also called him a granny chaser because he always was going for like older women. So she would call him a granny chaser. But she definitely said he sold booty, which I thought was her funniest one yet. But that was basically like things that came about, or just things that I feel like is relevant. So it came time for his court date. So from July to October, he was free. And this is just when like little stuff was coming my way. So I'm like, okay, court date comes in. I'm listening. I want to know what's going to happen because it's real life for us. And, you know, at the time I was still living at my grandmother's house. So it's just like, I don't know if this man will show up. I don't know if he's crazy. I mean, he did not put his hands on me or my cousin when he was at my grandmother's house. And that was probably by the grace of God. But honestly, I don't think it would have ended well for him if he would have did such a thing. But yeah, he didn't do it. And, you know, grateful that we didn't have to get into no scuffle. But I just didn't know if he was just going to turn up and just do something weird. So I was hoping that they would finally arrest him or take him into custody. But yeah, the court proceedings started and the guy is calling his name. The judge is calling his name multiple times. So they kept calling and they kept pushing it back, kept calling, kept pushing it back because he wasn't showing up. He didn't show up. So then eventually they called his name again and his like lawyer popped up and he was like, oh yeah, I'm representing him too. And he was like, well, where is he? You know, I called him 3 times. He was like, oh, he said he was here, but he had to go back to work. He was like, I called his name 3 times. He's like, oh, well, maybe he was standing in the wrong area. Honestly, if you want a lawyer, you get one like him because he was defending everything. It was like, God damn. But he was like, yeah, he was here, but he had to go back to work because he said nobody ever called his name. He said, I called his name 3 times. The judge was very adamant. He called his name 3 times. He was like, you need to get him back here because he needs to show up in person. So he's like, oh, okay, I'll see if I can get him back here. So he was somehow like, he came back, but he was like, oh, I was able to get him on a video call. And judge like, he needs to be here in person. But then proceeded to do the hearing. And I'm just like, I'm gonna need you to stand 10 toes down. Because if you'd have stood 10 toes down, it probably would have saved a lot of people some energy and some grief. But basically, he started to do it and he's going through it and he was like you were supposed to be here, and he's looking at it, he's like kind of like, why is this boy free? Like these charges, he should not be free. I don't understand why he is roaming free. But not only that, it came about that he was also arrested in San Francisco a few days before his hearing, and he was released again. And he said, because the guy was like, oh, what? So he bailed out? And he was like, no, he had his lawyer correct him, like, no, I didn't bail out. They just, they let me loose. They cut me loose, basically. Now, I don't know if he said the charges were dropped or what, but that's what he said. And the guy was like, okay, whatever. You didn't bail out. You got out, but you basically shouldn't be free. You need to come and turn yourself in because this was supposed to be an in-person one and you need to come and turn yourself in. So that's where it left off. So I'm like, oh, yes, they probably going to finally arrest him. Because at this point, he said he had a job. You know where the boy worked. So why? I don't understand. So he issued a bench warrant, but clearly I don't think anybody took it seriously. So I'm hoping that bench warrant goes, oh, but it didn't. Nothing really came of that. And after that, it was just kind of like hearsay. I carried on with my life per usual, as I was always doing. But then about a few weeks ago, it came to my attention that the boy used my grandmother's address to bail out of jail. Not only did he use it to bail out of jail in Oakland, he used it to bail out of jail in San Francisco. And at that point, that was the last goddamn straw. I told his black ass not to use her address. He decided to use her address. And then at that point, that's when I'm like, okay, yeah, okay, no more. Nope, can't do it. So I found out when it comes to bail that if they're looking for you on a warrant, because they have active warrants for him. I think it's like 2 in Oakland, I think 2 in the city. I really don't know, but it's multiple warrants. So they have warrants for him and they're looking for him. So I found out, well, I don't know if they're looking for him, but they should be looking for him because he got a bench warrant, but they have warrants for him. And I found out that he basically used my grandmother's address for bail. So I'm hot because I was told for the bail, the only way to remove his name or remove the address from the bail or the warrant is for him to be arrested. So I'm like, crazy. But not only that if they wanted to, they could just come in your house and just look for him. And I'm like, hell no. Y'all not about to go into my grandmother's house and disturb anybody who lives there and just create havoc. So I was like, no, this is a problem. So then I started to do a little bit of digging and started to do what I needed to do. So I'm going to stop this video here and move on to the next one. So after finding out that he used my grandmother's address to bail out of jail in San Francisco, I keep wanting to say the city, in San Francisco and in Oakland, I'm just like, oh yeah, at this point, he got me all the way bent. Actually, he had me bent. Let's start there. I know people think I'm just so naive and you're just so nice, so nice. You live and you learn, okay? But I also had people in my ear, oh, well, he's okay. And I'm just like, ugh. But anywho, after figuring that out, I start calling the bail people because I'm trying to figure out who did he bail out with. Like, I'm calling, I'm trying to figure it out. And I'm just like, hey, I'm going through each one and I'm putting notes. Like, even if he gonna be back in jail at some point, whether it's gonna be out here in another state, in another city, I don't know. But I'm gonna call everyone in this city and let you know. So I called Oakland and San Francisco. I was able to find both of them and put a note like he does not live there. But while I'm doing it, this is such another thing. This is another thing that is so frustrating about the system. I'm asking, do you guys not verify people's address, when you release them? Somebody's like, no, we just take their word for it. I'm like, now why on earth would you do that? So you guys are unserious, because why on earth would you do that? No proof of residency, and you're letting these people out. You must like the chase. You must like the chase because they don't live there. And I'm just like, they have a track record at this point for not really telling the truth or following the rules, but you just take their word for it. Y'all slow too. I can't, people probably think I'm slow too because I helped the boy out as long as I did, or we helped the boy out as long as we did. But, yeah, that was a problem. So I did that, but I also found out that somebody named Theodore, and that's the boy real name too. That's the other boy. Somebody named Theodore was using my grandmother's address. I'm like, well, he allowed to put it on his little thing. He don't live there. And he's like, yeah, sometimes they just put random addresses down. And you're okay with that? Like, I don't take, y'all are so unserious. But basically that's what happened. And then I'm like, well, I was informed. What? So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna try and set up a sting because I need him to be arrested. I need that address to be removed because there's no reason why you guys should be looking for him under that address and going to my grandmother's house and potentially disturbing any occupants that live there. So I'm just like, yeah, no, this isn't gonna work. Also, I don't know if I ever mentioned this, but my grandmother passed away like almost 2 years before I initially met him, when he was at my job when we first started carpooling. She passed away 2 years before that. So I know I kept saying my grandma. I know y'all probably like, where's she at? She had stage 4 cancer and she ended up passing in her home. It was hospice day. Like, it was very intense and a very traumatic experience. So we were already grieving that. So we really wasn't trying to have it with him. So it was just annoying. But yeah, I don't know if I mentioned it. If I did, hey, mention it again. But yeah, so I'm like, okay, at this point, I'm setting up a sting. I'm sick of this man. I'm setting up a sting. I need to see him in cuffs. I need to see him go to jail. I'm setting up a sting. It's going to have to happen. Because you have played in my face for a long time. And not only that, I've asked you very nicely to just disappear, just fade to black. You know what I'm saying? But you don't want to listen. So at this point, let the judge call me. Let the DA call me. Or I'm up there with receipts and I'm singing like a canary. So you should just let me be. But no. So I ended up coming up like with this whole scenario. I was just like, okay, I'm gonna just say I went to therapy because I feel like anybody who's engaged or interacted with him or cross path with him, you gonna need some therapy. I've been trying, but they've been airing me, but whatever. I'm like, you gonna need some therapy. So I was like, I'm just like, I went to therapy. I'm working on forgiving people. And this is, if you are down to have a conversation, then let's have a conversation. Is basically where it was coming from. So I was like, hey, Trey, hope all is well. And then I said, hopefully this is still your number. I'm reaching out to you as I have been going to therapy. And one of the things I have been working on with my therapist is forgiving people who I feel have wronged me. You're one of the people on my list of people who I feel have done me dirty. I'm open to having a conversation with you about the ways in which I feel like you took advantage of my kindness. Holding grudges serves no purpose in my life. If you are open to it, let me know. If not, I can put you back on the block list, basically, and move on to the next person. If I don't receive a response, I will take that as a no and just put the block back on tomorrow. Damn. And then he said, you deserve that much. Sure. Now I'm writing paragraphs. He writing barely a sentence. But I don't give a damn. I kept going. Trying to see, can I get this fish on the hook? I said, okay, I would prefer to have the conversation in a public space, like a Starbucks or a cafe. I believe a public space will help me stay calm. Texting is personally too much for me. I don't want anything to be misconstrued. If that doesn't work for you, that is fine. I can move on to the next person and maybe revisit this portion of my forgiveness journey at a later time. He's like, interesting timing. Phone call. And I said, interesting timing, ? I said, I'm assuming you still got some shit going on per usual. I said, I don't mind a brief phone call, but I prefer not to go into details as I believe it will hinder my journey. I said, I've been working hard to heal and forgive. I should have put a period and I should have, don't blow it, right? So then he didn't like call or anything. I thought he meant he was going to call in that moment, but my phone goes on like do not disturb after that and it'll just go straight to voicemail. So I was just like, my phone goes on do not disturb at 9:15, because I think I texted him at like 9 o'clock or something like that, or 9:05. And I said, clearly you're not interested. And I'm starting to feel like this was a bad idea, but at least I can tell my therapist I tried. And I gave him peace sign. He was like, tomorrow would be best. So I said, I'm assuming you mean in the city, as I work in the city, but I have plans after work, which I did have plans after work. And the city is where I still work. And I said, we can try during lunch hours if you're in the city. If not, I can do it on Wednesday as I work from home and would be able to meet in Oakland. I ain't really giving out my work schedule, but I got to say something. He said, I live in San Diego. Has to be a call. Bold-faced lie. I know he ain't in no goddamn San Diego. But he said that, and I was like, nah, I don't think that's going to work. I said a phone call would probably get out of hand, which is why I'm trying to meet in a public area to make sure that the conversation stays civilized, but it's cool. I said, I'm not pressed. Hopefully you don't ruin any lives in San Diego. I've extended my olive branch. If I have a change of heart, and I put probably won't in parentheses, I will let you know. He was like, something doesn't seem right here. I said, okay, that's fine. Don't worry about it. As I said, I'm not pressed. So mind you, I did that at night. And I was like, maybe he'll reach back in the morning. And then by the morning time it came. So I did that probably around 9:30. So around 8 in the morning, I had reached back out and I basically ended the conversation. Because I'm like, one thing, I ain't going to beg, but I tried. Because if he was to meet me up, I mean, it'd be cool for the plot, but at least that address would be gone off of those warrants. So I said, okay, I'm going to block this number. I said this the next morning. I said, okay, I'm going to block this number again, but I just want to make it clear that this was not an invitation to speak to me if you see me out and about or to come anywhere near my house, referring to my grandmother's house. He don't know if I live there or not, but I'm going to just say my house. I said, this is just an assignment given to me by my therapist that was supposed to take place in a controlled environment. Due to your history of being a pathological liar, I said it twice, unfortunately, but due to your history of being a pathological liar, I know for a fact that you are not in San Diego. I said, if you are, thank God. Please don't come back to the Bay. And I was told after that, apparently he sent me some nasty message after, but I had already blocked him, so I didn't see the message. And I really don't care to see the message, but apparently he tried to cuss me out, but I don't give a damn. So that is what I tried to do. I tried to get him arrested because I'm sick of this. I'm like, I'm not a friend to you. I'm not trying to protect you, but I am trying to protect other people, which is why I'm hesitant about what I say and what I release. I feel like I say enough to where if you met this person in the wild and you're engaging with them, he uses the same script in a sense, like the same LSU, engineer, Baton Rouge, like he uses the same stuff. Now he may not use his actual name though, because I heard he using different names, but I'm trying to give clues basically as to how to do it instead of just giving a straight up name, because I feel like he does have tendencies of being violent and crazy. So yeah, that's basically where it left off. Now, one thing that also came about, actually, I'll just say that in the next one because I don't know if I have enough time here. So basically, I tried to do my sting. My sting was unsuccessful. Because the boy is extremely paranoid. He thinks that everybody is out to get him, but he was right about me. Because, for me, I'm like, I have to let you know, this is not Toy Story. You do not got a friend in me. Like, it's serious. I'm tired of you. I'm sick of you. I've asked you nicely, as nice as I could at the time that I had asked you to stop doing certain things and to not do anything moving forward. You don't want to listen? Well, now it is what it is. Don't let the judge put me on the stand, okay? Because I'm singing like a canary. Don't let the DA reach out to me. I will provide everything. And don't think I'm the only one who has access to that information. A lot of people have access to that information. I'm talking about the police reports, the mug shots, the videos, the photos. It is out there. It is not just in my phone and just with me. So I'm just like, I'm sick of it. I'm so sick of it. And honestly, I have lost almost all faith in the justice system in Oakland and San Francisco, because clearly you can come out here and do what the hell you want to do. I ain't saying that as an invitation to criminals because we at capacity. We don't need nothing more. We don't need no more. But I'm just like, why? I just don't get it. And it's just so frustrating. But something else that I did discover. One thing, I want to mention this first. like I mentioned, my cousin would call him so many names. She called him a crackhead, a wino. She called him everything under the sun. The only thing she didn't call him was a child of God. But two things that she used to call him was, she used to say he sold booty, and she used to say he was a granny chaser. Now, why she said he sold booty was because he would always talk about like these weird interactions. He said one time he went back with these girls, and he was supposed to be like smoking with them, but I think he was supposed to be smoking with him. He wanted to just like lay up with one of them, I guess, no sex or whatever. But he was like waiting for them to cuddle with him. He wanted to cuddle with one of them because he asked them randomly in the bar to cuddle, but didn't want to have sex. So when he made it to their place, and I might be mixing two stories up, but even if it's separated together, it's both weird. But when he made it there, I guess they got there and he was doing drugs. This is what he's saying. I'm just like, and so were you. But I think he was intimidated because there was two black men there as well. There's some black dudes there, and I think the girls was white. That's his preference. They was there, and I think he got intimidated and ended up leaving. But he basically went up to them, or went up to her, whoever it was, and asked if they could just cuddle. If they could just cuddle. But he was like, they actually want to have sex, and he didn't want to do that. And I'm just like, BS. But I don't believe him for a second. But that was something that occurred. So she would always say like, he's a man whore and he sells booty. Like that was just her thing, because she was like, he's just out there with women for like money, but would like basically give up his body for the money. But she might have had some truth to that. There might have been some truth to that, because like I said, I don't know if I said it. I feel like I said it, but I be recording these things and deleting them. But he was bailed out of jail for $14,000 to my knowledge. The bail was $14,000. I believe that's how much was paid for him to get out of jail. And he was bailed out of jail. And the guy who I believe bailed him out of jail was somebody who used to go into the job that we both worked at. He was a client there. And this, I believe, is the same client that he allowed to cut him in line when they was at a oxtail food truck at Juneteenth in Filmo. Or I think it was at Filmo. It was in San Francisco. But he allowed him to cut, and they almost got into a little scuffle with somebody in line who was mad as hell because they had been waiting 2 hours in line, and you just let somebody who randomly walk up cut. Like, it was an issue. So I think it was the same man. Now, I was told that was indeed the man who bailed him out of jail. And not only was that the man who bailed him out of jail, but they had a sexual relationship. They had a sexual relationship, and the reason why their relationship ended was because he was messing with the Asian girl. So I'm like, oh, he had a sugar daddy. Like, that's the conclusion I came to. He has a sugar daddy. And he just used him and did whatever he did with him or for him during that time frame. And so, yeah, he had a sexual relationship with him, but it basically ended when the guy found out that he was dating the Asian girl. And this is an older gentleman, if I'm not mistaken, but that he was dating the Asian girl, was out with the Asian girl. So at that point, they haven't, I guess, communicated since then. I could be wrong. But they haven't communicated since then, or that's basically where their relationship got rocky. So I was just like, interesting. I didn't doubt it. I honestly believe it. I don't know what's true and what's not true. A lot of this stuff is what people told me. Some of this stuff is, a good chunk of the stuff is like things that I experienced like firsthand, real time. But a lot of the things that I know that didn't happen like in my face is from what people told me. So yeah, that's what I was told, and I believe it. But yeah, that basically is where the story ends. This is after me trying to set up this thing because I was sick. I'm sick of him using my grandmother's address. He already took my kindness for, a weakness. And unfortunately, I am a kind person. I'm just naturally nice to people. I buy people's gas, groceries. I helped some 98-year-old lady who was blind and had dementia, who basically escaped from her apartment because a family member left her alone. And I spent a lot of time to basically try and find a family member for her because nobody else seemed to care. So it was just even though I'm nice, being nice can be very exhausting. Exhibit A. So he took advantage of my kindness, but that's basically where it left off. And I know that's not a great ending or like a great finale, but unfortunately this is real life, and this is things that we truly encounter on a day-to-day basis. So even when it comes to like revealing him and his name, I know people are like, well, how can we avoid him? When I initially said, for women in the Bay Area to beware about, this person, I was thinking more along the lines of just giving his MO. Like he does the same ish, like all the time. He says the Louisiana, he says the computer engineer. He loves to say that he works in IT, the music producer, like all this stuff is the same. He's from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I don't know if he lies to people about where he's from. Well, he do, because he lied to the lady, say he was from London and he worked in IT. So it's hard to really pinpoint, but he's pretty consistent for the most part with the things that he tells women, to my knowledge. I haven't spoken to too many women that he spoke with. But that was more so my idea when it comes to identifying him. I don't want to just blatantly say his name. It's partially because I feel like I don't want there to be legal ramifications when it comes to just saying his government name. Also, I don't want people to try and dissect and figure out the different characters in the story because they just want to live their life too and wipe this person clean of their memory. But I'll describe him a little bit, I guess. He is about 5'7", 5'8". If you meet him on a dating app, he's probably lying about his height, but he is not 6 feet like he would love to be. He is chocolate. I believe he's darker than I am. Complexion-wise, he has a goatee, but you can easily shave that off, and he has like a little bit of hair at the top. I wouldn't even call it curly, but he has a little bit of hair at the top. And he has this goofy smile, but it's not like, I don't know, I can't really describe his smile, but that's basically kind of like what he looks like. But yeah, I will say the name that I gave him ain't too far off from, may not be too far off from what his actual name is. But then again, I don't think he always uses his name. So I am a firm believer that unfortunately he's probably going to take it too far before the legal system takes it seriously. And that's only if he doesn't skip out and leave the state. Because he said he in San Diego, which I believe is a bold-faced lie. I would love if he would leave, but then I feel bad for his victims because then they get no justice for what happened to them. And I think they would prefer for him to be locked up so they know they won't cross paths with him. But it's like, it's a catch-22. It's like, I really don't know what the outcome will be or what the end result will be when it comes to this individual. But I wouldn't be shocked if he comes across the news because he did something, he took it too far because nobody ever took what he did seriously. So far, I haven't heard that he's been locked up, but I check inmate locator as often as I can and just go from there. But if I get any updates, I'll definitely share it because people still give me information and I still find out things, whether I want to know or not. So I will do what I can. If you feel like you may have spoken to him and you want to compare notes to see if we talking about the same person, we can do that. Give me his name and I'll let you know if we are talking about the same person. But other than that, I'm moving on. The whole point of this little TikTok thing was not for me to talk about this man, but after that was the last straw. I'm not familiar with TikTok. I don't have a lot of followers, so I ain't pressed. If you just came for the story, that's where it left off at. Unfortunately, there's not a real ending to it, but that's where it left off at. If you don't want to follow no more, that's fine with me. But I'm going on a trip. I'm going to London. I'm going to Paris, and that's what I'm focusing on next. Unless something else pop up about this crazy man. That is basically all I have, but I'm going to post a few more videos of like what happened the night that I kicked him out and just videos that I feel like still paints a picture. Because when I was describing stuff, because my cousin, she's seen it all, and she'd be like, you was describing him to a T. Girl, you don't understand. I was around this person too much. But yeah, I'm going to post that. But you might see some little, if you want to stick around, you might see a little bit of travel, a little bit me getting ready because I've been on the internet looking like this for too damn long. It's time for me to wash my hair and get ready for my trip. So that's what I'm doing. If you stuck around this long, you're a trooper, but that is all that I have at the moment. If anything else comes up, if anything happens, if he approaches me and tries to do anything to me, I will put it all on blast at that point because you messing with my safety and I don't appreciate that. But that is all that I have. So. Okay, so the story, y'all caught up where I'm caught up. Like, this is where I'm at in it with real life. And, you know, I am an unwilling participant. I do not want to participate, but because he keeps using my grandmother's address and keeps popping back up in my life in different ways, I just am over it. But people wanted to see some more clips. I do have more clips. I don't know all of them that I'm willing to share, but I do have clips from the night that we were arguing with him in my grandmother's living room, telling him he had to leave. One of the clips, he's asking me, was it really that disrespectful? And I'm like, is it respectful anywhere? And I told him, like, you know, I'm being nice to you and you're taking advantage of my kindness. I was just trying to lend you a little bit of a helping hand. That's one video. The other video is I told him, you know, pick a hotel or a motel. And he just like talking slow and doing all this dumb stuff. And he sniffs his drawers. And you can see me like take a step back because I'm like, one, they stink. I smelled you when you flagging them and waving them around. So for you to just inhale them, it was disgusting to me. Another one that I have is him trying to tell me to calm down. I'm like, you ain't gonna calm down a damn thing. Like, stop telling me that. It's not gonna work. And I think another one, he's like asking me like, so if this was a circle, just started talking about random stuff. Like, if this was a circle, so then I responded with something. But it's mainly me just yelling at him. But I'll put it in there anyway, just so you guys can see. Because at that point, I was fed up. I had enough. And I know everybody thinks I'm so nice, or you were just too nice, or we had to be friends. I'm just a nice person. I don't have a lot of friends. And it's not because I can't make friends. It's just, it's exhausting to have a lot of friends. But we were never friends. I was being nice. My family was being nice. It was a group effort. And unfortunately, he took advantage of my kindness. You live and you learn. But I'm just going to insert some of those videos.
My living room was yelling at a half-naked man who brought a stranger into my fucking house. And did shit in here that nobody else does. And we probably have more of a right.
Is that disrespectful to you?
Is it respectful to anybody? Is it respectful to anybody? I don't know how your household would operate, but I wouldn't want somebody who I'm trying to give a little lending hand to. At that point, that's like taking advantage. You over there doing what you're doing on that bed when you need to figure out where your next bed gonna be. So I'm just trying to figure out what is the you got to look up something. Hotel, motel, something.
So definitely like a hotel. Motel sounds like home.
You don't have an ID. Motels might accept you more without an ID. But you can call them ahead of time and see if they'll accept you.
Yeah, of course.
Accommodation.
So,
I don't know.
So
I don't know. That's not for me to decide. She, who, whatever. I don't care. That's not for me to decide.
Oh, so you're saying like this is like if it was a circle, then it's like
I'm saying like if this was a circle, this is all where you would have me fucked up at. This whole area, the whole surface area. That is what I'm saying.
oh.
Because you're not understanding. You're not comprehending.
I understand you completely.
No, you can't. You can't possibly understand because we still standing here talking.
We're talking here.
But maybe that's just me.
Don't do that.
Don't do what? Stop telling me what to do. Stop telling me to relax. I can tell you one thing. If anything, it's just going to increase it. It ain't going to calm a motherfucking thing down. This damn sure ain't going to calm me down.
So how do I fucking calm you down?
You don't. You get your shit. When you get your shit, that will calm me down. My peace of mind comes back.
Oh, okay.
I feel like my house, or the house that I stay in, is back in order.
Okay. So just actions, not words.
Yes, actions.
Like you said.
Words don't mean nothing. The way you've been moving, your word is mud.
All right. So.
But yeah, so that's basically some of the clips from the living room that I included. It's mainly me talking, and I just left it at mainly me because my cousin was present, and there's some clips where she's talking and he was getting like loud with her, like I was describing, like how I was saying like he got loud with me when it came to my mom, but I didn't get a lot of that on tape, like the phone call. But he would get loud with her that night, and it was things where he was telling her like F her and like shut the F up, and I think I have a clip of him saying that, but she responds, so I don't want to put her voice or her, in the video, so that's why I'm not going to include that. But he would turn it on and off. At moments he was calm, and then at moments at moments he was calm, and then at moments he would like turn it on and off and just be like loud and slapping his chest and stuff. Even in the clip where he smelled his draw, he stood up. And I didn't know what he was going to do because when he was sitting down, he was like hitting his chest and doing all that. So I'm thinking he about to leap at this point. So that's why I kind of took a step back, as well as him smelling his draws. Like you can see, I seemed a little bit more defensive when he stood up. But yeah, I have some additional clips that I'm going to go through and see what is decent for me to post and what's not. So that's just the ones that I feel comfortable releasing at the moment. Okay. So the story is basically over, but I'm just going to give more information as to why he was able to stay as long as he did. Now, I'm also going to give basically more information about me so people could kind of understand what my mindset was with a lot of this. So when it comes to coworkers, I don't engage with coworkers outside of work. Like it's very rare that I do that. And even if I do, it's in a very limited like capacity. Like I'm not doing too much. I'm not going over their house. I'm not doing any of those things. Like it's just not a thing. But with this job, it was a little different because my mother worked there. And although I don't have a bad relationship with my mother or anything like that, I think the fact that I am her child, there are boundaries that she just didn't understand initially, especially in the work environment. So for example, my YouTube channel, I don't tell people about my YouTube channel. Not walking down the street. Any of the followers that I have there, they were just organic. They just came, they found the video, they related to the video, or they saw something that they like and they stayed. I never advertised it. I never told anybody. If family members found it, they just happened to find it. And I don't even know how a lot of them found it, but they found it. So when she was telling people, that made me uncomfortable in the beginning, because I'm like, stop telling people that, because I don't share that information. Another thing that she would do is like, just tell some of my business. And although it's simple stuff, it would aggravate me because I don't do that. Like, I don't tell people where I'm going when I'm going off of work and where I'm traveling to. I just don't tell them because people start clocking me. I don't like people clocking me and pocket watching me. I don't do that. So that was very frustrating. And eventually I had to have a conversation, because it's just like, please stop telling my business. You got other kids. Talk about their business. Don't talk about my business as I work with these people. I think initially she was a little defensive because it's just like, she already does this stuff, I guess, but I don't be present. I don't be present, and I don't work with the people that she does it to. So that's the part that I think was frustrating in the beginning. So not only that, I believe that my mother is a people pleaser. I feel like she bends over backwards for people, which is why people are like, oh, you're too kind. I think that's just in her nature to be a people pleaser. And because she's that, she tries to make me that. And she doesn't see it that way, but that's how I view it. And because of that, she'll do things that she doesn't notice that kind of falls in line with that. So for example, when it came to him being in the car, I was annoyed quickly. Between the vaping and the being late, like, I was annoyed, but we had already started the process, and I feel like it's kind of hard to end it, but I'll get back to that. So when we're in the car, it's like, oh, well, be nice to him, because I would ignore them. I would put on my headphones a lot of times. I wouldn't engage, because I feel like it's just better for me to distance and not engage than for me to say something and be mean, because at the end of the day, he hadn't done anything crazy to me. It was just, I take it as we have different personalities. You're immature, you're annoying, and it's not right. But I'm like, just because you move like that, it doesn't necessarily make you a bad person. We just don't mesh well when it comes to personalities. So I'm just like, I'm gonna keep my distance. But when I do, I get the be nice. Oh, I think he wants to go with you. Oh, I think you hurt his feelings. Like, this is what she's saying. And it's just like, I don't care. We're just here for carpool. We started this, and unfortunately I find that it's kind of hard to end it. So that's what I mean by somebody being in my ear. Because at that point, then I start to second guess, like, am I doing too much? Am I actually being mean to this person? I don't want to be mean, because I'm not a mean or malicious person. I don't want to make people feel small. But I also sometimes can't help my reaction when stupid things occur. So that's why I just try to keep my earphones on or whatnot, because stupid things were occurring too much. So yeah, that's some of the reason why I feel like she was in my ear. Now, this is just my perspective. I believe she would probably disagree, but this is my perspective. Now, when it comes to the carpool thing, people are like, oh, you did that for carpool? First of all, carpool is expensive, okay? But at some point it started, and I'm like, well, how do you just end that? Do you abruptly end it and have like awkward interactions at work now? Because at that point it seems personal. Because why are you ending it? Because it was working in the sense of, we got the cheaper carpool and we was able to leave the house later, which was the main reason why we were doing it. And then when it came to gas money, I've never asked people for gas money. I feel like if we go into the same destination, it's not necessary. The only time it would be necessary is if we went out the way to get him. But if we were going out the way, we would have never started the carpool. So he was along the way of us trying to get onto the bridge. So it wasn't an issue. But I also have not a bad habit, but I have a characteristic, I guess, of not wanting to ask anybody for anything. I don't like to ask people for anything, and I'm just not one to do that. So I just do things myself, and I've always been that way. So because of that, I think that is another reason why you wouldn't catch me asking him for anything. But at one point, he sent his gas money one time because he was late, and I think he felt bad, because I think he felt like the animosity in the car, because it's just like, who, you really pushing it? But he ended up sending gas money, and I was just like, whatever, we use it towards gas. But I never asked for gas money. Now, when it came to the dynamic of my cousin, so this is my perspective, and I don't want to say it because I know y'all think I'm trying to distance myself from the boy. Oh, she don't want nothing to do with it, which is why I'm trying to make sure that I don't include so much of what she has going on. Like, I won't include screenshots. I might read the messages, but I won't include screenshots. But this is just an example of how she is as a person, which is why she moved the way that she did. She is somebody who kind of worries a lot and is a bit anxious when it just comes to what some people may consider everyday things. Or when he came to my grandmother's house, where we was all at, she, I think, felt some sort of responsibility for him, because we all viewed him as young and immature. But with him leaving at night and stuff, and she's being worried, she worries, and she thinks, downtown Oakland's just crazy. So she felt like something was going to happen to him, and she didn't want to be like held responsible for it. And she felt like if he's here, we would be looked at as responsible for something bad happening to him. Mind you, he's grown, but I feel like that was the mindset where her concern came from. So she would say things like, oh, she would always try to inform me or loop me in to tell him to do things or to, you know, reach out to him. When it came to the time that she called me in the shower about him feeling some type of way of us waking him up, I would have never known that information. He would have never told me. I would have never known that information. He didn't call me. He didn't say anything to me. I didn't know until she told me. And even then, I didn't want nothing to do with it. Like, I don't care. And I know people think we were friends, but I was not friends with them. But even with one time she reached out to me, was like, oh, he seems really bad today. He's by a body of water. Maybe you should call and text him. I did not call and text him. I don't care. I feel, you know, it's unfortunate that's what he decides to do, but I don't care. So I never reached out to him. Or even when we went to the gym. When we went to the gym, I showed her the screenshot of the class that we signed up for. And she was like, oh, maybe you should invite him to help his mental health. So I'm just like, okay, I'm going to be nice. I'm going to invite him. So I invited him. And then that's kind of what led to Santa Cruz and whatnot, because we spoke about it when we was traveling from the gym. And he made it seem like, I was like, oh, I want some oysters. And then they all was down for it. So then we went to get oysters. And then we talked about Santa Cruz. And then he was like, he would want to go. So I'm like, okay. So he came with us. But other than that, I didn't engage with him or her for the most part, because when I come home from work, I go into my room. And when I'm on the weekends, like all my family, I was like the shuttle bus. When I went somewhere, everybody wanted to go. So he can go and participate if he liked. It wasn't really any beef with me with him, because he kind of stayed below the radar while he was at my grandmother's house. Like, it wasn't like he was in my face or constantly asking me things. Like, he would do that more with my cousin. And that's why I was trying to emphasize, like, I feel like their relationship was different. Like, the way that they would talk to each other, the text threads, the fact she would block him like at least twice a week. I didn't block him until he texted me when he got out of jail the second time, talking about he's going to be a changed person, all that. This is after I found out the boy's crazy. I don't want nothing to do with this. Now that I am informed, at this point I wasn't well informed, but I'm informed that you lie and you lie bad. I don't want nothing to do with you. Not even in the slightest, not cordial, not associates, nothing. Like, I don't want anything to do with you. So when that stuff would happen, that's kind of like people being in my ear. Also, when he first came to my grandmother's house, when he was first at my grandmother's house, he was only supposed to be there for 2 days. After everybody heard his story and his sob story, everybody's coming to me and asking me, oh, where's he going? What is he going to do? Does he have a next place to stay? And I'm just like, I don't know. I never asked him. But because of that, then it's just like, okay, maybe I am being unreasonable. Now, my issue was I probably shouldn't have told them what my plan was. Because I was like, you know what? I'll pick him up. Partially because I wanted to know what happened, because it just wasn't adding up. I thought it was the butcher girl. I didn't know he had a girlfriend. Instead, cohabitant. Instead, it was weapon use. I'm like, this doesn't sound like the person we've been riding with. You know, from what we've learned from this person, this doesn't sound like the person, which is what made me want to know what happened. But even when it came to that, I let them know that I was just going to say that my friend is coming in a couple of days. So that way he knows, like, he has to be gone. But because I let them know that, and they knew that she wasn't truly coming there, I think they were just like, oh, well, what is he going to do? Like, you know, they were concerned. So because of that, asking me and doing that to me, it sounds like you want me to have him stay. Like, you're asking me like I'm responsible for this person. So that's what I mean by guilt tripping. They may have a different perspective. They may not agree, because I feel like at this point, everybody wants to distance themselves from him. And I can understand it. But when I'm saying certain things, I'm trying to make it clear. I was not romantically involved with this person. I was not his friend. I was just too nice. And unfortunately, I gave him a lot more grace than he deserved. And that is what got us into the situation. But it wasn't just my decision, is what people is missing. Okay, so I'm going to read a text thread so that you can kind of get an understanding of how they would talk to each other. It was like siblings, and this is what they would do on a daily. Like, they would just argue, and she would let me know when he got on her nerves, and she would block him, and I didn't pay it no mind for the most part. Sometimes I would listen to what she would say, because it would be entertaining. Like, the way she would story tell about what happened, it would be hilarious, because it wasn't that he was funny. She was funny as hell when she would tell her stories. So it's just like, I would listen because they was entertaining. Because somebody was like, yo, you was entertained or something. I don't know. I'd be misunderstanding some of the comments, but said something like, you was entertained. And I was. They were entertaining. Their interactions were entertaining, but she funny as hell. But basically, she sent me a message when he got on her nerves. So she was like, he is literally calling me to cook waffles from scratch because he doesn't believe in microwavable foods have nutrients. She said, I don't even cook for myself, let alone him. She said, today is the day he's about to starve. So check his ribs when you get back. He's blocked again. So she said, check his ribs when you get back, because they used to laugh at the song Plies, I Got Plenty Money, because in the lyrics he said, take off your shirt, I bet your ribs showing. So that was one of the lines. And she would make that comment a lot when he was like hungry and stuff like that. So I said something to her, like, I'm guessing the probationary period is over, LOL. So then she sends me the screenshots. So in her phone, she had 2 phones. In one of her phones, she had him saved as Baby OJ. And in the other phone, she had him saved as Norbit. So she texted him and was like, you're extremely lazy and it's annoying. She didn't show me any messages beforehand because I believe he called. But she was like, you're extremely lazy and it's annoying. Ask AI how to cook. We all get our asses up and go to the grocery store to save money. You need to do the same and stop being so needy. You a grown-ass man and not the first man to not know how to cook. Teach yourself or find alternatives that you can put in the microwave. You're literally a man-child. She said cooking is a luxury that a woman should do for her man, her child, or the elderly. Not some random man whore who, with baggage, meeting randoms at a bar and asking them to cuddle. This is how I kind of found out about that. And she was like, I would suggest not cooking if you don't know how, so you don't burn down your free hostel room, and go to the grocery store today and get some microwavable foods. Now, don't ever call me to burn pots and pans for you again. The fuck? Like, that's what she said. So then she starts sending, she gonna say, I don't want to ever talk to you about you anymore. Pay me, then maybe we can talk. Until then, refrain from asking me for anything. Bring something to the table. So mind you, like I said, he would always talk about himself. And she probably got way more of it than I did because they engaged more. But even what I got was too much. So that's why when he was trying to get pushback, like, oh, she's just trying to use this for entertainment, I was like, did she come to you and ask you this stuff, or did you offer the information up to her? He was constantly going to her and talking to her about all his problems. But then she started sending him screenshots of photos. So she sent him instant grits because he loved grits and kept asking her to make it. And I don't think she even knew how to make grits until he came. She sent him microwavable waffles. And then she sent him TV dinners. And she was like, start investing in your future because I'm not. It's cheaper to get it delivered. Now, mind you, when he told her he didn't believe any of those food had nutrients, he was doing that because his girlfriend, his ex-girlfriend that he ended up putting hands on, she was like that. She don't like to eat processed food. She's vegan. She tries to be very health conscious when it comes to what she puts into her body and what food she eats. So that's why he was doing that. And I think he was low-key trying to have my cousin replace what his girlfriend was doing. Now that I'm thinking about it, but maybe that's just an assumption on my end. But then the messages continue. She said, your ass can go to random bars buying drinks and paying for Ubers. You can take a trip to the grocery store or get it delivered. Or bring something to the table for us instead of having your hand out. You act like a smoothie is a problem, but want me to wash your clothes and cook your meals. I'm not your woman, Negro. Figure it out. And we was all arguing basically in the living room when it was time for him to leave. He was like, you always want stuff. You always trying to like use me for money. Mind you, he always bragged about money. And he was always like fake offering to buy stuff. So that's how he ended up buying the Kansai. I didn't want anything, but she ended up getting something. So then she would just like throw it out there every now and then because he always said he had money and always made it seem like he was going to be generous. So she had asked him to bring her smoothie one time because he was out and about and he just didn't want to bring it. So that's why she was saying, you acting like a smoothie is a problem. But she was like, that was basically her perspective. And she said she blocked him when she sent it to me, but then I guess she unblocked him because she sent him a message after that. Was like, clean the outside of the house and I'll cook for you. So she's like, she's basically bargaining. So then he gonna say 2 things. After she said all that, he said 2 things. And then she put a question mark. She said, before you leave, you're going to be a man because this ain't the movie Baby Boy. Step up. So then he started to list his things. He said, 1, I get what you're saying, and it's not that deep. You can just say no, not attack my integrity. 2, you don't have to bargain with me if you want me to do something. She said, I was being nice. The answer has always been no. It's the principle. You ask people to do things that you wouldn't do for them. You have no integrity to attack. He said, you're still doing it. She said, ask me something again, and it's going to be the same reaction. Bye. The offer no longer is available. So she was like, I'm not going to cook for you anymore. But basically, That's how they would talk to each other. But even when he started to list his things, like when he said, I get what you're saying, and it's not that deep. You can just say no and not attack my integrity. He had a cry and laughing face. I think he liked her arguing with him. And she would give it to him. Like she was quick with it. She would come for him each and every time. So it's just like, I think that is a good example of their dynamic and how they would go. I don't have access to all their messages. This is just a text thread that was shared with me in the time that it was happening, because she would offer up this information whether I asked or not. But sometimes I was willing to listen because it was entertaining. This was entertaining. I thought it was entertaining. Okay, so I am going to read one more message, as I feel like this is a good example as to what I would receive when it came to her sharing information, even though the last one was like that. But sometimes it was just like a paragraph and she'd just tell me something. This is a good idea as to how she would deliver it. A lot of the information she would deliver it, as well as you'll see like she pinpoints a lot of things that I said was occurring or happening. So first off, she starts it off with good luck, buddy. So if anybody remember when he first called Scott to bail him out of jail, that's what he said to him. But basically she said, good luck, buddy. The comedy club was the last straw, passing the communication torch to you, his office buddy. I'm gracefully bowing out from this circus. If Jessica is considering a restraining order, I might just end up being a key witness. He's gone off the deep end, and his story's getting darker by the minute. This breakup saga turned into a daytime drama, and I did not sign up for a starring role. No longer playing the supportive mother figure. I'm hitting the eject button. He's blocked. No messages, no drama, just me and my invisibility cloak. If he asks about his looks again, I'll just hand him a mirror. I'm like, girl. And I just look at it and laugh. Ain't nothing I can do. She said she's passing the communication torch to me, as I didn't communicate with him like that. She was like, his office buddy, because I told him we just worked together. She said if Jessica's considering a restraining order, so at this point she was, but we didn't know how serious it was because he downplayed it. So he was just saying she was considering it, like she doesn't have any scars. She basically has no case. She doesn't, so he's just feeding us whatever. And I wouldn't say we believed it, but we didn't question it. Let's just say we didn't question it because it's just like, one, we didn't care enough to question it because he's free. He's free. So I'm like, there might be some truth to this because those charges look very serious and they dropped him. So I'm like, he's free. There's probably some truth to it. She said he's gone off the deep end and his stories are getting darker by the minute. I don't know what stories she's speaking of exactly because he confided in her way more than he did with me. A lot of the information that I know is because I know it's secondhand. Like the parent, his dad having cancer, I didn't know that. His mom being abused, I didn't know that. Her losing her life, I didn't know. He didn't come to me with that information. He went to other people and it came to me. And a lot of it, he went to her and shared that. But we ended up confronting him about it and he agreed that those things were true and like tried to say those things were true. The only things that was told to me specifically was things that was in the car. Things that came after, like about his life, was mainly told to my cousin. And I caught wind of it at different points. But yeah, so that was something that was interesting. She said it got darker by the minute. And I don't really know what that means because I don't know what he told her to make her say that. But even the poor saying a supportive mother figure, like washing clothes, cooking, like I think we all looked at him as like young and immature. So we're just giving guidance and being nice and, trying to help out. But he always pushed it to where it's just like, don't nobody want to help you. And then her blocking him. She blocks him like almost all the time. I think he was unblocked shortly after, a day or two. I don't know. Because she would have to see him in the house. So I think that's why she would unblock him. She was like, if he asks about his looks again, I'll just hand him a mirror. I don't know if anybody recalls, but I used to say he'd be like, oh, a young, handsome man like me. Or he'd be like, I put that shit on, huh? Or like he would seek validation. And I'm like, I'm the wrong person to do that with. I don't do that with a lot of people. Only people I'll gas up is kids. Like they got some sparkling shoes, I'm gonna gas you up. Or you got your little cute rain boots or something on. Like I'll gas up children. But other than that, I don't gas nobody up. So he would try to have us give him compliments or validate what he had going on. So it is just a thing with this guy. I don't know why, but it just is.
Okay, hey y'all, this is a story time of how I was SA by my favorite uncle from the time I was 9 to the time I was like 12. Yes, I'm going to be saying his name and I'll try to insert a picture at the end of the video, but I'm not really good with TikTok. I don't know how to do it, so I gotta figure it out. So my mom is 3 out of 15 siblings. The uncle in question, his name is Damone Hamilton. He's the oldest. We were so close growing up. He lived with us. Like we also resemble each other. People thought he was my dad. At times, he would walk me to school. He would take me to the store. Like he was just, I loved him. He was everything. He was my favorite. So one day, I was 9, and my family from down south came up to visit, and we stayed at one of my other cousin's girlfriend's house because her house was a lot bigger, could fit a lot of us. So we all had stayed at her house, and everybody that came was laying in the living room. The adults was laying on a couch, on a few different couches, and the kids had made like a little pallet on the floor. So as I'm laying down, sleeping next to my cousin, literally laying right next to me on our little pallet on the floor, I'm awakened. And I'm awakened because he had inserted his private part area into my mouth, and I gagged. So when I gagged, I got up. And when I got up, he had hurried up and laid back down on the couch that he was sleeping on. So now, even though I'm up, I'm scared. Like I'm trying to still like act like I'm asleep because I don't want to interact. So I proceeded to still act like I was sleeping, but instead, I'm actually going to turn over and sleep on my stomach now because I was sleeping on my back, and when I was sleeping on my back, stuff was going inside of my mouth that shouldn't have been there. So now I'm sleeping on my stomach. I know what's going on. I'm awake and I'm scared. And, you know, back in the day when those infomercials used to come on with the kids in third world countries, but one of those was on. So I knew it was like pretty late and everybody around us was sleeping. Mind you, everybody is all in one living room. So I don't know how no adult woke up and heard anything. So like I said, I'm laying on my stomach now, and I can hear him on the couch doing this. Those who know, you know what he was doing. So I'm still acting like I'm asleep or whatever. And like I said, I'm laying on my stomach, and this man comes behind me, pulls my leggings down. Mind you, I'm 9 years old. This is the first time I ever had a period. And not to sound disgusting or anything, but I probably had that pad on for 24 freaking hours. So he's pulling my pants down. I don't know why I didn't scream. I don't know why I didn't say something, but this man is literally pulling my pants down, and I'm laying flat on my stomach, and he's trying to pull me into like on all fours, like a doggy style position, if you will. Yeah, I'm 9 years old at the time, but I'm no kid. Like, I was one of them little mischievous kids doing stuff that I wasn't supposed to be doing, looking at stuff that I wasn't supposed to be looking at. So I know exactly what he was trying to do. So as he's trying to, you know, put me into that position, I'm resisting basically. I'm just standing, laying straight as a board. I'm not letting him, you know, bend my hips so that he could penetrate me. So basically, he sees what's going on. I'm not going for any of that. So what he did was he did this and finished right on me, like in my butt. And he proceeded to lick his own stuff out of me.
Okay, so I'm going to read a text thread so that you can kind of get an understanding of how they would talk to each other. It was like,
Hey man, what to do, everyday people, man? That was a wonderful live, man. Thank you all for joining in and tuning in. We really kept it lit. You know what I'm saying? Pulled up just in time. We really kept it lit. Thank you to my everyday people. Shout out to y'all for pulling up. And let me see who all we got in here on the line. Hey, T6, TV. You know what I'm saying? Golly. Duchess, Nikki, Donata, KR Ring, Kent's boy, y'all, Richard Muhammad. Man, we kept it lit, big. I was like, damn, he got us in a chokehold. I'm sorry. Anyway, That's how we do it. We don't even care about him. We hate you, lady. Like, you just took us to a I don't want to meet nobody in the Bay Area for the next 7 months after this one, okay? All right, man. We lit though, man. Hey, shout out to my everyday people, man, because y'all really came through for your boy, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. Thank you guys. Make sure y'all check out the next video in the morning at what a.m. 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 Central. Okay, that's what they say when they say on TV. 8 Central. Okay, 9 a.m. Eastern Time because I'm on a whole different time zone. But we kept it lit though. I got a good video. I think it's a good video. It won't be 6 hours, nigga, but it'll be